Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Pro Series Valorant, brought to you by AORUS and AMD. My name is King Salty, and with me is Crips. Crips, how are you?
Wow, I'm a little surprised to hear the word king all of out of nowhere, but nonetheless, we're gonna go ahead and roll with it like it's all normal. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Valorant Pro Series. We have the best teams of three countries, India, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka, playing here today. We are already done with the qualifying leg of this tournament, and now we are starting off with the playoffs. We will be having four best of one matches today, and I am so excited. I'm so pumped.
Absolutely. And now we have two products which we definitely want to look at. That is the Gigabyte G27Q monitor, which is probably the best gaming monitor out there. If you look at the schedule, Crips, we have the Chad 5 versus B1 Esports up front, Weird Esports versus Team Gunslingers next up, Generation X Gamers and Union Gaming. And after that, we have Godlike Esports versus Team D69. Seems like we have a showstopper at the end of the day.
Yeah, we do. Like two of the finest teams in the Indian subcontinent now playing at the very end and against each other too. So I'm pretty sure that the fourth match is going to be really, really interesting. I mean, if these teams were up against some other teams, we probably would have seen some one-sided games. But now that these
Hmm.
guys are up against each other, this will be one hell of a show. So I'm kind of excited for the last game as well. But then we'll be starting off with Chat 5 versus Beyond Infinity. And yeah, I guess even those guys are going to be, putting up a pretty exciting show. Uh, let's move on and let me just get something out of the way real quick. And let me just tell you guys about two amazing products as well. But before we move on to that, we will take a look at the brackets as well. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, that this is a double elimination tournament. So the teams that you see on the very left hand side of your screen today, these guys, if they lose, they move down to the lower bracket. If they win, they go up to the next round of the upper bracket where they will be facing teams like Fangs, Force One Esports, Global Esports, and Samurai Esports. So this is like a two-step affair.
Interesting, interesting. This is also a very interesting format, Crips. I would definitely want you to explain this in much more greater detail later on. But then I guess we have I guess we have two very important products as a one we mentioned about the monitor. Next up, we have the B550 Pro motherboard series, Crips. You want to talk a little about it?
Oh yeah, I mean, you guys have already heard about the M27Q gaming monitor. It's the first ever monitor with KVM feature. KVM means keyboard, mouse, and video, and 170 hertz on this bad boy. Of course, along with zero point 0.5 millisecond response speed. So that's an amazing product to have. Other than that, we also have the AORUS B550 Pro motherboard, and this one is equipped with 12 plus 2 digital VRAM and 50 amps of stable power. This thing, it can run the best of products, the latest of processors, as well as graphic cards fitted onto it. So yeah, you can pair it up with the Aorus NVMe Gen 4 SSD, which helps in increasing the
Hmm.
speed of data transfer and makes your PC run faster as well. So definitely check out these two amazing products by Aorus and AMD, and hopefully it will help you improve your game in Valorant as well. The other thing that can help you improve your game in Valorant is, of course, watching some professional matches and maybe taking a thing or two away from them.
Interesting. I guess if I get some Aorus monitor and motherboards, my rank is going to improve. Do I get to reach diamond after that, or will I still in silver?
भाई साहब पहले platinum पहुंच जाओ फिर बड़ी बात करो फिर बड़ी बातें करो ठीक है we'll start with the smaller steps first. Okay. I mean, I'm not revealing his true rank here, ladies and gentlemen, just to save his skin. But his secret is safe with me. If you want to know his true rank, you can DM me and I will show you the screenshots and whatnot. I'll also show you the clips in which he whips. So,
Uh-huh. I
mm-hmm.
have I have a lot of clips where I clutch an ace as well, so that's fine. But I mean,
That's great.
we'll talk about the teams that we have today, right? And I also want to know from you. Let's just shift the topic of conversation,
Of course, we will shift
right?
the topic of conversation.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, what are you expecting, Cribs? First up, I mean, this is going to be a very hard fought tournament. I'm expecting hardcore action right from the beginning. I'm expecting teams to put their best foot forward. Now, this is the upper bracket. And why are you smiling? Why is my rank still in your head?
It will always be in my head, Salty. Let's just move on to the teams. The first teams we're going to be seeing, obviously, today are Chad Fire and Beyond Infinity Esports. So keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, that this leg of the tournament, today, all the matches are going to be just a best of one. And
Hmm.
I have heard that the first map is going to be on Ascent. So again, we're going to be starting off with something puggish. And since it's a best of one, the teams will have to put their best foot forward as well. And it doesn't really offer them a lot of room for error.
Absolutely. I mean, Ascent is one of those games where your duelist game and your aggressive game really comes up and is very important. And we need to see the agent picks as well, because that is something which I'm really excited for. Do we get to see something exciting? Do we get to see some breach and skies? I recently saw a map where they also used a Viper on Ascent. So that's going to be interesting if we get to see something like that as well.
Yeah, like Viper has really been stepping up in the world. Like there was a time when absolutely no one picked Viper. Now a lot of people have started picking Viper, especially on maps like Bind and Icebox. But then Viper being
Hmm.
picked up in Ascent also could be like a little tricky. But then why not? I'm also seeing a lot of Astra being picked up these days. So controllers like Brimstone and Omen are becoming more and more irrelevant. People still
Hmm.
might pick up a woman every now and then, but then Brimstone is like, he's kind of trapped in no man's land, and he's not being picked up a lot these days. So that's the controller battle being taken over by Viper and Astra these days. Kind of excited to see what kind of initiators also they pick up. I'm assuming on a map like Ascent, Sova will be. Sova will be absolutely essential. But
Hmm.
what about maybe like Breach or Sky, like you pointed out? But agent selection is something that our players have to worry about, right? Because they have prizes to win. You guys also have some prizes to win. Ladies and gentlemen, if you participate in the trivia that is going on, you have a chance of winning Valorant points worth $2,700. Now, my math might be poor, but I'm assuming that is lakhs and lakhs of rupees. So, if you want to participate in the trivia, go ahead and visit this website that you can see on your screen flashing right now, or you can also click on the link in the description below. Keep in mind that this trivia closes at 11:45. That is in the next, what, 7 minutes. 7 minutes is all you
Hmm.
have to answer this question. Quickly go over there, participate in this trivia, and you stand a chance to win some Valorant points.
And also for the trivia for tomorrow, the questions and everything will be live after today's game. So if you want to go and win trivia questions tomorrow, tomorrow's trivia questions as well, check out the stream, have all the information ready for yourself, and then at the end of the stream, go to the
Hmm.
website and answer those questions. I'm gonna go there as well because 2,700 worth USD worth of VP is a lot, and I'm gonna buy a few battle passes maybe if those skins can improve my gameplay a bit.
Okay, all the prime vandals in the world can't save you, Salty, but at least they will make you look a little more fancier. Either way, I mean, we still, get a little bit of love from AORUS and AMD, but this is for the players. Let's
Hmm.
just jump into the agent draft right off the bat and let's see what these guys are trying to pick up. Starting on the Beyond Infinity side, we have Manflame, who is hovering over Sova right now. Vasoli has already. Is that Vasuli? No, sorry, it's
Yeah.
Vasuli. Vasuli, like the
Yeah.
Hindi word Vasuli. Okay, he's
Hmm.
picked up a Reina. Marty going for the Omen. Gunhawk with Killjoy, and then Splitan hovering over the Rays for now.
It's a pretty safe pick, honestly, but we'll find out if Manflame actually takes the Sova or shifts over to something else. The Raze pick makes a lot of sense on this map, especially when you get the boom bot, when you get the pain shell to clear out corners. That is something which you essentially need. We get to see a Raze on the side of Chat 5 as well, but they haven't actually picked up any single character. They're just hovering over each and every one of them. So we need to find out if they're going to confirm that. The only difference that we get to see Crips is a Killjoy on one side and the Cypher. Now, it is going to come down to which Sentinel plays a better role, which Sentinel
Select your
is the
agent.
better. Which
Hmm.
Sentinel is the better lurker, which Sentinel holds down the side better. Blankface is yet to pick a character for himself. Um,
Most
Not sure
likely will
what.
be a controller. So I'm assuming maybe like an Omen or maybe even an Astra. Astra has been like a pretty good character so far, and people have started picking it up more and more. So I'm kind of expecting someone to pick it up at least in one of the matches. But I just got word from production that one of the players might have some internet issues and might have disconnected. So we will be restarting the draft. And
Hmm.
we'll get to find out what the agents are once again later on. But then this gives us a little bit of information, Salty. It gives us a
Hmm.
little bit of information as to what these players are going for.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's pretty basic and safe. And that is a good way to start off the tournament, to be honest. You get the Sova, you get some information to work with, you get the Raze, you get some more information to work with, and then you have the Reina to just clear out those corners and then fall back on. As I said, the only difference which I feel is going to be their gunplay at this point, and also their roles between the sentinels, how they actually function. We need
Hmm.
to find out which team starts on defense and which team actually does a better job on defense.
Yeah, I have a feeling Beyond Infinity might start on defense. I could be wrong,
Hmm.
but we'll find out later on again. Because the whole agent selection draft will be done again later on.
Hmm.
But so far, nothing out of the ordinary, nothing to write home about. All the agents that they picked up are pretty much standard agents that you might expect on a map like Ascent. Sova, of course, is like the bread and butter of a map like Ascent. The lineups
Yeah,
are pretty easy on this map, and it's pretty essential that you get that information right off the bat. And especially with his recon dart charging up every 30 seconds, it just keeps on feeding you information again and again. Plus, not to forget that in some parts of the map, you can even spam through the walls using his information
yeah,
abilities, right? Like the recon dart or the drone. So maybe have a Soa with an Odin somewhere, and you can just wall bang people. So Soa does become a little essential now. There is always a debate whether Jet is better or Raze is better. Both
hmm,
the characters play a somewhat similar role because both of them can cover ground really quickly. Jet with the dash and Raze with the satchels, they both can cover ground really quickly. And because Ascent is a large map with areas that require a lot of traversal, it is essential to have one character at least which can rely on their speed to get to those places quickly. I kind of was expecting something like Sky and Breach as well, but then we won't be seeing that, I guess, today. So the only flashing agent that we have seen so far is Reyna on both the sides and an Omen on Beyond Infinity.
yep, absolutely. And I'm actually surprised we don't get to see a Sage because the mid wall sometimes
Mm,
becomes very essential. A lot of teams in the international stage really rely on that mid wall and also to get themselves on weird positions. Like if you talk about
mhm,
Team Liquid, Scream almost more than often is going to play Sage on Ascent.
mm,
So you get to see like this is a default meta that we get to see, especially in the Indian circuit. Nothing out of the ordinary, nothing
mhm.
very show off. So I mean, everything that comes down is on the gameplay, on the tactical side of things. Who does a better job? And we need to see which controller does Chat 5 pick up though.
Yeah, that's the only thing that we haven't seen so far. We know that these guys Beyond Infinity are going for the Omen in the hands of Marty. Uh, I'm assuming Blankface will be the guy who picks up the controller on the side of Chad 5.
Hmm.
Uh, but we are yet to see which one he picks up now. If he goes for an Omen, it will be again an Omen versus Omen battle, and I mean he's one of the agents that is very effective on a map like Ascent. Again, if he goes for something else, like maybe an Astra, I would still be happy with that as well because an Astra also is somewhat easy to play on Ascent because the angles that you need to clear out with the help of a Gravity Wells and Nova Pulse is pretty standard, so you can clear them out pretty easily and offer a lot more value to your team. Now, like you said, there
Also,
won't be any Sage, so that is one thing that we need to keep in mind. So there's no healing characters, no Sky, no Sage either.
Mm. Yeah, and also it's not essentially a battle between the controllers. We're not comparing like an Omen or an Astra, but I really
Mhm,
feel that the cosmic divide on the Astra is a much better utility to have, especially in
hmm,
rounds where you have to win. You can
mhm.
really divide the side in two halves and make your way inside side. But either way, blank face again is seriously facing some issues, ladies and gentlemen. This is Indian broadband connections.
I
I mean,
know.
we face the same as well, right, Cribs?
Yeah, especially in
It's
the rainy
monsoon
season.
coming. Yeah.
It's just so heartbreaking. Now, I luckily have the privilege of having two internet connections. My backup internet is down. My main internet is still functioning by a thread, holding on to its bare, dear life. But of course, a little wind, a little rain, put together a little bit of thunderstorm, and it's all gone again. So I kind of sympathize with Blankface over here. Uh, and there's not much that we can do about it, unfortunately, except pray to the internet gods that he gets his connection back again on time. Either way, that does give us a little bit of more time to kill. So while we are, not over here advocating which internet connection to buy, we can advocate which products you can buy over here. Of course, Aorus has some kick-ass line of products. Their latest in a long line of collection is the M27Q gaming monitor. Now, you guys have seen 144 hertz gaming monitors, right? Here's something better.
Yeah.
It's 170 hertz and it has a zero point 0.5 millisecond response speed, which is much faster than the response speed of most professional players as well. So keep in mind that your product will not fail you. This gaming monitor is going to make you much, much better. Great color saturation, custom crosshair as well, equalizers and counters. So it has everything in the package. Other than that, to go along with this monitor, you can always pick up the AORUS B50 Pro Series monitor. Sorry, B550 Pro Series monitor. My bad.
Mm.
And this monitor supports PCIe Gen 4. Of course, you can also pair it with the AORUS NVMe Gen 4 SSD, which makes your PC rapid fast. And of course, that's not the only thing over here. You can always sometimes pair it up with the latest AMD, processors like the Ryzen 3 300 and 3100 or 3330X, something like that. So mix and match, and you got yourself a beast on your hands.
Yeah, absolutely. And even I was actually considering to get myself a Ryzen 5th generation processor. And in that case, this 550 Pro motherboard comes in very handy because this lies in the mid-range groups. You can pair it up with the budget builds and get something like a Ryzen 3 and get a lot of good features. You can also pair it up with something like a Ryzen 7 and get the beast overclocking and get a lot of frames in your PC, and pair it up with an Aorus monitor. You get those frames that you need in the refresh time that it has, 0 0.5 ms.
Hmm.
So it is just optimum gaming performance. But talking about game scripts, recently we have seen Valorant evolve as a more tactical chess game.
Hmm.
Aim is still there, but it is more of the strategies. It is more about the
Hmm.
tactical way how you proceed things. And what do you think? I mean, do these Indian teams have what it takes to, do their research and learn from the best of the best, how to proceed with things, or are they still relying on their aim to get the best out of tournaments like these?
Oh, I've seen them evolve leaps and bounds over the last few months. Teams like T69, Godlike, Global Esports, Team Mahi, which just rebranded themselves to Velocity again. These guys have been doing so well, and they have been improving a lot in the last few months. Of course, in the few more months to come, I'm expecting much better performances from them as well. And this event is actually great because it gives the Indian teams a chance to go up against the other teams in the subcontinent. Teams from Bangladesh and Sri Lanka are participating in this tournament as well. So it expands the horizons a bit and includes more regions who are our neighbors, and it brings them into the competition as well, so that you're not just competing against the same teams again and again. I mean, of course, at one point, all the Indian teams must have played against each other like 100 times,
Yeah.
and they know
Mm.
about each other. So it's not even a game of chess anymore. It's a game of chess that you played over and over again. So you just keep on counter stratting, and then you counter strat that, and then just keeps on building layer upon layer. So you just this tournament just puts all of that out of the window, throws it out, puts in some fresh new teams so that you can have a little new perspective, and it doesn't start layering on top of again each other. It doesn't start layering on top
Mm.
of each other. You get a little fresh start, and honestly, that's all that I'm looking forward to.
True, and the 200 team pool again, which we have in this tier in this tournament, which
Hmm.
we had in this tournament, we are shortlisted them into 12, 16 teams that are left.
Hmm.
But it also gives a chance to a lot of teams to prove themselves, right? We have had a circuit where teams that are well and established have been playing over and over again, and not many tournaments really bring in or given the opportunity for new teams to come in and prove their worth. So this tournament was one such, and I'm expecting some new teams to come up.
Yeah, I mean, while we are speaking about the new teams and while we have some time, let me just, take a little bit of time to explain what the tournament format is like. So we started with the open qualifier where more than 200 teams registered, and they started off with a single elimination bracket where the top 16 teams were then shortlisted. Now, from the top 16 stage, four teams are eliminated and 12 teams are seeded into the playoffs in this manner. So the top four seeded to round two upper bracket of the playoffs, they will be facing this double elimination bracket. The seeds 5 to 8, they qualify for round 1 of our bracket playoffs, and they will be facing the losers of the top 8 round. So if you guys saw the bracket earlier, you must have seen a bunch of teams on the extreme left hand side. Those are the teams that will be
Mm.
playing today. The teams that lose fall down into the lower bracket. The teams that proceed ahead will be facing the teams who were seated higher than them. Teams like Global Esports, Samurai Esports, and
Yeah.
the other bigger names over there. So that's what it's like. So it's like a multi-stage tournament. Uh, if you lose, you have another chance to prove yourselves. If you win, you go up against bigger and stronger opponents. And after that, of course, you have a chance to win the lion's share of the massive $9,000 prize pool. Yeah, I guess this is
Absolutely.
it. It's time for us to start the game. Finally, it seems like all the players have connected, so let's just jump right into it.
Let's go. I mean, we're still gonna see the agent selection is sent as the first map which we have up front.
Mm-hmm. All right. It seems like the only agent that we hadn't seen so far was the controller from Team Chat 5, and it's gonna be the Omen as always. So the only agent that is different on both the teams is the Cypher and the Killjoy. It's the different Sentinels. That's the only thing that isn't the same over here. Other than that, the 4 agents on all these teams are pretty much the same. Right off the bat, we can see that Chat 5 is going for a fast mid push. They smoke off deep mid so that they can go from mid to B. The drone and everything will help them out, but this nade might just do
Ooh.
quite a lot of damage. And it does buy enough time for the players of Beyond Infinity to rotate over towards the side. So it's a standard B execute, 2 from B main, 3 from mid to B. And all the defenders are now trapped into the side, and Manfred
Wow.
gets deleted. Even Split and couldn't do much when there's like 5 people staring down at him. Marty does pick one off as they are trying to cross into the side, but it's still a man advantage for Chat 5.
Absolutely. There is a man advantage, but this is practically a 2v3 for them if they can get those kills on the Omen and the Raze. But right now, the retake seems to be very difficult. The post-plant positions look very promising for Team the Chat 5.
Yeah, Beyond Infinity don't even have a Sova that gives them a little bit more information as to where these players are. But hopefully the players must have relayed the information of the fact that the Raze and the Omen are low. And as I say that, the Omen does get taken down. And now there are multiple people back in the side. They can all get cornered over here. No, he goes for the reload at the worst possible time. But MJ does his best. Beyond Infinity will be successful in retaking the site. They can get the defuse as well. And the first round goes to them. So, good job by Chat 5 to get into the side, but they couldn't really hold off of the retake. That's okay, probably because they were already low on HP and they did not have too many post-spawn positions to play with. So Beyond Infinity walk away with the first round.
Yeah, I mean, the entire round was probably divided into 3 halves. The first half where the first part where B1 Esports they used a very good grenade to shut down the aggression from the Chat 5 down mid, but then the recovery from Chat 5 getting into sight was brilliant as well, and finally the retake from B1 Esports. It was the cherry on top of the cake again.
It's a weirdly placed smoke. That's alright though. They're still not gonna push through it. Chat 5 are gonna take their sweet time. The drone might just tag up a couple of people, and yeah, the tag people do hide so that they don't get spammed through the smoke. But the Chat 5 players have now started sneaking up on a catwalk. Nades exchanged in both the places, and of course it's gonna be the explosive split and kill. And he doubles up, shutting down everyone who's coming through a shot. His teammate does get picked off from A main though, but that's alright. They still have plenty of advantage, and the rotation's also here. The Omen and Reyna are both very low on HP, so this is pretty much a done and dusted round. Go for the ace, bro. Oh
no. That's sad. Manflame. He comes up with the Sova, gets a shock dart, and denies the ace to the Raze.
That's alright. I mean, he gets it with the shock dart, right? So that also is a pretty hilarious way to, hilarious way to kill your opponents. I guess if he killed that last opponent with any other weapon, Split Hand would have been really, but because it's with a shock dart, it probably won't be that mad. So hopefully their internal conflicts will be resolved, and Beyond Infinity will be just happy winning that round. Doesn't matter if they get the ace or not, as long as somebody's getting the kills. But they haven't upgraded the weapons. They're still holding on to Spectres, and at the Chat 5, these guys will now have better weaponry with Phantoms and Mantles. So can the Spectres still go up against them?
Interesting. At this point, it's a so slow start. They're still
Mm-hmm.
hunting B, getting some information. But I don't think this is going to be an execute. Sova still has a spike on him, so
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and even with the drone, they didn't spot anyone. All the players
yeah.
of Chad 5, these guys are taking their sweet time, but so are Beyond Infinity. They've got 3 people inside B now. One towards the market, who just fell back to its mid, and then 2 people inside the site. They're not even playing contact angles. They're just letting Beyond Infinity into the. I'm sorry, they're letting Chad 5 into the site if they do decide to come, and then they'll probably just defend from the backside area, which I am not fully in agreement with.
Mm-hmm.
It could be a little disastrous, but the Killjoy does get revealed. At least she
Yeah.
will put down her utility to slow them down a little bit, but here comes the execute.
Absolutely. And the Cypher is also trying to lurk from mid as well, so that can be a very good move. I don't think the B1 Esports is prepared for that. If Cypher gets some important kills, I guess he can shut down the entire round all by himself. 2 players going down in the CT region. I believe that this is going to be easy entry, but then Gunhawk takes on him, Jay.
Yeah, and
3v2. Not a lot of time left for them to plant the spike. Do they get the spike planted? I don't even think they can pick it up.
yeah, no, this is not happening. Beyond Infinity hold on to this round, even with their Spectres, and there's a little bit of trouble, but they get the kill nonetheless. They
Yeah.
upgrade their weapons as well. And hey, guess what? This setup from Beyond Infinity is actually working. I mean, most people, when they defend the side, they will have one player pray from the second lane, maybe someone in market, maybe someone playing CT on contact. But this time, the players of Beyond Infinity, they give up those areas of first contact and they just have both their players in the water. One inside the boathouse and one towards that little box on the corner. And I was kind of worried because it does give Chad 5 a lot more room to walk into. But if they can hold on to the side with this, then nothing like it. Beyond Infinity, they don't even upgrade their weapons and they get the round for free. So that means the economic ball is rolling heavily in their favor. And it might just even start snowballing if Chad 5 don't do anything about it.
Yeah. And I also love the composure from B1 Esports, honestly, because the team Chat 5, they start things off slow. They do not give any sort of information to team Beyond Infinity. And in those cases, most of the defensive teams would be like, they will try and push and pull from the A side, maybe where they had a Cypher in place to cut out the rotation, or a Rush coming in, which overlaps them. There was no mid aggression. They just held their ground and defended their sides. And that was the best thing about it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they didn't do too much to react to what Chad 5 was doing. And it's not like Chad 5 were doing any, 200 IQ play either. It was a standard B push with one guy lurking around mid. The mid lurk was a little late, but that's all right. The other 4 people had control of the side. At least they got into the button area where they were able to close down the door for market. But they then couldn't get into the site itself because there were 2 people who were playing from inside. And I guess that's the only thing that worked in their favor, because you see earlier Chad 5 used their Sova drone to scout out people and they did not see anything.
Yes.
And if they would have seen someone, then they probably could have, taken some steps against it. But they didn't see anyone. And they were just so confused, like, where are they? Is it an ace stack or what? But then they realized, oh, they're both in the site. So maybe now that they have this information, they can use it for the better in a buy round. But this again seems like a eco to me from Chat 5. They've upgraded the weapons slightly with sheriffs and better pistols and whatnot. But other than that, nothing much happening over here. In fact, even though they're on an eco, they aren't hitting one of these sides with all they've got. They're just taking their sweet time. We've got Cypher lurking on A main, 2 people trying to walk up the catwalk area. No smoke on mid, which means if Splitan decides to peek over here, he might be able to see some people cross, but they've already reached the catwalk, so now it's all coming down to Vasuli.
Ooh. Yeah. The only player who is going to hold down this army coming up front. Look at that. Look at that. The charge comes and Himje just walks on the side with the Sheriff. Crispy gets one onto Marty. This is going to open things up. One Vandal on board for Team Chat 5. The Satchel comes up. Manflame is flirting with him. But the Elder Flame is still going to deny some sort of peek coming in from Himje. At this point, I guess they have taken entry on the side, but Chat 5 is going down very quickly. Only one player survives. Roar is just going to get shut down. Eventually, B1 Esports, they couldn't keep it as clean as they would want it to. They dropped 2 weapons, but I believe it's a good attempt from Chat 5, getting 2 kills and damaging the economy a bit, denting it a bit.
Yeah, I think it's a win in my books for Chat 5. I mean, in a round where they weren't even supposed to get inside the site, they were able to get the spike down, get 2
Yep.
kills using nothing but their sheriffs, and those were some clean sheriff one-taps as well. So this is
Mm.
definitely going to boost their economy and their confidence going into the next round, which is a buy round for them. Unfortunately for them, Beyond Infinity also have the operator online, so they're going to have to be very careful and methodical when they go over here. I did not see any mid smoke from the Chat 5, which could pose problems to them if they try to go over this time. But oh my god, look at that. The big bad rocket launcher gets the Cypher. And unfortunately, there's not much that they can do to respond to it. In fact, they're going to go over towards the A side because they know that the operator is
Wow.
towards B. And Kapi pulls off a Reyna diff onto the defensive Reyna. They are planting it already. And they have good post plants. Oh wait, they don't have good post plants yet. They're still playing on the side. People falling back into the A main area. And now the retake begins.
Yeah, the retake. It's going to be a bit hard because they still have the operator on board. I think that the Raze needs to get some information before he can really take out the long area out of the equation. At this point, I guess Gunhawk and others, they'll try to barge in from doors. What's going to happen? The ultimate comes in from Sova. Manflame gets one on him, Jay.
Nice!
Roar takes on a Sova. If he gets Manflame as well, Kapi takes one down. This is a 1v3 B1. At this point, what does he do?
Ah, Gunhawk. I don't think there's much that he can do. He's just gonna have to fall back and hopefully save his gun. But yeah, at least they got 3 kills onto the players of Chat 5, so they don't walk away with too much weaponry in their hands. But great commitment by the Sova over there, using his Hunter's Fury to deny the retake. Good kill by Splitan as well, but it didn't really do much.
Yeah, true. Again, the entire round was based off of the fact that the Raze was in B and they just completely YOLO rushed in A. There was nothing, and the Reyna got some early kills as well. So those early frags coupled up with their good entry on the side kept them the round. Chat 5, they have something on board right now. They have a round for themselves. They have some sort of weaponry to work with. Crispy giving some sort of information outside B using the cam and destroying the turret. Most of them are trying to take mid control at this point, and this is something that which Chat 5 didn't really do at the up until now.
Yeah, that's a good observation. I mean, they don't have too much mid control either, but that's okay because Beyond Infinity aren't playing mid very heavily either. They just have the Raze, who I believe still has the operator in her hands. Does she? I don't know. They still have the economy for that. But it doesn't matter because she won't be able to do much. They've already smoked off the gardens area, but the smoke goes away. Now they're going to have to play contact on this one unless another dark cover is available for them. Oh, yes it is, but Himj uses his action to get inside the site. Marty does get the kill onto Crispy, but he doesn't know that the Raze is already underneath. Oh my god, they're using so much utility. Even the Hunter's Fury gets committed once again to get those kills. But Chad 5, they are losing all their players.
Beyond Infinity. They string together impressive kills, and now Blankface is just gonna get shot on the face split and is gonna convert the round for themselves. Get the 5th on board. Beyond Infinity is just being absolutely brilliant at this point. They are denying entry onto side. They are not giving any sort of information. Chat 5, all they have to do is YOLO rush, and that strategy, Crips, can work sometimes, and most of the times it's just facing a lot too many people up front.
Yeah, exactly. Your rushing is really not the way that I would go about this thing. Especially when the players of Beyond Infinity had so many ultimates, right? Even they had the Hunter's Fury available and they're using it every now and then. But take a look at the amount of ultimates that Chad 5 has right now. They have 4 ultimates available. They've got the Empress, the Showstopper, Neural Theft, and the From the Shadows. So they probably can combine all of them together to get something done. But it's an eco round for them. So will they commit it in this round or no? That Boombot might spot a couple of players because people of Chad 5 are sneaking in towards mid. Yep, he heard the guns being fired, so they know that there's at least one player inside this corner. That is going to be Himj. They spotted a couple of other players as well. A Cypher Cage will be committed to make sure that these guys can walk up towards Catwalk safely. But then every time that Chad 5 have tried to hit Catwalk, they have been largely unsuccessful. They get into the site, but after that they aren't really able to do much. Can they be successful this time around? Himj might just eat a shot out to the face. He's already very low on health. Walks away with a slither of HP. He's going to be lucky to survive that one. But Chat 5, after taking catwalk control, they're going back towards the mid area, and this time there are two players ready to take them on. It's Manflame and the Raze over here, and they're gonna line up for him. Nice little highlight reel, make it a triple. And it's just down to the Reyna. At least he has some weaponry to work with. Denies Manflame that 4th kill, but there's really not much that she can do when Split and peeks him. But wait, maybe I spoke too soon. Doesn't really heal, gets away with it. But now she's gonna have to face other players with full HP, and there's not much that Karpi can do at this point. 2 consolation frags, no round. Beyond Infinity looking more than comfortable right now because they keep on surviving with more than 3 or 4 players every now and then, which means their economy is gonna be pretty healthy.
Chat 5, they're actually poking at Beyond Infinity quite a lot. They are getting kills even in their eco rounds, but they aren't really being able to convert the round for themselves. The retakes from Beyond Infinity has been very, very good, especially, and also the fact that they are denying entry onto site is a very good addition to them as well. Now, 6-1 the scoreline. I believe this is the moment when Chat 5 really needs to string together some good rounds for themselves. They don't get many opportunities after this. I feel that if it is not this round, Beyond Infinite is just going to roll over the game and get too many rounds on board, which is going to be very difficult for Beyond Infinity next up, which is going to be very difficult for Chat 5 next up to come back.
Yeah. And with 4 ultimates and a good buy, they definitely can make something work. Standard trap fires to make sure there's no backstabs, but then let's be honest, Beyond Infinity have not been relying on backstabs. It seems like it's going to be a straight up 5-man A main rush. Nobody seems to be interested in going towards the mid area or come in from catwalk. So it's going to be a big fat rush in this place. I'm assuming the Raze will do something with the satchels and the showstopper because Himj has, had this showstopper for like 3 rounds now. Even the Empress on Reyna is available, so maybe they can utilize that. Throw in a From the Shadows to go in towards maybe the Heaven area or maybe towards Gardens just as a little bit of distraction and get your team a little bit more real estate. So that definitely could. I see that happening. But then if 3 people from Beyond Infinity are going to be on the A side, then this 5-man A main push seems difficult.
Yes, the read from Beyond Infinity is perfect. This is near perfect. They have 2 players lined up in mid. I believe Gunhawk is going to push in a little bit, get some more information that there is no one in mid. And look at that, the 3A stack. They've already taken down Karpi. Now that is 1 player off the board for Team Chat 5. What do they make out of it now? The Raze ultimate has to come in because otherwise this is going to be very difficult. Some sort of information with the boom bot, some information. Real Manflame gets 1. This is a 3v5. Chat 5 is just being broken apart right now. Vasuni's going to get the Cypher. Crispy is down as well. This came down like a house of cards, Crips. This was a very quick round. Again, the A stack not working for Chat 5. No mid control, no information gathering whatsoever. Just trying to get inside side, but not being able to break the defenses of Beyond Infinity. Now, they got 1 kill on board, but Blankface has so much work to do at this point.
Cover going out.
Puts up the smoke so that he can retrieve the spike. But if he gets taken down by a stray bullet over here, that will be so unfortunate. Yeah, the read from Beyond Infinity was really good, but maybe he can go towards the B side right now and go for the plant. No, he goes towards A main instead. There's a Raze right behind him. Splitand's about to kill him. He doesn't peek. All right. He was hoping that they would go towards the B side, After,
nobody has bought on to that idea.
Nobody. They know they're over here. Splitan heard that loud and clear. Poor guy.
Oh, no.
So this is like a double mind game that worked against him. See, if he teleported towards the B side right away, and the B side was clear, and it was clear in fact, he could have gotten at least the plant down. But he thought that, okay, if I go towards the B side, they will expect this. Let me go towards A main instead, and make them think that I'm going towards B. So that mind game did not really work, and it would have worked ideally if Splitan was not towards top mid. Because Splitan heard him teleport over there, all his tactics were just down the drain.
Yeah. This time around, I guess they will use the Sovike recon. Sorry, that was a drone.
Here comes the big bad showstopper, but he doesn't see anyone. The fuse might just run out without any kills, and nobody's revealing themselves. Yeah, there you go. The showstopper was pretty much useless, but hey, at least they got the spike down, so that's nice.
But yeah, they are on the economy, so the retake is not going to be very difficult for Team Beyond Infinity at this point. They are being revealed. They have the operator, so they can actually take out a main out of the equation. The boom bot going to reveal a little bit more information. Face, only one Vandal on board. I guess he has a job to take this out. Manflame turns him out, takes him down as well.
This is just so bad for the retake. That recon dot reveals too many players, and now these guys are just having a field day. Beyond Infinity rolling into the side and getting kills left, right, and center. But I think that Chad5 might have just done enough. And Manflame does get the kill, but it's not enough time for the defuse. They finally get this round in the bag. A mixed round for Chad5. They had a couple of sheriffs, a couple of weapons. They committed their ultimates as well, but they got the round in the end nonetheless. Yeah, it did become a little expensive when that recon dot was not broken, and it ended up revealing way too many players. We had Blankface dying because of wallbangs brought down to 1 HP. Even the nade kill from Split Hand was really good towards the generated area, but then Crispy did a good enough job of holding off the players and getting that round for his team. But I think that it's a little too late. Too little, too late. I mean, 7-2 is still a pretty impressive scoreline for Beyond Infinity.
Yeah, but again, they still have the room for a comeback. At this point, Chad Infinity, they might string together some performance split and taking a lot of damage. That is the operator being shut down a little bit. Hunter's Fury comes in. Will it connect? Yes, it will. Crispy gets taken down. So that is one player off the board. Again, split and connecting. Kapi getting the trade. Now comes the rocket launcher. It's going to clear out the first lane has been cleared out a bit. Blankface trading out. And Marty is already on the backstab. This is going to be very difficult for Blankface.
Poor guy always finds himself in such situations. He knows where the Sova is, but he doesn't know where the enemy Omen is. At least he has the spike on his back and a little bit of room to work with. But will he expect Marty to be over there? I don't think he will. But Marty doesn't have a line of sight on him. Oh no, he just slipped past. It's gonna be up to Manflame to make this work, and he does make it work.
Yeah, I mean, he was close to getting Manflame, but yeah, he was eventually shut down. 8-2 the scoreline, Chad5. They're slowly trickling down the pecking order right now. If they don't string together performance, which I've been talking about since the last 3 or 4 rounds, I guess this is already too late. I guess you're right, Cribs. They haven't shown promise of the fact that they can come back. The rounds aren't really that close apart from the ones that Chad5 did win.
Yeah.
Beyond Infinity has been beyond perfect at this point.
Oh yeah, that's true. Chad5 aren't doing much tactically. They're just grouping up towards one of these sites and hoping that it works. Which is basically a spray and pray kind of thing, but they need something more concrete than that. Drone to make sure that the teammates have a little bit of room to go with. Going in now. It's still an eco round, but they're gonna bulldoze through it nonetheless. And they're going through their own smokes. This could be disastrous. Why on earth would you do that? Wasuli gets a kill, falls back to safety, but Roar will take him off before he gets to a really good safe spot. Split Ando is still in a great position. The nade will force them back, and I have no idea why Chat5 decided to go towards Gardens. They could have easily gone towards the side. They smoked off that area so that they wouldn't have to fight over there. But now, they neither have the site, nor do they have the men, and they've been forced off the Gardens and the Catwalk area as well. So they can't even get into the site. That was a horrible decision by Chad5.
Yeah, now they're slowly creeping up towards mid, but then there is protection there as well beyond Infinity. They know that, yep, they've actually moved outside. They've moved outside garden area, so they only have one avenue to venture out, and they are taking the fight onto mid. Blankface will go up front, split, and it's just going to shut him down. One poor Reyna, who is still standing at this point. And I guess, the reload was at the bad moment, but Gunhawk was there.
Oh man, why would you do that, Chad5? They put down 2 smokes, which itself is a bad idea, right? They put down the Omen's dark cover. They put down the Cypher cage as well, which somewhat acts like a smoke. But then they walked through their own smoke to fight the Reyna, and they ended up losing so many lives. They did not even get to the site, and I don't even know why they did that. So that was a bad move. Hopefully they can recover in the last round. I mean, they need to recover. Otherwise, it's going to be too much for Chad5 to work with, and too little for them to work with in the next half. Beyond Infinity on the verge of reaching double digits.
Yeah, and I believe this is going to be the round where they reach double digits actually, because Chad5, even though they have some sort of buy coming up, but Beyond Infinity has been just so much better in terms of tactics. And the way they are preventing any sort of information, just look at that. Himj not getting anyone. He is not even peeking the right direction, but the KJ peeking slowly and then shutting them down with the swarm grenade. At this point, I guess they know that the KJ is holding out B side. They will try and not execute it.
Yeah, but they've already baited out one of our swarm grenades. And the turret is down, so they can make it work. And keep in mind that they still have 2 ultimates available. They just activated Empress. They can probably use the Hunter's Fury as well to clear out the most common angles on one of these sites and then execute it with full force. But time is of the essence over here. Only 40 seconds left, and Kapi, even though he was an Empress swarm, gets denied by Vasuli. If someone gets tagged up by this drone over here, there will be a big bad laser beam coming in their faces. But nobody gets revealed. The Hunter's Fury is still yet to be committed, and they're executing towards the B side without it. I am not fully in this favor. They push through their smoke, and Crispy does get the kill. Neural Theft will come through so that their positions are revealed, but the positions will not matter because the spike is in the open. Oh, Himj retrieves it. All right, then, that was nice.
Absolutely, that was nice.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't supposed to happen, but it happens nonetheless. The spike does get planted. Even the shock darts were committed by the SOA over there to deny the spike plant, but that's okay because they planted in a very unorthodox spot. But now, most of the players are very low on health. Crispy already on the verge of getting taken down, but Vasuli, as he was trying to take down Crispy, raw trade frags him. Here's Marty as well. He's prepared for this one. Chad 5 might just be able to pull this one off.
Yes, they will be able to pull this one off. Manflame. Does he have enough time to take 3 kills and get the defuse? I don't think so. At this point, most of them will try and rush in on him. I believe they know that they have the round in their pockets. Chad 5 getting the 3rd round on board. They have something to work with, and they are playing a little bit. They're playing a little bit.
Now he uses the Hunter's Fury. Yeah, take it home with you, bro. He had this Hunter's Fury available since what, 2-3 rounds? I don't know how many, but it has been in his pockets, just lying there. I just wish he used it sooner.
True, absolutely true. But Chat 5 get a 3rd round nonetheless, so they have something that they can make out of in their defensive rounds. At this point, I'm actually eager to see what Beyond Infinity bring on the team, because we've seen on defense they've been superior in terms of tactics, they've been superior in terms of their strategies. Now, when they are on attack, I believe we're going to see some fakes, we're going to see some lurks coming in. We didn't get to see a lot of lurks from Chat 5. We got to see some sort of cipher, preventing the backstabs and everything. But apart from that, there weren't really any sort of, they were not venturing out too much. They were just trying to stack up in single sides. But look at that. Some info gathering, some info shopping at this point, using the drone.
But the backstab's already here. We've already got 2 players pushing all the way out of A main into high mid. They might just be a little late, but the mid to B aggression is coming through. Now it's going to be up to the players inside to defend, but they won't be able to do so. Roar and Marty do get taken down at the end, but they already have this Himj coming in, so that means nobody can hide in B main. At least they have a little bit of hope to work with. You know, B main is one of the most difficult areas to clear off in a B retake. Now that they don't have to worry about that, they can actually just go for it. A little bit of tag coming onto Vasuli, but he doesn't flinch. He doesn't move at all. Still holding onto the side, and they got the numbers advantage, so they can just fight this one out. They don't even need to worry about any utility. Kapi delivering a lot of frags, but hold on, even Himj comes through. Split and with a great frag, will be able to take both of them down, and Beyond Infinity deny them everything.
This should have worked in for Chat 5. It was good. It was 2v1 for them, but eventually it was Splitan who was finally holding off. I mean, this is a very usual angle, honestly, but they didn't really check it. The jump peak and everything. A lot of tag being given by the KJ, but eventually it was Splitan who just delivered those frags and delivered the round towards them.
Hey, at least even in that 3 versus 5 situation, they boiled it down to a 1v2. Yeah, they lost that 1v2, but come on, they were never supposed to win that round in the first place.
Yeah. Again, Beyond Infinity, they have some sort of weaponry going on. Split and is just going to demolish 2 players right up front. There's going to be a YOLO rush coming in. Beyond Infinity doing what Chat 5 have been doing, but better. At this point, the plant is going to be easily successful. They have complete side control. 2 players just feeling the heat of Beyond Infinity at this point. Crispy having the Sheriff. Let's see what he can pull off. He needs a lot of one-taps at this point.
It's funny how the alarm bot gets triggered even through the doors.
Yeah,
but it's not going to do much. Split and almost getting that 4K, but Roar will still deny him. only to be taken down by Vasily later on. Beyond Infinity on the verge of getting match point.
Yeah, this has been a rather one-sided affair, Cribs. I mean, we've been hoping that Chat 5 can actually pull off and get warmed up and really come back into this game, but it has been Beyond Infinity since the start, and they've never really lost their footing from the gas.
Yeah, they refuse to take their foot off the gas pedal. They're just gonna stick to the metal, go all the way through. But will they be successful though? Chat 5 finally have a little bit of economy in their favor, so they do have better weaponry. But then we've seen this before. We've seen Beyond Infinity defeat Chat 5 even when they had better weaponry in the past. Manflame though will be seeing two players speaking at the same time. Goes behind the boxes. There's people over towards Hyman as well to help him out. The paranoia also comes through, and he knows that Himje is trapped in that corner. The shock dart might just do a lot, but Himje peeks at the right time, gets him dealt with. Copy helps him out as well, getting the frag onto Marty. And for now, Chat 5 are making this work. But while they are focusing too much on A main, they've lost control of A catwalk. And the two remaining players of Beyond Infinity have already made their way towards Gardens.
They have complete garden control at this point, and they've actually taken out they've taken that region out of the equation with the turret. Roar would not want to reveal his position at this point, but a backstab or somebody coming in from spawn is definitely not going to be there. 2 versus 4 for Team Beyond Infinity. What can they pull off?
Yeah,
They need to go for the kills.
And need to go for the spike as well. Yeah, but the spike is being heavily guarded. Pretty much all of Chat 5 are present over there.
Yeah.
The turret doesn't do much.
30 seconds left.
It just ends up revealing their position. Crispy peaks at the best possible time. Gunhawk down to 18 HP. Yeah. You just blow in his general direction and he will be down. Chat 5 managing to keep themselves alive for yet another round. But Beyond Infinity have plenty of rounds to work with. They have a lot of buffers, so they don't need to worry just yet.
They didn't really upgrade the weaponry as well in this one, so I guess they'll have a buy in the next round and they can come back stronger. Chat 5, in spite of their full buy, they lost 2 players. This is going to hurt them a little bit.
All right, so let's review what happened just now. We had Chat 5 push up A main, Beyond Infinity pushed up Catwalk in response. So they understand the push and pull dynamics. If they are losing control of one area, they take control of something else. They don't let Chat 5 get away with what they want. So they are still understanding the dynamics of that push and pull. But will they be able to understand that this impending A catwalk rush is on its way? They do spot out the players, so the drone is pretty impactful. Ruins their plans. Even the Lear is not going to do much because there's nobody playing a close angle. There's 2 players inside Gardens, 1 in Heaven. So if they do decide to hit the A side with all they've got, they will still be greeted with a lot of utility. And it's not like Chat 5 are keen on giving up this area. Beyond Infinity have to do something to bait out the utility.
Yeah, but at this point... Absolutely. At this point, I guess the Omen and the Sova have so much job to do because the site is wide open. Only 1 Omen in Heaven. Most of the players are huddling up outside Garden, so I believe their best bet now is to fall back because they can't get a lot out of this particular position. I feel they've been revealed. Roar still preventing himself from the urge of rushing in, just holding himself back, trying to go for the retake. Marty will get the spike planted.
Spike is down, but maybe this Hunter's Fury can stop them from coming in. They're trying to juke and jive, dodge those laser beams, and in that process, they end up losing their lives with the guns. Chat 5 making this one work, and Copy lands in front of Vasily.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. Beyond Infinity on the verge of making this one work, but they get it done nonetheless. The defenders will win. The Sova's Hunter's Fury did hold them back for a little bit, but the Chat 5 players came through nonetheless. And maybe it seems like these guys are better on the defense side. I mean, they are swinging rounds together. And even though they did not have too much to work with, they somehow won that round.
Absolutely, and the retake was proper. The retake was fine, honestly. Their aggression through main, the aggression through doors was perfect. And the way they shut down Vasily was even brilliant. But now they need to really couple on this, double down on these rounds, right, that they have. Beyond Infinity, they don't have a lot of weaponry at this point. Most of them are investing in pistols. So this is one opportunity that Chat 5 have. Copy already gets 1. The Pain Shield comes in, shuts down the aggression down B main. I believe the Chat 5 might actually go pushing in because they might get 2 more frags at this particular point. But
No. No, I don't think they will push. They have the man advantage. They have absolutely no reason to push right now. They've got everything they want. They have an advantage after such a long time. The ball is in Beyond Infinity's court, and they have no reason to make any moves. I think they will hold their ground. But I hope they don't hold the wrong ground. There's like 3 people on the A side right now,
Yeah,
which isn't really
yeah.
the place where they're attacking. Him, Jay, alone on the B side has a big responsibility right now. He hears the orb being used, so he's gonna beg for his team to come back in time, but they're not gonna come through. But it doesn't really matter. He still is good enough to take down 2 players.
Yes, Gunhawk is going to pick up the gun, but eventually Carp is going to shut him down. The trade comes in from Marty, but eventually he's going to fall as well. Defenders win this one, Chat 5. That was a good hold, honestly, but yeah. They could have, I mean, I thought that they could have got it clean if they pushed in, because the only reason why I mentioned about pushing in, because they had the gun advantage. But eventually it was a clean round for them.
I mean, why would you push when you have a man advantage?
Yeah, sure.
You only push
Absolutely.
for 2 reasons. Either to pick up a fight, or B, to gather some information. They don't need to pick up a fight because they already won their previous fight, and they have all the information necessary because of all this sound. So they had absolutely no reason to push. So good fundamentals over there by Chat 5, and it seems like these guys are really stringing rounds together in the defensive half. I wonder where this team was in the entirety of the first half. I mean, sure, these guys are good in their defense, but they don't have a lot of rounds to work with, and Beyond Infinity don't need too much.
Again, the combo, the drone as well as the boombot combo is going to give them some sort of information. The ultimate comes in early. Okay, split, and he rushes in, finds no one inside side whatsoever. Now this is going to give them complete side control. Will they get the plan though? Most of the players from the defensive side coming in through CT Beyond Infinity, they will take their close plan positions, but this is going to be tough to hold back. Crispy gets one, gets traded out eventually.
It's funny how Beyond Infinity had to use 3 ultimates to get into the B side, where there was absolutely no players of Chat 5 present.
Yes.
And now, before they can even plant the spike, the players of Chat 5 are pouring into the side and taking them down. But Manflame might just be able to pull this one off. He's got 3 kills already. The recon dot will reveal a couple players. He can spam them through the woodworks. Does damage them a little bit, but he can't go for the plant just now. If he tries to go for the plant, he will be cornered, and they will both rush him at the same time. He needs to equalize the situation, and he needs to do it in the next 20 seconds. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The decision is yet to be made, and Chat 5 are not moving in. And see, this is so disciplined by them. And he gets that kill. He needs to just find Omen. No, he cannot. A near perfect round by Manflame, getting quad kill. Could have been an ace if he turned around to face blank face in time, but it doesn't come through. But it's so funny, they had to use 3 ultimates. They used the showstopper, they used the lockdown, and the from the shadows to get into the B side. No players of Chat 5 are present over there, so those ultimates were basically useless. And then when Chat 5 came in for the retake, they had nothing to defend themselves with. Except their guns. I mean, they boiled it down to a 1v1, but in the end, Chat 5 still wins. And now Beyond Infinity don't have much to work with. This is probably the last of their buy. Is it even a buy? Do they even have weapons?
Need to find out, but in a parallel universe, that would have been an ace clash from Manflame, but that wasn't really the case here. At this point, B1 Esport, they're trying to rush up in mid and trying to get mid control, and they have mid control once again. Crispy has been completely shut down. Only one player in B. Blankface has so much work to do at this point. Will he even be on time? Oh my god, the Sova! He was the only one who was holding down the side, and he gets a triple frag. Will he get the 4th with the classic? Not as of yet. But eventually, reinforcements come in. He held the side just as long as it was necessary, and Blankface did the job rest up.
Wow, Roar with a stellar defense over there, a triple kill to shut them down as they try to move into the B site. Beyond Infinity didn't do too much this time around. Without the ultimates, it seems like their B execute isn't really of much use. They pushed through the dark cover, straight into the crosses of Roar, and they got taken down. They did manage to get towards the lane 2 area, but they forgot to clear the main part. The first lane itself was held down by Roar like an iron fortress, and they failed to break that fortress, and now Beyond Infinity are in trouble. They've run out of most of their money. They aren't winning any rounds. They have to take this tactical timeout to make sure that Chat 5 don't have a chance of catching up with them.
You know,
Keep in mind that
Go on.
they still just need like 2 rounds to win. That's it. Chat 5 need what? and 12. Chat 5 need 4. Beyond
Hmm.
Infinity need 2. So they need to make sure that they stop Chat 5's momentum somehow. And keep in mind that Chat 5 have been walking away with multiple players alive every now and then.
Yes.
So they only walked away with like what, one player remaining in the previous round where only Blackface was there. But then in this round, 3 players survived, which means that economy also starts to build up now. And keep in mind, Chat 5 have 3 ultimates, sorry, 4 ultimates online. One of them is the Hunter's Fury, which can be devastating. So they gotta be careful.
Absolutely. And what point I was trying to make is that even from a psychological perspective, Chat 5, they have the momentum on board. And B1
Yes.
Esports, after having won so many rounds, they have lost so many, they will start doubting themselves. And that is probably their worst enemy at this point.
Chat
How can
5
they
want-
overcome it? That is going to be the question. Yep.
They want to fight towards A main. We have the Reyna and the Raze peeking at the same time towards A main, and
Oh,
Kami does get the
no.
kill onto Vasuli. Marty cannot trade it out. So these guys will get away with murder. They've got the man advantage. They don't need to do anything now. And this is the one thing that's been working in Chat 5's favor again and again. They get the man advantage and they don't need to push anymore. Suddenly they can play passively and it won't bother them anymore.
Again, a sheriff guy coming in from B1. Man playing gets him with shot.
And that was amazing. Oh, and
Okay. Double up on that because the Motherboard is singing now. Blankface being shot down as well.
yeah,
Interesting.
2 kills with utility, 1 with shock dart, 1 with the boombot, and suddenly Chat 5, after having that man advantage, don't have it anymore. The Hunter's Fury will be committed, but it doesn't tag anyone. It's pretty much useless at this point, so that's an ultimate that doesn't give them too much utility. But at least it forces them off of the catwalk
30 seconds
into
left.
B main. Now they have the Cypher camera over here, but only 1 defender. Can they make this work? They don't have any smokes available, so Kapi can still make sure that they get the kills as they're trying to cross into lane 1. Crispy
Yeah.
also now flooding in. It seems like they will try to stop this plan before it can even happen, but it will go down nonetheless. 3 versus 3 available, but the Hunter's Fury will be committed to make sure that the players on CT side will be held back just a
Oh
little
no.
bit. Marty gets the kill onto Crispy, but this is a very strong crossfire between them now. And the recon dart is pretty much useless. It doesn't reveal anybody. But they are still holding this area down. Kapi, in the Empress form, has way too much to do.
Absolutely.
And they're not even peeking him. They're not giving him anything to work with. He knows where the Omen is, but as soon as he gets that, he will be traded off before he can dismiss back to safety.
And that is match point for Team Beyond Infinity. Once again, a comeback, which was brilliant. They didn't really have a full buy, but they improvised with the shock darts and the boombots. 2 important kills in a shot. And there you can see the B execute. It was near perfect. Beyond Infinity find form and find themselves back again. The timeout was perfect for them because they got to get back in their minds again and they didn't really get momentum. Take Chat 5 to a position where they can't beat them. At this point, they have match point. Only 1 more round to go for them to win this. And I believe they have what it takes to finish it off as quickly as possible.
Yeah, they don't want to drag it any longer. Beyond Infinity committing everything they've got to make sure that they don't have to deal with this stuff any longer.
Oh, no.
The dark cover makes sure that they don't have to worry about the players towards CT. Wasuli and Split and using their ultimates and their kills to get their way into the site. That recon dart will be broken instantly, but Marty does come back with 1 more. The Chad 5 are dropping like flies. There's only 2 players left. It's gonna be a big job to do for Himjay and Crispy. This 2 versus 5 is gonna be very difficult, especially when they don't have too much to work with. Maybe if they can get 1 kill, they can use the noodle theft to reveal the position of the other players. But even after they reveal it, what can they do?
It's too much to ask for at this point. And there is the Reyna coming in from Market as well. 1 player, but it is too much for him. Crispy gets 2. It is a 1v3 for him. It is too much to ask, but he can turn it into a legendary moment. He gets a 3, he gets a triple, but he will be revealed, but eventually it's going to be Marty who shuts him down. The immortal run couldn't really continue. Chat 5 was shut down completely. Beyond Infinity Crips, they were absolutely brilliant. There was that little moment where we doubted Beyond Infinity's capabilities, where we really thought the Chat 5 might have what it takes, but yeah, they got themselves back. They found themselves again. They reinvented themselves after the timeout, and they got the 2 rounds.
Yeah, that timeout was really essential for Beyond Infinity over there. I felt like it kind of halted the momentum of Chat 5. And let's be honest, they were on a heavy wave of momentum. They were just riding in hot. And if Chad 5 would have strung together just a couple more rounds in the first half, I believe that they could have made this comeback possible. Because let's be honest, they were much more stronger on the defense than they were on offense. So
Yeah.
if they did a little bit better in the first half, or maybe if they started on the defensive side, then they probably could have won this game. But a good game by them nonetheless. Great effort by Chad 5 to make a comeback. In the end, Beyond Infinity was the stronger team over here.
Absolutely. And we're going to see that. But we mentioned so much about tactics in the first half. But then next up, when it was the Chat 5's turn, they really returned the favor. They had what it takes to get those rounds for themselves. And to be honest, it was a very wholesome first map, honestly. It was a good start to the tournament, and it really set things up. I know what to expect right now. These players are really capable. And I'm expecting something of similar caliber next up as well.
Wholesome. Or do you mean hold some? Because these guys were holding way too much. Like, this is a trend by both the teams. Okay, I noticed this. They hold down mid, sneak up catwalk, have a player in A main or B main, no matter where they are going. If they're going up towards B main, then they will try to go from mid to B towards market. If they're going A main, they will try to sneak up catwalk. They hold for like 1 minute, and then they burst into the site. They burst into the site as soon as they have the recon darts available. But in that 1 minute of holding, none of the teams were able to gather a lot of information. Anytime the Sova used the drone or the recon dart, it didn't reveal too much. When it did reveal something, they did not act upon that information. And that's why, for both these teams on the offensive side, it turned into burst into the site simulation at 1 minute mark. And they both were just using the momentum to get inside. They did not have too much information to work with at the start. They were just hoping that they would be able to waltz in and get all the kills. Even the smokes were not very well timed by both the teams, so that's something to work with. And we saw both the teams commit similar mistakes while they were on their defense. So there's a little trend over there that these teams were replicating for each other. So yeah, maybe that's something that they need to work on as they move further into the tournament. And of course, they need to fix these mistakes if they want to stand a chance against the stronger teams of the tournament.
Interesting. We have the match highlights coming up very soon. So before that, Crips, I want to mention something about the first game that we saw. Do we have the match highlights? I guess we have the match highlights.
Yeah, we do. So either way, when the match highlights do begin, you can witness all those crazy frags and everything. But you had something to say, Salty. You can say it after you take your sip.
So basically, what you rightly mentioned, that the first 1 minute they were trying to hold, and in the last 30 seconds or 40 seconds, they're trying to push into side, right? But eventually B1, Beyond Infinity, I mean, I've been saying B1 right from the start. I believe that's because of fun, but either way, Beyond Infinity, they've been very good with their reads. Chat 5,
Yeah,
they were not that up to the mark. What do you say about that? I felt like that was one observation which I could bring up.
Yeah, that's true. They were slightly better with the reads, partially because their setups also were pretty passive. So even though they did not have too much information being gathered with the utility, they had their intuition in the right place. They had the gut feeling and they worked upon it. So it ended up working out for them. So good job by Beyond Infinity winning that first game. And there were so many instances where we saw both the teams on the defensive side do much better than they were on attack. And the ultimate usage by Beyond Infinity was so good in the first half, but it just wasn't on point in the second. We saw how there was this one round they had to use 3 ultimates to get into the site, and it did not really give them anything. So yeah, that's a trend that continued for both the teams over there.
Absolutely. Eco rounds have been fruitful for both the teams. I believe that they got a lot of kills from the eco rounds, but it's just in the buy rounds where one team that really is expected to perform underperforms, and that just kind of adds on to less rounds on board. Chat 5, they had a lot of opportunities, but they just could have doubled down on good rounds in their eco rounds and then got a buy round. They could have really equalized things up, but they couldn't really do it.
Yeah.
That was one round where Crisp really did a very fine job. But this one smoke and the garden push, Crips, you mentioned how bad it was. And even I had the
Yeah.
same feeling, right?
Yeah, I felt like that was unnecessary. I don't know what they were trying to do. Maybe they were hoping that they would just be able to challenge them and get a bunch of kills so that they would have a little easier time going into the site. But they could have just gone in, or if they wanted to fight, they could have used the Leer or something instead of using the dark cover and then pushing through it, which gives the opponent the advantage. Either way, a great first half by Beyond Infinity, and even better second half by Chad 5. If they just had a little more rounds to work with, I believe they could have made this one work. Because once Chad 5 started to roll the ball, it was just so good. And keep in mind that Chad 5 deserve credit for mounting that comeback because they lost the pistol round. And the round after that, they reached a point where they were trailing 11-3.
Yeah.
After that, they started mounting that massive comeback where these guys started to push A long every now and then. Beyond Infinity pushed Catwalk in return, but they were still able to deal with all that aggression. So in the defensive side, Chad 5 took the ball, in their own hands, and they started to push even when Beyond Infinity did not provoke them. So they took the matter into their own hands. They pushed when they wanted information. They picked up fights where they thought they would have an advantage, and they just made this work really, really well. Also, players from Chad 5 started stepping up
Yes.
in the second half.
Yes.
You just saw that double kill by Himj. Very soon, there's gonna be a nice triple kill by Raw as well.
Yes.
And blank face. In this situation, he stepped up, denied Man the ace. So yeah, him stepping up. Yeah, this is the triple kill that I was talking about. See,
Yes.
all the players of Chat 5 also started stepping up individually in the second half, which kind of gave them much more rounds than they were supposed to. And most of these step up rounds, quote unquote, were rounds where the player who got those multi kills was not supposed to get them. He just lined them up and Beyond Infinity whiffed.
Yes. True. This was one round where utilities really won things for Beyond Infinity. And again, like this was one place where we thought that Kapi on the Reyna Ultimate could actually do something on board, but nah, that was not really the case. And eventually, this was Beyond Infinity's game throughout. Sure, they lost the momentum for a couple of rounds in the middle, but then it was all about them. Tactically, in terms of the gunfights, everything has been brilliant. But you see, in terms of mechanical skills, in terms of raw aim power, in terms of raw gun power, I believe that both the teams are pretty much equal, right? And that is
That's true.
that is a good sign, honestly, because you can build up on the strategy, you can build up on a lot of things, but you have your mechanical skills, you have a good foundation to work with, which I obviously don't have, but that's fine.
Yeah, I think we cleared that out at the very start of the stream. Either way, Salty, we'll be discussing your mechanical skills later on. For now, we're gonna head to a break where we wait for the second game to start, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere, or actually, you can go and maybe restock up on your popcorn, maybe
Yeah.
get some juice. It is a hot day out here, even though it's raining. It's still pretty hot, so go get some snacks. We'll be back with the second game very, very shortly. You guys are watching the Valorant Pro Series, brought to you by AORUS and AMD. My name is Crips and Salty. With me, we'll be joining you for the second game soon. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Valorant Pro Series, brought to you by AORUS and AMD. My name is Cribs, and Salty is along with me. We're going to be taking you through the games today. We already have, put away the first game of the day, where Beyond Infinity won the game with a scoreline of 13-8 against their opponents, and they are through to the next game. The next game that we are going to be having right now is going to be Gunslingers versus Weird Esports. And I know that their name sounds weird, but I hope that their playstyle is also living up to their name. I hope they bamboozle their opponents.
I mean, I don't expect their playstyle to be weird, but I expect the playstyle to surprise us a little bit. I want to see something new because most of the teams, especially in the Indian circuit trips, they are sort of scared of experimenting with new agents. They have the default picks, they have most of the default lineup. So I want to see something new at this point, bring some spice, get some more interesting maps, get something like an icebox maybe, and go for tactical plays. Because right now, if you ask me, Crips, I feel like Icebox is probably the most important map in Valorant. Most of the professional games are played on this map, just for the kind of tactical balance it provides to both attackers and defenders.
Yeah, I'm just wondering with what face to tell you that we will be playing Ascent once again. So all your hopes of
Bye,
watching
guys.
Icebox,
Bye, guys.
yeah, all your hopes of watching a nice game of Icebox are out of the window. Another fact of the matter over here about the map pool is that we won't be having Breeze in this tournament. So that's another
Hmm.
cool map that is out of the context, out of the picture. So Ascent once again, I'm expecting something similar to happen. Teams picking up the standard
Mhm.
Sova controller, duelist, and one sentinel setup. I'm kind of expecting something like that to happen. Although if Weird Esports lives up to the name and comes up with a weird agent composition, I will be very happy.
True, true. The first game of Ascent, as we already discussed, was sort of very attacking. Players tried to hold themselves, and then there was all explosions left, right, and center. Do
Hmm.
you expect something different in the next one? Do you expect it to be more of info gathering and then executing their plans instead of trying to, huddle up outside side, waiting there, trying to probably wait for your opponent to move and then just try to YOLO rush?
I mean, I'm not against the whole holding pattern.
Mhm.
I just hope
Okay.
that you gather something out of it. You either gather information or you bait out the enemy utility. You can't just hold for no reason. There's got to be a point to
Yes.
something. There has to be a reason for everything. And I hope that these teams have the win conditions very clear so that even if they do hold, they know what to do when they are doing nothing.
Hmm.
As I mean, nothing. When I say doing nothing, I don't mean just stay there. You have to do some mind game or something or the other when you even when you're holding. Either way, we can take a look at the brackets right now. Weird Esports and Gunslingers is the match that is up next. The team that wins this will go to face Force One Esports in the upper bracket round two. The team that loses this will be facing the Chad 5 in the lower bracket, where they are at the risk of getting eliminated from the tournament.
I mean, interestingly enough, they're going to be playing a BO3 for the elimination match, so they have more
Mm.
opportunities there.
Mm-hmm.
But B1 Esports, they move up and they're going to be facing Team Fangs, and that match is going to be very interesting. But we have to talk about a showstopper, Godlike versus Team T69. The winner of that match is going to go face Global Esports. Now, that,
Mm.
according to me, looks like a final in itself, honestly, Grips.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. All these teams are just really, really overpowered. And Godlike T69, these guys have been in the upper echelons of Indian Valorant. And them facing each other right at the start kind of makes things difficult for whichever team is going up against them in the lower bracket. And
Hmm.
Global Esports facing one of these teams, it means that even Global Esports has their work cut out for them. So none of these teams are going to be having an easy time. But you know who else can have an easy time? It can be you. You guys can head over towards this website to participate in the AORUS AMD trivia. And if you win, you have a chance of getting Valorant points for $2,700. Now, that's a lot of dollars. That's a lot of Valorant points as well. So, if you want to participate, head over to the page or you can go click on the link in the description below.
Absolutely. It also ends by 1:10. So you got to rush because you don't have a lot of minutes left. I guess it's 15 minutes on the clock and you got to be
Hmm.
quick. You need to open up the website, answer those questions, submit your answers, and wait for the results. But Crips, again, something which I would like to mention that Godlike Esports recently had a very big revamp on their entire site.
Hmm.
They've got an Antidote, they've got in Heaven, they've got in Deathmaker, they've got in Rexy. The team honestly looks one-sided. That is like an all-star Indian team. Now, I want to see what happens when this team moves up and plays bigger, more professional matches. But now up front, we have Gunslingers versus Weird Esports, and we have Shroud on Weird Esports. And that's already pretty weird.
Yeah, weird Shroud 3K. All right then, we know who he looks up to.
He-Man, Sasmi,
Bro,
Stoned.
no, his PC.
Okay, I think I have a little bit of disappointing news for you fellas. Gunslingers apparently did not have their fifth player. Does that mean they're going to be playing a 4 versus 5 game? That seems very weird and very unfair. But yeah, it seems like Weird Esports is going to be playing one weird game and they are going to be very happy about it. Let's just take a look at the lineup so far. Even though they have 4 players, we got Slap Spear on Reyna, we have Kapumba
Yeah.
Kapumba on Astra, Spirit Killer on Killjoy, and then Scrim on Sage. It's funny how Scream, the actual Scream, plays Battle Sage in his matches, and then we have Scrim
Yes.
over here who's playing Sage as well. So good going over there by Gunslingers. They have some really cool names. And the same goes for Weird Esports as well. We have He-Man who hasn't picked his agent yet, but Shroud is going for the Killjoy. We have a Sova as well, and another controller on their side. But the whole 4 versus 5 concept seems kind of flawed to me. I hope they can still put up a fight.
I mean, when we used to play gully cricket Crips, if there was a man short in one team, we used to give them an extra batting, right?
That doesn't work over here. That doesn't
Oh,
work
it
over
doesn't.
here. You can probably get the Sage revives online again and again, but then it still is gonna take time for that ultimate to pop. I mean, the only thing working in their favor is that they'll get a little free armor in the pistol round and maybe
Yeah.
some extra resources every now and then. Maybe a little extra ultimate orb that you can use at the start of the round every time, but it's still pretty unfair. I mean,
Especially when they start on defense.
yes, especially when they start on defense. Like if they start on attack, they can still, rush one side as a 4-man squad or split push 2-2. But if you're starting on defense, what is the setup gonna look like? You're gonna have 2 on A, 2 on B, nobody on mid. And if you
They-
play one person on mid, you're gonna have to leave either the A or the B side short-handed. So them starting on the defense side, especially when they have a man disadvantage, is kinda yikes. It's a big yikes for me.
Yeah, true. And I guess what their plan looks like at this point is they can use a sage wall in a critical manner. They can probably try and wall off mid to try and uh, make the opponent think that all right, we can't go mid and we have to go sides. But then the wall does break off, ladies and gentlemen. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very weird spot for gunslingers, honestly, because and ironically, they are playing weird esports and they find themselves in a weird spot. It's not a coincidence. It's all the stars, but
The
eventually,
stars are aligning for them right now.
yeah, true. And again, I almost think that this match is almost decided. It shouldn't really be a very difficult one for weird esports, but still, we got to play through the game. We got to see new players, of course, new faces, and if they perform individually, I feel that they will find themselves in a bright spot in the upcoming Valorant future in future
Yeah.
tournaments.
Hey, no matter what happens, these guys are already heroes in my eyes. I mean, if you are having a man disadvantage right from the start, you might as well just forfeit the game. But these guys did not do it. They decided to
Yes.
still play the game. They're still gonna try their luck, and they will still put up a fight. And in my opinion, that is sportsmanship spirit at its finest. The never give up attitude. It is flowing through their blood, and I am so proud of them already.
Absolutely, Crips. And even that, I guess I would love to see these guys fight for fight for their rounds. I guess even if they get half the rounds which the opponent can get, I guess that is a win-win condition
It's
for
a
them
win.
because
Yeah.
absolutely, because they don't have a fifth man. They're starting on defense. Probably the opposition is going to pile onto them, but it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, they're playing the game. They're playing it fun. They're putting up a show for us, and I guess they deserve a lot of credit.
Yeah, they do. They definitely deserve a lot of credit. And while we are waiting, for the match to start, first of all, big hats off to them for still playing a 4 versus 5. If you guys ever find yourself at a disadvantage like that, maybe these products can save you. I'm not saying that they will help you win 4 versus 5 games, but hey, at least they will give you a little bit of an edge. The AORUS products, they are really good and maybe they can improve your gameplay. The B550 Pro Series motherboard goes really well with the PCIe Gen 4 processors and NVMe Gen 4 SSDs, and that combination is bound to make your PC ridiculously fast. And you know what goes well with a ridiculously fast PC? A good monitor that can keep up with those frames. A 170Hz monitor in the form of the M27Q monitor by Gigabyte. Put these two products together, hopefully you'll have a chance of outranking Salty.
Interesting. Interesting. Shouldn't really be the case. I mean, I have a poor rank, but I deserve diamond or something like that, you know. But either
Sure,
way, the game is sort of unfair towards me. I feel like it has a
sure,
personal grudge against me, but it doesn't
sure.
matter. It doesn't matter. The monitor. I mean, let's change the topic of conversation
Of
real
course
quick.
you want to.
The monitor has a refresh rate, ladies and gentlemen, of 0.5 ms. So you're going to see those opponents, you're going to see those heads crystal clear, but also a bit faster than your opponent. So you have the opportunity to click those heads a bit better. So definitely you can consider buying that MSI Q. No, MSI. Can you repeat
No,
the
no. It's M27Q monitor by Gigabyte.
M27Q? Pardon me for that.
Yeah. So keep in mind the names of the monitors, and hopefully you'll be able to check them out at the links in the description below. All of those products you can check them out. Also, keep in mind that there's still 14 minutes left. No, not 14. I think there's 9 minutes left now for the trivia. So while you're waiting for the match to start, you can go ahead, do those trivia questions, and then come back here in time with some popcorn to enjoy the match. And no matter what happens, keep in mind that one of the teams is playing a 4 versus 5 game. So cheer for them. They need all your love and support. And if these guys manage to win a 4 versus 5 game, which I don't think should be possible, if they manage to do it, then these guys are gonna be heroes. And I'm probably gonna just stand up in my chair and just clap for them. I'm gonna give them a standing ovation if they put up a good fight. Well, without further ado, let's just jump right into it.
Absolutely. We're going to jump into the game. The map is going to be Ascent once again. But, I mean, as the game progresses, as the game begins, you guys can also go and participate in the trivia contest that is there. We still have 19 seconds. This is a time trial for you. But right now, Weird Esports, they start on attack. Gunslingers, they start on defense. Their setup looks... the setup looks interesting at this point. Two players on A, and B is completely laden with utilities. So they're trying to give it up all on utilities and trying to find out where are the defaulting at this point.
Yeah, and they are getting the kills as well. Slap Spear picks off Weird Sammy, and he doubles up. He might just go for a third one. Put that man advantage away, because these guys are slapping everyone, and he's on a quad. The heal comes through. He might just be on the verge of an ace. And they've spotted out the last player. Go for it, Slap Spear. Show us what you've got. The Leer up in the sky, and Killjoy is just running away. Shroud, he does deny the ace, but the other players are gonna go right in, and even with the Mantis advantage, Gunslingers win the first round. Go, Gunslingers!
True, absolutely true. But again, most of the players from Weird Esports, they tried to venture out too much into mid, and without any sort of utilities in A shot, which kind of give Gunslingers, the Reyna from the Gunslingers, an open avenue to just get kills for himself. They have SMGs for themselves to work with. They have full shields as well. Gunslingers are putting it all in. This is big investment from them. They won the second round. They want to stack up as many rounds as they can, honestly, Chris.
Yeah. And Astra and Killjoy both putting up the utilities on B is gonna mean trouble for Weird Esports if they decide to go over there. Even the A long corridor has been walled off, so it's not like they can do much. So now all that Weird Esports can do is just clump up towards the A long corridor. Oh my goodness, Slapspear is so good with that ghost. deletes Stoned, which means Gunslingers now have no smokes left. And without smokes, attacking the A side can be a little difficult, especially when you've got a really strong player with a Spectre over here. Scrim gets the kill onto Shroud as well.
At this point, Gunslingers, they don't look weak by any means. They look very, very strong, especially Slap Spear. He's slapping them with those ghosts. But now most of Weird Esports, they're going to jump towards B side where they're going to face a flurry of utilities and a flurry of those pulls and KJ grenades. The alarm bot chase them. He's going to vulnerable them quite a bit, and he's going to pick up kills very easily. Spirit Killer gets 2 for himself as well. 1v4. Weird Esports. They don't have any sort of weapon. They don't have any weapon to work with. A classic and a pushover. Oh, that was Sheriff, and that was a one tap. This is a second one tap from Weird. God. Slap Spear. This is going to be a battle of pistols. Does he peek him at the right time? Yes, he does, and he gets a kill for himself as well. 2 rounds for Gunslingers, but they've dropped in a lot of weapons. But shouldn't really matter because that's going to be a wide round for them next up.
Yeah. I'm kind of scared of Slap Spear and his Ghost right now. The way he's getting those kills on mid every time. If he can keep up that consistency, it's going to mean a lot to Gunslingers. And if he can hold down mid all by himself, it's going to give a lot more room for his team as well. Because they can then focus on the other parts of the map. So really good stuff by Team Gunslingers over here. Putting up the first 2 rounds of the game. But now the actual game begins. Because Weird Esports are going to have their bye.
Again, an interesting setup from Gunslingers is the fact that they are using all the vulnerability utilities onto B, so they are focusing all their men on A side. Scrim is going to get one out of him, and he's going to fall back immediately. MF God, he's going to take some information, but entering onto side is going to be very big trouble. Gunslingers is doing a very good job. They've lost 1 man, but this is still a 3v4. Very doable for Gunslingers. And at this point, I guess Kapumba is on the verge of getting another one because Shroud didn't really reveal himself, but Kapumba has some idea where he is.
And he's going to duck right past Kapumba, so he can get in towards mid, but the turret will spot him out. And as he goes for the reload, Kapumba has spotted him.
Oh,
but
no.
Can he get that kill? Because if he tries to go for the peek, he will be double peeked by the players on B-Link as well. And he doesn't get that kill. Shroud 3k. Without losing any HP, will boil the situation back to a 2v4. But Spirit Kill is still here. And he's got his utility to help him out as well. So as soon as they drop into the side, they will be vulnerable. And he's holding the back alley over here. So they really have to be careful about checking this area. MF God does get the kill onto him, but they still have to deal with Scrim, who's been looking really hot so far. Nice headshot onto Shroud. So that's the lurker dealt with. Now the rest 3 players are on the side, and guess what, he even has his heal available, so he can probably get 1 kill, heal himself, come back to fight them. I just hope that Weird Esports don't offer him individual 1v1 fights. The first 1v1 offered by the Phoenix, the Sova Recon Dart will reveal his position as well, and he's hiding in this corner so that he doesn't get spammed through the woodworks. Really good angle.
Wow.
And a nice shot as well. He can now go heal himself. Easy for him, isolating these fights, but the Phoenix, he still thinks that he's inside the backside, but they've moved away. Capios will finally deal with him. But Weird Esports lost 3 players in that process, and that too, one of those players they lost in a fight against a Spectre. So they shouldn't be feeling too comfortable right now because the economy is still not going to favor Weird Esports. And Gunslingers almost always will have an economic advantage because they are lacking 1 player. So the game is, you know, it's intuitive that way that it gives you the economic advantage if you have 4 players.
Yeah. True. This kill was actually pretty important for Shroud 3k. The fact that he got the mid control after getting the kill for himself was really important, but Scrim did a fantastic job isolating these players 1 by 1. And I also love the fact that Gunslingers, all of these players, they have their jerseys on.
Yeah, that's what I was going to point out. They seem to be a team that has much bigger goals in sight, especially when they've got jerseys for themselves. I don't think the players of Weird Esports have something like that. They're just sitting in their regular clothes at this point. But that doesn't really matter because the fights have already broken out towards the B side. MF God desperately trying to make his way back to safety. Doesn't get punished. So he does get away with murder and still a 4v3. But more Astral Unity is being placed so that they can hold them back. But they're going to get into the site nonetheless. They have a player inside the city base already, and Slap Spear gets challenged by SamZF. Kapumba tries to come in through the smoke, but it fades as soon as he was trying to pick up a fight, and Capios will be able to put some bullets in his body. Weird Esports putting up the second round as well.
Interestingly, Slapspear had the Sheriff on hand. I don't know if it was economy or if it was something else. I mean, we've seen him being really good on the pistols. Even with the Sheriff, he got a kill for himself with the one tap. But if he gets a Vandal or something like that, I believe he's going to be much more potent. It'll be interesting when they get a full buy round on both sides and what happens after that. But this is pretty much a similar setup from Gunslingers. They're not changing things. They're not experimenting a lot. It's just weird esports, and Sasmi has been very good. Kapumba gets one onto He-Man.
Yeah, really good kill over there. They got the duelist. They spotted out the Reyna over here, and she's gonna put down the Leo so that she can fall back to safety. Has the help of Scrim over there as well, but Kapumba delivers yet again, and he might just go for a third. They cannot trade him out. They just cannot do it, and Gunslingers have been stepping up individually to deal with weird esports in such a very good fashion. Finally, they're gonna use their only option. They're gonna commit the lockdown towards the B side, but that's not gonna discourage the players of Gunslingers to fall back. Spirit Killer still over here, deciding to fight. Even though the lockdown doesn't really do anything, Spirit Killer will do a lot. And these guys, they don't lose a single player. It's a flawless round for Team Gunslingers. They're doing so much. Kapumba with the triple, then Spirit Killer with the double. Weird esports just do not have the firepower to deal with them.
True. I mean, Kapumba got the 3 kill. That's fine. I felt like Weird Esports kind of whiffed a little bit, but Spirit Killer, he was unfazed by that ultimate. He just stood inside that lockdown and finished them one by one. That was so brilliant for me to watch. Gunslingers, they look very strong already. Weird Esports, they're trying to take mid control, but they're facing a very tough opponent in the face of Kapumba. They need to find a way to deal with this guy.
A shot aggression in the works. They've got only one player on A main so far, so this zone is gonna have to provide a lot of value. But
oh no,
Team Flash, seriously? That's all right. At least they don't get punished. The door will be Scrim doesn't get in time. He tried to put that door down and hopefully stop the assault from Weird Esports, but he just couldn't fall back in time, and even Slapspear couldn't get the trades. Kapumba deals with the lurker in the form of the jet, but that's all right. But it's still a 2v4. Kapumba, they're feeding into him. They're giving him so many kills, and Capios ends up giving up his life. Oh, they almost lost him once again, but they still have a 2 versus 3 situation on their hands. They put down the smoke towards A main so that they don't have to deal with the other players, but they jump right into the closet of MF God. Spirit Killer gets the trade, but now he has to find the other players. Luckily, he looks away in time so that Sammy F can get that kill. But still, I have to say, Gunslingers on 3-3, this is much better than I expected.
Yep, but Weird Esports, they utilize or they capitalize on what Gunslingers miss, and that is an additional player. They know for a fact that they won't be able to enter through B main or A main because one is walled off and one is laden with utilities. They're trying to get mid control and then proceed towards A shot and trying to get garden control, which is a very, very wise move, honestly, because Scrim, after putting up that wall, is wide open. There is no protection for him from Heaven's area or from garden, so that was a very wise move from Weird Esports. Now we need to see what they can get for themselves. Interesting ultimate.
Run it back being committed by Weird Esports. They're gonna use it towards A main. Unfortunately, all these low orbs will prevent them from coming into the site, and the bomb will be planted, but hold on. There's only one player planting the spike. Everyone else is still towards A main, so these guys are not committing their men. Finally, the lockdown will be put down as well, but immediately Hunter's Fury comes out to deal with the lockdown. Even an Omen teleports towards Heaven, but he will be dealt with immediately. And wait, MF God does not just destroy the lockdown, but also gets the kill onto the Killjoy. Scrim now getting the trade onto Kapumba. He will revive his teammate as a bait, but the Cosmic Divide might just make things a little easier, forcing them to come in from A main, and they do win the frags. MF God and Capio save the day for the team.
Yeah, I guess the bait revive was there. The idea was there, but there's just too many players for the Sage to deal with, and he couldn't really do it. Scrim did try hard, but that was not enough. Got 1 kill for himself, but not many more. Weird Esports with 4 rounds on board. I guess they're looking strong right now. They've figured out how to crack open Gunslingers. Initially, the setup looked very fine, but Gunslingers, the man disadvantage is really not working for them. They need to find out a new strategy, probably to try and outsmart Wade Esports. Again, a mid rush or mid control. They'll try and take this mid control, and Kapumba is already down. This is exactly what they wanted, and even Sage is gonna get down Scrim. Both Scrim as well as Kapumba out. This is wide open for Weird Esports. 1v5 for the KJ.
Already on the backstab, but it doesn't really help her a lot. So here's how they got that kill onto Kapumba. They put down that recon dart, revealed his position, shot him down through the wall. They say tried to save him, but she really couldn't do much, especially when there's so many flashes and people peeking out at the same time. Spirit Killer probably can't do much when he's up against a Vandal like that, but it's okay because Gunslingers, they were on an eco anyway. So them losing this round doesn't really, change anything for them. In fact, if anything, it's better. Because now they know that whenever Weird Esports try to go for a mid push, there won't be anybody watching a main, right? Because Spirit Killer was able to get all the way over there. So they got this information in the eco round. Maybe they can use it in the buy round.
Yeah, but right now, I guess Kapumba is going to focus all his attention onto mid because their mid control is very good. Weird Esports have been using it perfectly, trying to get into different sides, trying to use A shot, execute, trying to go to B. So it's going to be very important for them to guard the mid avenue as well.
Yeah, this could be essential. I don't know why they committed to the drones so early, especially when nobody can follow up on the back of it. They haven't even broken the barrier orb. So that's a little mistake from Weird Esports, but that's all right because they make up for it by getting the kill onto Slap Spear. And this was towards the catwalk. So that means the A aggression will be even easier for Weird Esports now because they don't have to deal with Gunslinger, who's been phenomenal from... I'm sorry, they don't have to deal with Slap Spear. So they don't have to deal with this guy who has been a phenomenal defender towards A. In fact, after getting a pick onto A main, they're going to go towards the B side. But there's too many swarm grenades to deal with. He-Man does dash into the side, but his teammates can't follow up on the back of it. They're going to go for the spike plant. It's still a 3v5, so they can make this possible if they just don't commit too many people and don't lose out people as they're overextending. But, the trades come through for Weird Esports. 2 versus 5. Definitely doable. But here comes SamSmieF, and he's trying to over-aggress. He doesn't get punished for it. Gets away with murder. Kapumba finally does get him. A double for him. He-Man shuts him down before he can do too much damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that they got the kill onto Slap Spear on A shot and they pushed towards B, I guess Team Gunslingers didn't really read onto that. You mentioned how it was easier for them to try and attack A, but they kind of switched things up and tried to go B, and that sort of couldn't really... I guess Spirit Killer wasn't able to catch up onto that. So the utilities were deployed a bit late, and that allowed entry onto side Weird Esports. They find themselves in a good position, honestly. Slap Spear was very effective in the earlier rounds, but hasn't been able to double up on it ever since then. And that is one of the reasons why I feel Gunslingers are sort of struggling at this point, but 3-6 is not a bad score, Crips, for a 4v5.
Commits the run it back, gets a kill. Even though all the barrier orbs and slow orbs are put down to slow him down, it doesn't really help. It doesn't really help Gunslingers. They still lose their Astra. It's still a 3v5, and Spirit Killer gets taken down as Capios deletes the Lurker. Spirit Killer moved it all the way from high mid towards a main starting area, so he was dealt with by the Lurker, and SamSmieF with a triple kill for himself, destroying most of Gunslingers all by himself. Weird Esports are starting to find their groove. There was a time when Gunslingers were tried 3-3, but now it seems like Weird Esports are taking up all the advantage.
And a lot of that trade goes to SamSmieF, honestly, because this guy has been ruthless. We saw Slap Spear was doing that in the first 2 rounds, but right now it's all about SamSmieF. He's getting those, connecting those one taps ever since, and he's been clearing out some very important corners and opening spaces for his team.
Yeah, and honestly, space is all you need. I mean, given that you are facing only 4 men, you will have plenty of space, but the way they're using the Sova drone to clear out the winery area is actually pretty impressive. Oh no, Slap Spear gets killed by SamSmieF again. This is like the 3rd time he's lost that duel, so something has to be done. Something needs to be done to make sure that SamSmieF doesn't get away with murder too much. He's the only guy who's coming up towards B right now. Most of his team is already inside. They already committed the Dark Shadow to make sure that the Omen gets into the B side, but the spike isn't here yet, so maybe they can still stop him. And Spirit Killer peeks out of the dark cover to get a triple! Oh my goodness, somebody stop this man! Finally, Shroud 3K does get the better of him because he was already in the side, but he's done his job. He's turned it into a 2v2. I feel like he did his job more than well enough, and he set his team up for success.
Absolutely, absolutely. This is a 2v2 for Gunslingers right now, and I guess this is very doable. Scrim takes some damage, He-Man falls back as well. The Cosmic Divide, it takes away Boathouse out of the equation, so most of the players has to be on side. Sage goes down, He-Man gets the important frag. Kapumba, the responsibility lies on his shoulders. 1v2 for him. All the utilities in the world to try and stop him. This man will try and go for the stun. What will the second gun, maybe? He gets one. Will he get the second one? I believe he has. This is through the game. Oh, the fuse will become two as well. This is insane, Team Gunslingers. I absolutely love you.
I love these guys too. Man, they're overcoming the odds. Impossible odds. A 2 versus 4 retake. First, that beautiful triple kill by the Killjoy to decimate everyone on the side. She peeks out through the dark cover, single-handedly grants her team the 2 versus 2. And then we have Scrim, who destroys the lockdown, figures out that there's many people in the boathouse. Then what happens? The Astral Divide comes through, forcing the people to play from the side, from the green boxes. And the well-timed Nova Pulse stuns both of them, enables Kapuma to get that double kill. And what a methodical retake by Gunslingers. This is beautiful.
I have never seen an Astral play like that, honestly, Cribs, because I mean, the well-timed Cosmic Divide and the stun, he knew that they are going to be hiding behind the green boxes. He knew he's going to channelize his aggression through second lane. It was so perfectly timed, but Kapumba has been taken off the equation right now. He-Man is following the drone right now. He has all the lead that he needs in the world. He can actually dash and take out the stage, but eventually he's not going to do that. It is still doable for Gunslingers. Eventually, Spirit Killer goes down as well. Slap Spear. He needs to channelize his aggression at this point. He's already in B, but there is no one. Honestly, this is going to be an A execute. The plant is going to come through as well. And a 2 versus 3 retake. I mean, most of the times Gunslingers have been finding themselves in retake situations. That was a bit weird.
Yeah. But look at how much time Capios is buying for his team. Like, him lurking around mid kept both those players busy on mid.
Yes.
It kept them towards market rather than, you know, coming towards the A side right off the bat. And now he's got his ultimate ready, so maybe he'll revive and they'll go for the retake. But in this process, they've lost too much time already.
I don't think they have the time. I guess they will save up the guns for a better economy next up. Or Scrim is even committing to the side, so I don't really understand what they're trying to do. One player is saving, the rest of the players are going through. They got a kill for themselves. Okay, so they get 2 kills. They will try. This was the final round already. They are going to go on split, so either way. I didn't really read onto that, but yeah.
Yeah, no wonder you're still silver. Either way, they had to go for it. They went for the divide. I was afraid that they will lose too much time, and that's what happened. But hey, 4 rounds on the defense when you're playing a 4 versus 5 game, that is still pretty good, I would say.
But now things actually change because Gunslingers, they can use numbers in a way which they can profit from, because 2-2 on defense is a very difficult task, but now they can use all these 4 players on a single side and effectively use it as a 4v2 or 4v3, whatever it is.
Yeah, I feel like Gunslingers will probably have a much better time on the attacking side as compared to defense. I mean, keep in mind that these guys have some pretty sick game, and they've been winning these aim duels left, right, and center. And especially when they're on the attacking side, when they don't have to worry about leaving one area unattended or something like that, they can just use their forces and clump up, huddle up, hit one side with brute force. Or maybe they can take their sweet time. They can make weird esports over-rotate and pick them off one by one, which they've been pretty successful at so far. We've seen how good Slapspear is, especially when he has this ghost in his hands. Scrim delivers by getting the kill onto Sasmi towards Catwalk. So that's one player dealt with on the A side. They might just do something more towards B. They're going to have to deal with the swarm grenades of the Killjoy in order to make this work, but Shroud is playing in deep.
Yeah.
And it's not like they're trying to hide their presence towards the B side. That orb being taken, it does, you know, reveal their position quite a bit, but they're not committing towards the B side anymore. they're going towards Catwalk. And guess what? Slapspear is going to be the lurk over here. He hides from the recon dart. He's going to come in late and help his team out with some kills. But I believe Capios might have already heard them cross towards Catwalk.
30
And
seconds left.
it seems like Weird Esports now know that Gunslinger is going to hit the A site. It's going to be up to somehow Slapspear to make this lurk work.
Yes.
Delivering on the kills once again. Keep in mind that both the kills that Gunslingers have gotten have been on the back of Scrim, and now Spirit Killer delivers as well. He catches a very dumbfounded and very confused Sova off guard, and now it's just Shroud. All that utility on the B side is not going to help him now. And he even has to deal with the lurk. Slapspear is just firing bullets at the wall to deliberately reveal his position so that he can confuse Shroud even more. Shroud does get the kill onto him, but he still has a big job to do as he goes into this 1v3 retake.
I don't even think he's going to commit to the 1v3 retake because there is no way. He's just going to pick up his utility back and probably try and use them in the next round because at this point, this is almost impossible.
Maybe a few exit frags. 3 HP. There's not much he can do, but how is he not dead yet?
Yeah.
That's alright. Yeah, that's alright. I mean, if he died before the bomb exploded, he probably could have gotten a little bit more money. So, yeah, that's something to consider. And even Gunslingers didn't kill him before the spike went off. So they knew that they had to play with the economy of Weird Esports. And now that they have the pistol round in their favor, they can string together a couple more rounds because they will have more money, they will have more utility and better weaponry. Weird Esports not opting to buy over here, just going for sheriffs and cheap pistols. So this is going to be interesting.
Let's see what they actually do right now because most of Team Gunslingers, they've actually huddled up outside A. If they get this kill on a He-Man, then this can be very wide open because there is only one player in A shot. He-Man connecting that shot on his Scrim. Did take a lot of damage, but eventually it's just going to work. And Kapumba has a Bulldog, so this can really work well. Gunslingers, they have good guns online trips. And we have to remember the fact that they're going to have some sort of economic advantage because they don't have the fifth player. And that can be very crucial in the attacking rounds because they might not be the fifth player in attack, but they have good guns. So that is sort of a win condition for them.
We don't exactly got it a win condition, but yeah, it could be one of the things that they capitalize on. Spotted 2 players towards Catwalk so far, but they are still yet to discover the lurker who's already reached B link. Keep in mind that the Killjoy is already in B link and she can cause a lot of problems if they try to sneak up Catwalk right now. Spirit Killer not really hesitating revealing his position, and he's gonna fall back now, but the Killjoy isn't peeking. They walk into Catwalk and they are not aware of the fact that there's a player right behind them. Now that they have gotten this kill, they still don't get punished. This is so weird. They're gonna fight him nonetheless, and Shroud will be taken care of. This is just a bit too little, too late. There's very little time left, but I believe that they can still go for the spike plant without any problems. Capios, he goes in YOLO, denies the spike plant, but they all die in the end. So, yeah, Gunslinger still win the round.
Yep, they drop a few guns, but that shouldn't really be a problem because they still have the money. Yeah. 6 to 8, Gunslingers have put up a performance scripts, and I really love it. The fact that they are still sticking together and getting those impact frags which open up sights for them.
Yeah.
This is so good. And honestly, Kapumba, I mean, initially we thought that Slapspear is going to be the one who is going to lead things off for this team, but now it's Kapumba. Everyone is definitely stepping up, but Kapumba has been especially got my attention because this guy has done some amazing job in getting those impact frags. And especially with the Astral utility. I'm a big fan of the Astra and Agent. I use it myself, but this guy's doing it on another level.
The Dark Cover probably will not discourage them. They're looking to burst out of this side. That Lear is gonna blind at least one of these players, but there's a strong crossfire. We have Jet in the right corner. We have people right outside this area towards the left as well. So yeah, it's a strong crossfire between from the players of Weird Esports over here, but that swarm grenade also won't do much. Another Dark Curve committed. They're running out of time. At least Team Gunslingers are baiting out the utility for Weird Esports, so that's something that they're doing really well. And they haven't made too much noise as well, so if they play their time right, they might just bamboozle Weird Esports into thinking that they're going towards B. But now the burst comes through. They need to make sure that they take care of this crossfire. He-Man will be dealt with, but Sam CF follows up with another. Scrim does get the kill onto him in the end, but it's now a 2 versus 2 as Slapspear gets the kill onto Capios. This is a very doable round for Gunslingers right now. The door will be closed, which means they don't need to worry. The slow off will discourage any players from heaven from peeking, and they can safely plant the spike. But the door being broken is gonna make things a little awkward. They have to be very careful. That's why they're going for this weird plant at the back of generators. Both the players of Team Gunslingers are now going to be trapped in the site with no avenue of escape towards A main. They're going to have to play this very carefully and on the back of their trades. This recon dart needs to be broken immediately, otherwise somebody can get spammed. And yes, they do break the recon dart. They reveal Scrim's position and they double peek him in the end. And GSR still win this round. Gunslingers are so good. Weird Esports had 3 people stacked up on the site with 2 more rotations coming through immediately. But still, Gunslingers win. And they're almost caught up with Weird Esports now. This is great.
This is fabulous, honestly, Cribs. The way they broke out the crossfire that was set up between the Phoenix and the Jet was absolutely brilliant. I felt like they knew that there is a crossfire. They knew that they need to use in a lot of utilities, the Lear as well as the double peak coming through. They got the trades perfectly. They got the spams through the smokes perfectly. And then the smokes on Heaven and the perfect combination with the Sage. It was outright brilliant. Now they're trying to shift their focus towards B. And Shroud 3K, with an interesting weapon, he can actually demolish the opposition team if he can use it right. But they're not in with...
So here's the thing. He-Man, because he did not see anyone on A main, he thought he would be able to get a backstab in the works.
Yes.
But he was immediately deleted by Kapumba. And guess what? This is still pretty good. No, Sasmi, he missed this opportunity. You better fall back now because Kapumba is all healed up. And as he double peeks, as Sasmi peeks again, he thought he would be able to get the kill onto Kapumba, but then the rest of his team is also there to back him up. MF God finally delivers 1 kill with the Spectre, but it's still, with the Sheriff, but it's still a 3 versus 3. And this is very doable for Gunslingers once again. Keep in mind that every time that they've gone towards the A side, they have been very successful in planting the spike and holding off the retake, and Kapumba is proving it again and again. He gets the one guy who could have probably made this retake possible, the initiator in the form of Sova. Yeah, he's dead, and this is gonna make things so much harder. But no, Kapumba gets taken down by Shroud. He was trying to play cheekily around that door area, but he gets killed. That paranoia will discourage anyone from peeking, but Scrim on top of Heaven is still pretty good, and he might just get taken down by the turret. Scrim saves him the humiliation by putting a bullet in his brain himself.
True, absolutely true. But again, Kapumba getting the kill onto Jet was very important. Gunslingers, they've caught up to Weird Esports, 8-8. I mean, this does not look like a 4v5. This does not look like Gunslingers are weak by any means. Look at their kill spread out, 17, 15, 14, 12. Each and every one of these players are stepping up in their individual rounds. If it is Kapumba, it's Kapumba. If it is Krim, he is stepping up as well. Spirit Killer in some cases, Slapspear in some cases. Each and every one of these players have delivered. And that is the beauty of the game, honestly. Even if you have one player less, he can work it out with good team combination. Weird He-Man, he gets 2. Scream takes him out finally. I guess they will get the revive online. Oh my god, that was an interesting kill on Sam. He didn't really expect that, and now the revive comes in. Spirit Killer is back online. This is a 3v3 and this is very doable for Gunslingers.
Yeah, Assassin probably thought that the wall was put down there so that they could revive the player.
Yes.
But they peeked him, and now it's a 3v3 and make it a 2v3 as Slapspear delivers once again. The aggression from Weird Esports not panning out in their favor. They got the kills, but like I said, Gunslingers having that 6th man in the form of the Sage makes up for the man deficit that they have. Killjoy.
5th man in this case.
Yeah, 5th man. I mean, usually it would be a 6th man, right?
Yeah.
But he's still pretty good over here. Lockdown will make sure that nobody can cross, but the lack of smoke might just make things a little harder. Luckily for them, Shroud isn't peeking or holding that cross angle to deny anyone from getting into the lane 1, but he has bigger problems to deal with in the form of Slapspear. Wow. Can you believe it? Gunslingers are in the lead right now. And I kind of predicted this. I said that they would have a much easier time on the attacking side because they've been hitting their shots again and again.
Interestingly enough, the KG on Weird Esports he's had the lockdown for a very long time, but he hasn't been using it for a lot of rounds, especially in the ones where they are charging onto his sides. He hasn't been using it to probably slow down the attack or dish out the aggression. But right now, Gunslingers, they look very dominant at this point. In VAD Esports, they have no answers to the questions that these guys are posing in front of them.
Yeah, those are some really difficult questions. 10 marks if you answer them correctly, 20 marks if you clutch it out. 50 points for Gryffindor, for those of you who get the reference. Oh no, here comes another reference. A big bad laser being thrown out by MF God, but that will kind of reveal his position as he tries to cross. Slapspear could have taken him down, but no, he makes the escape. No problem, he's going to re-peek again, and this time Slapspear punishes him. Oh my god, don't tell me he can get the kill onto Sasmi. This is disgusting. Come on, how do you not get the trade? Slapspear is just so good. And it's not like he dismissed away, he just fought him. And he still can't get the trades. VAD Esports are losing these gunfights against Gunslingers, and they are living up to their name. No! He-Man also gets taken down as Kapumba has him in his crosshairs, and now they can highway into the A site. It is so good. Gunslingers are literally flawless. They don't even have a single player below 50 HP.
One enemy remaining.
True. And again, Shroud's 3K goes down. Only one player survives. Skybox. Or Kapoise. Or I'm gonna call him Stones.
Yeah, this is just a pub stomp at this moment.
Yes.
Doesn't matter what you call them, but Gunslingers are calling them prey because they are the predators right now. Pack of 4 predators hunting with all their senses. They might lack the 5th player, but they are using their 6th sense to get these kills.
Again, I mean, the sort of mid control they had in this round, Sasmi should have got that trade. Honestly, I felt like he went for a particular moment, but that's fine. I believe that isn't really his true form. He has shown us that he's pretty good with those guns and he's pretty good with those kills. So yeah, once VAD Esports probably catch back on in terms of their gunfights, I guess they are gonna get some more rounds for themselves. But right now, they need to survive this phase, honestly, because Gunslingers look absolutely dominant round.
Yeah, maybe this thing can work in their favor. He-Man and Sasmi have pushed up A main. If they hurry up, they might be able to get to high mid. But they are in trouble because the players of Gunslingers are coming back towards T-spawn and they will face each other right now at the lip of A main. Go over there, go right there. He-Man and these guys are prepared for these fights. A flash comes through, they will dodge it, but they don't peek on the back of it. But He-Man delivers with the Sheriff again and again. And he dinks Spirit Killer. Ah, this is just so good. He-Man finally stepping up for his team, destroying the aggression by Gunslingers. It wasn't even aggression, to be honest. VAD Esports have been pushing up A main every now and then, and this time it finally pays off. The last time they tried to do that, they lost their players. The Sage Revive came through, but Slapspear in his Empress form might just be able to change things around. They're gonna quadra peek him. It's not like they're offering him 1v1s, and this time they don't lose these battles. VAD Esports taking matters into their own hands. They realized that the Gunslingers were making too much noise towards the B side, and there's very little chance that there would be a lurker towards high mid or towards A main that can deal with this aggression. So they went for it, and they took the fights on their own terms. VAD Esports put up one more round on the board, but take a look at the scoreboard right now and see how many rounds Gunslingers have managed to string together. They still have the economy to buy again and again.
True. Absolutely true. And He-Man over there using his ultimate. He has the operator now, so that can actually add on to the troubles of VAD Esports. They are trying to huddle up outside A. It's going to be an interesting peak. Spirit Killer has to be very careful. He wastes a single moment in front of the entrance. He's going to get slapped by the operator.
Speaking of slapper, Slapspear looking towards B-Link. Hasn't spotted anyone out yet, but after Gunslingers made all this noise towards A main, they actually managed to draw the rotations of VAD Esports. Keep in mind that the Omen has already made his way towards the gardens area. Sova revealed his position with that recon dart, so Slapspear might just be able to sneak in.
Yeah.
He might just be able to get that kill as well. He's into the mid-market already, and nobody has spotted him so far. But if they continue going towards Catwalk, they will be greeted by He-Man and his operator. And yeah, the spike skills, all those lurks will not be useful right now. No! Slapspear can't get that done. Luckily, they will get the revive and they will retrieve the spike, but all their positions are revealed. They're all trapped towards the Catwalk area, and VAD Esports can start encircling them right now.
Slapspear had a very, very big responsibility on his shoulder, and he couldn't really deliver at that point because the Omen took him down. And even the operator kill was neutralized by the revive as well. So this is difficult for Team Gunslingers right now. They can't just go YOLO onto any single side because I believe Yeah, absolutely, because they have all those places defended well. Weird Esports, I guess this is going to be their round. They don't even have a lot of time available as well to get the spike planted. This is going to be Spirit Killer.
Player standing.
Nah.
Spike down A.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Weird Esports using the burnt ground approach. They deliberately led them into the site only to welcome them into their crossfires. I mean, it works. They have been losing these opening battles to gunslingers. They've been losing these duels. So they might as well just use their crossfires to take down the players of gunslingers. And why not? Weird Esports, they can make better crossfires because they have more men online. And if they keep offering up these fights to gunslingers and losing these fights, then all their man advantage will count for nothing. So Weird Esports finally identifying their win criteria.
I guess interestingly, Team Gunslingers have operated themselves now. I wonder who it is. Slow start, honestly, to be in this round. Nobody giving information. Even Slapspear is not peeking, but now they eventually will. He might come in front of He-Man, and yes, exactly. He-Man on the operator is going to take down this guy. The reveal is going to open things up. I guess Weird Esports know what they're trying to do right now. Gunslingers, their plans have been revealed almost. Spirit Clear trying to proceed inside. Sneaks past the entrance. And no one honestly knows that he is here, but eventually MF God is going to shut him down. Now Stone is just going to walk on the wall, but eventually he's going to get shut down. Scrim is there to shut him down eventually. He needs to heal himself up, and with Kapumba, he can pull off some interesting kill. Scrim gets the kill out of MF God as well. The operator is going to damage Kapumba, but they're still not proceeding. He-Man is going to slap the operator left, right, and center.
30 seconds left.
2 versus 3.
2v3.
Very little time left, very little HP left on the players of Team Gunslingers. Weird Esports seem to have this round in the bag. Now, keep in mind that Gunslingers haven't really fallen back from the B side. They are still committing to it. Very little time left. They go in for the plant. We have Kapumba trying to fight him, but He-Man deletes Scrim. Kapumba tries to go for the plant, but there's so many players around him, he can't even try to plant. He was just hoping that the fake plant would get one player out of their hiding holes and maybe he could get those kills, but nah, Weird Esports playing it perfectly. They're allowing Gunslingers into the sites only to then shut them down with the crossfires, and yeah, I don't think Gunslingers can find a solution to this.
As long as Slapspear doesn't give away his kills to He-Man.
Yeah, and like He-Man has been holding that, he's been holding those angles with the operator really well. He doesn't miss. And he doesn't even pick up those unnecessary fights. Like if he misses once, he's gonna fall back. He doesn't overcommit. The Cosmic Divide coming through, this is gonna make things a little easier because now Weird Esports, they don't have any line of sight onto the players of Gunslingers and they can walk into the site. But they put down the lockdown. They need to rush in and destroy this lockdown before it's too late. But now they're gonna go for the hold instead. The lockdown goes through. Oh no, Slapspear goes through the Cosmic Divide and tries to get the kill onto Stone. He is successful. Kapumba gets it as well. The Cosmic Divide has disappeared, but it doesn't matter because they now have the man advantage. And Slapspear, he's now turning into the lurker. He goes all the way into mid-market and his teammates are going to fall back from B main and go towards the A site. If Slapspear can get a kill onto the Jet over here in the form of He-Man, it will be amazing. Is He-Man aware about this? He kind of was. He looked in the general direction, but Slapspear denied him.
No.
But here comes Caspi. He doesn't have any backup though, so the trade coming through for Scrim will grant them access to the A site without any problems whatsoever.
This is one round which they desperately need, and I guess Shroud 3K, he has no idea that there is a Reyna who is waiting for him.
Oh, he knew.
Slapspear just whiffed for a moment. I guess he couldn't really connect the shot, but eventually this is still a 1v2. This is very doable for both Weird Esports as well as Gunslingers. He will be shut down eventually. Didn't really expect Scrim to be on top of the wall, but this is something which we've seen, honestly. Scrim using these walls to get into off angles and really get those kills, important frags, and convert rounds for his team.
Yeah. And that's the thing, right? Every time Gunslingers get an opening pick, they make sure that they convert those rounds. And these guys are stepping up so much. Take a look at the kills. 2 of their players above the 20 kill mark. Even Kabumba is on 19. So like 3 of their players are outscoring the players of Weird Esports, and Gunslingers are winning this game purely on the basis of their aim. And if they get that opening pick, they make sure that they capitalize on it. They make sure that they get into those uncomfortable positions from where they can pinch Weird Esports from multiple angles. This drone might just do a lot. Kabumba gets revealed. He needs to make sure that he doesn't get taken down through the smoke. And if he dodges the smoke, the shock darts will come through and they will take him down nonetheless. And this makes things so much more harder because without the Astra, without the smokes, they can't do much to block off lines of sight. But of course, Slapspear can do something. Scrim can try to go for the revive, but it will be very difficult. And MF God is aware about the fact that Slapspear has a lurk onto him already. Now, things get interesting. What do these guys do? They're deliberately revealing the position towards the B side, which is fine. But the spike is still on mid, and I have a feeling that Skrim really wants to go for the revive somehow. He's just waiting for Spirit Killer to get into position, and he might just be able to sneak right past him. How did they not know that he's here already? He sneaked all the way from B main, the revive comes through, and the only person who could have destroyed them will be taken down. MF God is dead. No, Kabumba can't get back to safety. Capios does boil it down, but hey, that's alright. They've got an enemy in the backlines. They need to deal with Spirit Killer, and while all of this is happening, Scrim can still make things happen, but no, Capios dealt with Spirit Killer. He had a lot of heavy lifting to do, but he will crumble under the weight. Now it's just Grim. He needs to win these 1v1s, but Sasmiev with another operator. Picked it up from his teammate's dead body, and they still have the economic advantage. Weird Esports on match point now. But hey, no matter what happens, I think Gunslingers can still hold their head up high. Even if they lose this match, I am still a fan. And they might not. They might not. This might just go into an overtime.
Yeah, right. I mean, Gunslingers, they can really string together performances. If Slapspear really kicks in those kills, they can go to overtime, and I believe they will have some sort of opportunity to get the win for themselves as well. But Weird Esports 12-11, this is extremely close, Crips. We thought that it will be heavily one-sided, but Gunslingers have really shocked us, honestly. Has shocked everyone.
Yeah. Hats off to them. I mean
imagine
no Cypher, but
had
if
they had the
I
fifth
would
player.
take it off for them. Yeah, if they had the 5th player, I think they would have been able to win very, very easily. They're putting up such a good fight against Weird Esports, especially when they're a man down. And they've been winning these duels every time. And I mean, take a look at what Weird Esports has to do to win. They have to give up the area just to retain the man advantage. They cannot offer these 1v1 duels to Gunslingers. They can't trade them out either. If they try to trade, Gunslingers still win those gunfights. So now all they have to do is just go for the burnt ground approach. They have to lure Gunslingers into their traps to make the crossfires work because they know they cannot win these gunfights. Finally, Slapspear does get taken down by Capios, but he falls back to safety. No trade for them. Gunslingers still at a man disadvantage.
Yeah. I guess they're going to try and push towards A right now. Oh my god, what was Sasmi doing over there? Kapumba and Spirit Killer, the tag team take 2 players down eventually. This is a 3v3 and should be easy for Gunslingers, honestly. But Capios again takes down Spirit Killer.
Yeah, no swarm grenades on that spike, which means that Weird Esports might just have a little easier time going into this retake. The swarm grenades should have delayed a lot, but that's alright. Weird Esports now putting down that smoke towards the A main area so that nobody can, you know, shoot them down and fall back. But nobody's playing over there. Both the players of Gunslingers playing on the side. One under Heaven, one towards Generator. This could be a great crossfire. The Paranoia comes through. Nobody really gets blind, and Kapumba still has his eyes open. Both these players delivered on their kills. It's now a 1v1. Weird MF God has only 1 bullet worth of HP, and Kapumba wins it, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into the first overtime of the tournament. And
look at these players rejoice. This is beautiful.
Yeah, look at the smile on their faces. It is so good. At this point, almost every player on Gunslingers is on the 20 kill mark. Amazing.
Truly amazing, honestly. But they move on to overtime. Again, they need to face their fears and defense. Now, this isn't going to be easy, Crips. Because Weird Esports, they're going to use their numbers again this time around. They are again will try to spread Gunslingers thin on probably one of the sides and try to rush. We need to find out what do they do.
Yeah, I mean, Gunslingers will struggle on the defensive side. I mean, that is what always happens. Even if it's a fair fight, even if it's a 4v4, the situation always favors the attack in a 4v4 situation. But now it's a 5v4. So Weird Esports definitely have a lot more advantage going into this half. Gunslingers can probably hit them back when they are on the attacking side, but then this cycle will keep on continuing.
Yes,
Weird Esports
exactly.
wins on defense, Gunslingers win on attack. Somebody needs to break the cycle, and to break the cycle, you need to step up individually. Now, Gunslingers have been stepping up. Almost every player has been stepping up individually, but Weird Esports also need to pull a rabbit out of the hat to complete the magic trick.
Yep, true. Again, I believe that has to be a single player. That probably will be Sasmi for me because he's been really getting those important frags. He-Man as well did show up in the final few rounds with the operator and got some important kills. I believe Sasmi is the one who has gone AFK, so
Is he?
yeah.
I mean, that will just
That-
make things even more fair, right? If Sasmi doesn't play, it will be a 4 versus 4. Then Gunslingers can probably start making a comeback. Hey, no matter what happens, I just want to say I'm just so proud of Gunslingers, and I hope to see more of them in future tournaments.
They
Like
will.
if they can do
They
this
have a
much
jersey.
damage, yeah, and of course they have a jersey and whatnot, but they don't have a man. They don't have a 5th man wearing that jersey. If Gunslingers loses right now, they will go to the lower bracket. And keep in mind that this Sri Lankan team has a lot to prove. I am so excited to see them again. And honestly, I'm just proud of them already. No matter what happens, they have my respect. They have everyone's respect.
True, but I mean, I don't really think that they're going to go towards lower brackets. They have what it takes to win this map.
Yeah, they probably do. They probably do. And look at all their players. I mean, if you look at their webcams, you will not see them panicking. In fact, they're pretty chill. I think they're already happy with whatever they've accomplished so far.
Yeah,
One
look
of
at the player
players even-
yawning.
Yeah, I saw that too. And yawns are contagious. So, I mean, he's like, come on, guys, let's get this done with. Let's get this over with. Indeed, let's get this over with. I don't know what's the hold up, why we aren't starting the overtime just yet, but we will be back at the game soon.
Yeah, I mean, Sasmi is yet to come back online. So the match, which was supposed to be a 4v5, is a 4v4 right now. Should be
Started!
even, but then
Started right now! Go for it, man! Anyway, just kidding. I mean, it would be a little weird if they started right now, but hey,
yeah.
this is Weird Esports, right? I mean, it's in the name. So might as well just live up to it.
Bot coming back. Bot
This can also kind of take away from Gunslingers' momentum. This can frustrate them a little bit and maybe lose their footing in this game, because I don't know, especially if you find yourself in a position where you have to wait for a player for a long time to come in the opposite team. As soon as things start, you would try and probably seek revenge for all the time that you wasted, and that's sort of a mentality which I would have. So I'm just
All right.
hmm.
Now that we have some time, let's just explore what has been working for both these teams. Gunslingers, really good aim. They've been able to open up mid every now and then, getting those picks on a shot, getting those picks on mid. And once they have this area in control, they leave one player over here, get the other guys to go towards one of these sites, get the plant. Once they get the plant down, Gunslingers have been pretty good in post-plant situations. But
Yes.
what they haven't been good in is on the defensive side. On the defense, if they win the duels, all well and good. But what Weird Esports has been doing on the attacking side is that they're taking things slow. And now that they realize that they can't offer these gunfights to Gunslingers, they're going to do their best to shut them out. Probably use their smokes to boil out some crucial positions so that they don't get taken down as they're approaching a site. And then probably burst into a site when they have lines of sight denied. So that's what Weird Esports could do. And you can see how they're playing. I believe it's still a 4 versus 4 because Sasmi is on the key spawn. He hasn't moved. I believe this might just be the first fair fight that Gunslingers get. And if that happens, I will be a happy man. But He-Man denies the kill. And he doubles up. No! It's all gone down the drain. Gunslingers had a 4 versus 4 in their hands, but He-Man turns things around and now they have the A side in control.
There is no one to defend it. Even the KJ is still tracking back, but he needs to do a lot of damage. He needs to take care of so many individual players right now. The Sova is going to reveal his position. There is a jet underneath him. This is going to be so difficult. Already tagged. 62 HP to work with. Slap Spear needs to come right now. He needs to save Spirit Killer from his maze at this point. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean,
doing too well.
11 HP. This was all He-Man and his brilliance with the gun, honestly. Those initial 2 frags on Kabumba as well as, I believe, on Scrim opened things up. There was no one left. A side was left naked. And they just walked onto side. While Spirit Killer and the Reyna just reached the side, they were already tagged. They were damaged heavily, and they had nothing to do at that point.
Yeah. And those kills were all contact kills. It's not like he had any help. The drone didn't do much to help him out. There were no flashes, no trade peaks. It was just him and his mouse vibing at the point as one.
Right here.
Those are the kind of entry frags that create impact for your team now. Weird Esports just need to win one more round. But Gunslingers on the attack. This could be yet another overtime. Weird Esports need to give up a lot of ground to Gunslingers if they want to keep their men online. Hopefully draw them into crossfires. They're already shutting down the mid door on the market area so that they don't have to worry about a mid to B aggression. He-Man can make things happen. Falls back to the site. Knows he doesn't want to play contact. He's probably going to use the help of his teammates to build some crossfires. And he does have Capios right next to him. Both of them holding gardens. But Gunslingers are making noise towards A main. They're not intending to go over there. One of the players on mid, one of the players towards B. This might just be a fake, but will Weird Esports buy the fake? I don't think so.
No, I mean, they've already prepared themselves. The KJ and the Sova are already hunting out outside in CT as well. So they're playing it deep. They're not giving in any sort of information. It is Team Gunslingers who are at this point desperate to move into side because they don't have a lot of time. 30 seconds to work with. At this point, Scream, he one-taps He-Man, and this kind of opened things up. A-side is naked at this point. Omen chasing behind, but Slap Spear, his positioning is going to be so crucial. He has spotted the Sova. Oh no, the shot down. Look at that. He's going to damage himself, but he gets a kill eventually. Oh my god. He's going to kill Sasmi as well. That poor person is AFK, bro. But Stone, he's going to get the kill on the Sage. Trying to fuse, but eventually didn't spot Kapumba? Interesting.
Yeah, that's alright. Scrim returned the favor to He-Man. In the previous round, He-Man was the guy who deleted two of the players of Gunslingers on a shot, and this time Scrim did the same thing. In the same way. Dry peeking and getting those kills. So really good job by Gunslingers getting yourself into another overtime. But how many more overtimes are we going to face? This doesn't get any better for Gunslingers. It's a 4 versus 4 and you need to make sure you get this game in the bag before Sasmi comes back online.
True. But again,
I thought I would be casting a 4v4 to be honest.
Scream again, holding it back. I guess they've been doing equally well with the 4-man opposition as well as with the 5-man opposition. We haven't really seen them being very comfortable on a 4-man opposition as of yet, so... But it's still a thing, right? It is easier for them on defense, at least a bit. They need to get one round on defense as long as it is a 4v4.
Yeah. And if Gunslingers can get this round on defense, I'm pretty sure they can win out the game. Because they almost always win the rounds on attacking side. So they just need to win this one crucial round. They're being very careful, very methodical. Weird Esports taking their time towards A main. All of them huddled outside. Nobody coming in from catwalk. Now, He-Man dashes in. He's going to plant the spike. The rest of his teammates will not come through. They're still going to stay inside A main. So that means they won't be losing too many players on the side. The 2 players who are in there, He-Man and Capios, are going to hold their angles. He-Man under the heaven area, Capios towards the generator. The remaining 2 players outside on A main. But luckily for Gunslingers, they can use the smokes of Astra to block out the players of A main. Then they only have to deal with Capios and He-Man. And they double peek Capios. One player dealt with. They're already tapping the bomb, hoping to draw them out. Oh, and he gets them through the smoke. Oh, he can't get that kill. Weird. He-Man and Shroud stepping up, but it's now down to Slap Spear. You must have a Reyna in a situation like this, but he runs out of HP, runs out of bullets, and out of time as well. Weird Esports get that round on the attacking side. And it's definitely going to be a little easier for them on defense. But no, wait. It won't be easier for them on defense. It's the 4v4. I keep forgetting that. But Sasmi's back. No, is he? No, he's not.
He's not back.
Yet. He's not back yet.
Yeah, he's still AFK at this point, but yeah, I mean, the fact that Gunslingers are struggling on that retake, which they were very good in the early stage of the match, just makes things a bit difficult. I guess this cycle is going to continue as long as it happens. Weird Esports, they're going to have one chance of closing things out, I believe. They will try and take this. They will try and hold on Gunslingers to a point where they have to rush in. They will try not give any sort of information, try to run down the clock. That is one thing which really sells, right, Shrips? I mean, you're giving no information, the opponent team panicking, the clock ticking, and suddenly you find yourself in a position where you don't have a lot of time. You do all the moves which you shouldn't have, and you're over.
Yeah, and that's kind of happening right now. There's only a minute left on the clock, and Gunslingers have no kills, no picks, no information. They don't even have a lot of map control. Most of them still outside of B main, which they would have been able to take nonetheless, and they don't even have any presence on mid. Meanwhile, Weird Esports, they're starting to flirt with the idea of pushing A main. He-Man now starting to peek. He doesn't see anyone, which should be a clear indication that Gunslingers are committing towards the B side. That's the cue for Shroud to get the rotations in on time. He's already got the Sova in place. The recon dart doesn't really reveal anybody, so that makes things even harder. But Spirit Killer getting that frag onto MF God might just make things a little easier. Slap Spear delivers as well as he gets the kill onto Capios, who was trying to lurk in from a shot. 2 kills in 2 different places. At this point, Gunslingers can split this whole side wide open. They only need to deal with Shroud, who's still inside the boathouse. If they deal with him, they will have the B side under control. But there's only 11 seconds left. All he needs to do is hold on. No! He could have waited for them to start planting, and then he could have peeked. That would have gotten them the round. And now it's a 1v4. Poor He-Man, he's delivered so much for his team. He's done so much heavy lifting.
You should run.
But this time, the weight is on him. The pressure is on. Even the lockdown has been committed to keep him off the site. It's a flawless win for Gunslingers. We are going to yet another overtime. A triple overtime game. Oh,
Overtime.
these guys must be exhausted by now. The mental fortitude it takes to keep up in a game like this is enormous.
Exactly. I would be spamming that draw on my keyboard after the 15th round, honestly. I mean, I would be screaming to my teammates, press draw, because I can't continue, but these guys are doing it.
Yeah,
and they're doing it
fabulous
fabulous.
in tournament mode. There's no such option in tournament mode. It's either lower bracket or it's win. There's no draw over here. The only draw factor over here is the fact that they are tied at 4v4, right? It's as good as it gets, and hey, never thought that I would be casting a 4 versus 4 Valorant game, but here we are. And Gunslingers yet again on the defense. They need to step up once again right now. They can't keep on going into overtime again and again like this.
True.
Oh,
my
the
God,
drone was a
He-Man.
bait. He-Man delivers on a shot once again. He's done this in the past. And he does it yet again. Weird Esports might be looking to put the final nail in the coffin. But Slap Spear kicks the lid of the coffin back, turns it into a 3v3. And says they're not getting buried yet.
True. But Capios is just holding his position. He's gonna get Slap Spear. And now the 3v3 is now a 3v2. Eventually they do have side control. Both players on Heaven. Should be an easy job for Weird Esports. Gunslingers trying all the spams, trying to clear out under Heavens. But they have too many angles to clear off, too many players to take care of. One player goes down. Kapumba is delivering. One smoke goes down. I guess this is going to be Spirit Killer. Oh my God, he won that shot 3k. And now he goes for the defuse. I guess it's going to bait out Capios. He goes in, gets kill for himself. The Astra has so much responsibility. He's still yet to find where Kapumba is. Completely blind out. Paranoid comes in. Capios with a 3k. This is insane. Weird Esports get the 15th round.
Switching sides. Match point.
No words at this point. Oh. What a great performance by He-Man. Time and time, getting that kill. Same place, every time. They need to do something about him. They need to stop him.
Yeah. Slap Spear is already on the 30 kill mark. 30 kills? I mean,
Triple
I can't
overtime?
Yeah, that too. But this is their opportunity. Weird esports. They can make use of it. Gunslingers, they are ruthless on attack. We've seen that. Oh, Spirit Killer through the walls gets Capios, but the trade is there for He-Man. He returns the favor. Scrim, he doesn't have the sixth man or the fifth man, ironically, alive at this point.
And you know what the most frustrating part is?
Mm-hmm.
This one AFK player staying on site is gonna reveal Slapseer's position every time. If
Are
he
you
wasn't
kidding?
there, he could have sneaked into heaven. He could have done so much more. But no, this guy acts like a live CCTV camera, and he reveals his position. And He-Man delivers again.
Mid.
He's been delivering on the A shot again, on the A shot data again and again. I mean, so far he's only been delivering on attack, but now he steps up even in defense, and this might just be the final nail in the coffin for Weird Esports. 1v2, and no better player to have alive than Slapspear. He can always heal himself, always dismiss back to safety. And guess what? Weird Esports don't have their players together. So if he can isolate these 1v1 fights, he might just be able to clutch this out for his team and drag ourselves into another overtime. But He-Man doesn't do much. His teammate is also available over here, so they might just double peek him at the same time. Slapsy is about to walk into a trap, reveals at the worst possible time, but doesn't get punished too much. Gets a kill, and he might just be able to do once more. 6 bullets, but not enough time. He needs to go for the kill right now. There's no way he can
10
plant the
seconds
spike.
left.
2 bullets left. Has to be a one tap. Can he deliver? No! He did so much. He lifted so much weight. Almost had the round in the bag, but at the end of the day, it is Weird Esports who come out on top. Oh my God. What did I just witness?
I don't even know how much he tagged the last player for. It was almost the kill. He couldn't really connect the head, but that was fine. I it's not elimination for gunslingers. They're going to find themselves another opportunity in the lower brackets. So we're going to see a good team. This was a 4v5, not a 5v5. So this is a good team that shouldn't have been eliminated, and they have another chance to prove themselves. But I like to see the Weird Esports is not bad either. I mean, He-Man and his team, they are pretty good, and they deserve the upper bracket qualification that they're getting.
Yeah, and the way He-Man stepped up in the last few rounds to deliver, that was brilliant. Like, so far, I mean, at least in the first 2 halves, in regulation, the narrative was that gunslingers have stronger aim, Weird Esports have more men. That's the battle. But then in overtime, when the battle boiled down to a 4v4, both the teams lacking a player, He-Man stepped up for his team and delivered time and time again on that place, on the catwalk area towards Gardens and towards A-Shot. He was getting frags left, right, and center every time, and he held that area down with everything he had, put up the walls, and he denied anyone from coming in. In fact, he even delivered on the attacking side, which he wasn't doing so before, but then he stepped up. So, lot of great individual performances, and this is probably the only game that we have seen so far where a 30 bomb was dropped, albeit it was in a triple overtime game. So, yeah, it kind of explains why somebody will be able to drop a 30 bomb, but man, what an intense game. My heart was just fluctuating from rapid fast beating to super slow suspense. It's just so good. These are the kind of games that I have been looking forward to, although I hope that I don't have to cast a 4v4 again. I hope it's a proper 5 versus 5 experience. Imagine if this thing happened in a 5v5 scenario with so many overtimes, this would have been the game to watch.
Absolutely. And even if this was a 4v4, this was the game to watch, honestly, because, ladies and gentlemen, if you've missed this game, you've missed a very good match. You have to go back and watch the highlights. You have to go back and watch the entire game, probably in real time. I mean, probably the entire stream, honestly, because there was not a single moment that you can miss, Crips. There were moments where individual players stepped up. And it was not a single player who was stepping up or doing a lot of good work. It was each and every single player. They had their rounds, and in those rounds, they were just flawless. They were unbeatable.
Yeah, at the end of the game, it just boiled down to individual performances and everyone delivered. So, really good job by both the teams over here. I take my hat off and bow down to these players. Like, you have my respect, sir. I hope to see you again in the lower bracket, and I hope I get to cast your games as well, because I just cannot get enough of Gunslingers. This Sri Lankan team has a lot of potential, and I hope that they go the distance in this tournament. I hope they have a deep run in the lower bracket.
True, absolutely true. This was one of the first overtime games. I mean, this was the second game in the tournament, but this was the first overtime game we saw. I wonder if the next games that we have, if we're going to see more overtimes to come as well, because we have a showstopper, ladies and gentlemen. We have Godlike versus Team D69. So if you want to see the match, we want to witness that match happen, you have to stick around.
Yeah, stick around till the end of the stream, ladies and gentlemen, because we have two amazing games in store for you. One of those games is going to be a showstopper, like Salty mentioned. So go ahead, grab your snacks, and get back here while we take a short break. We'll see you on the other side with the next game. Well, ladies and gentlemen, just to remind you, you guys are watching the Valorant Pro Series by AORUS and AMD. We just witnessed an amazing triple overtime game. I'm pretty sure that we have more amazing games in store for you, as well as one really good game in the form of Godlike versus T69, and another match with underdog teams as well. So make sure that you go get your snacks. Make sure that you're ready for the next few games, because we are going the distance. See you on the other side.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Pro Series Valorant by AORUS and AMD. My name is Salty and with me is Crips. We just saw some few amazing games. I mean, the second game was masterclass, honestly, Crips. That was Valorant masterclass right there. It was somewhat a 4v5, it was somewhat a 4v4, but that doesn't matter. The 8 players who played the game were phenomenal. And Crips, you have some words on it?
Yeah, I do. I love the way how these guys are adapting to each other, especially Weird Esports, how they realize that they can't fight these guys head to head. So they ended up using the burnt ground approach. They drew them in, gave up early map control, but then as they walked into the sides, Weird Esports held their crossfires really well and took down the players of Gunslingers as they ventured in. Although it did come at a cost. They had to give up mid control to some extent, but then they didn't completely give it up. They just fell back and they let them take a little bit more ground, only to deny it later on. So I love the way
Absolutely.
how Weird Esports adjusted to the playstyle of Gunslingers. And even Gunslingers, they did not change their approach in the second half or the first half anytime. They were just sticking to their guns because they know that it's going to work for them. They were confident in their abilities, they were confident in their aim, and they were hitting their shots again and again. So it was a very entertaining game for me to watch. And I'm pretty sure that the people who are making the highlight reels got way too much material from this particular game.
Absolutely. I was talking with a person from the production, and he just spammed the button right there.
Again and again,
But
yeah.
yeah. But next up, we have more interesting games, and just like I mentioned, we have a showstopper for the day, and that is going to be Godlike versus Team T69. That is, I'm very desperately waiting for this match to start. But what matchup do we have next? What do we have in store for the audience?
All right, let's take a look at that as we're going to be jumping into the schedule for the day. We'll also be taking a look at the brackets to see which team is where in the
Mm-hmm.
tournament and how much they've progressed. As you can see on your screen, we are done with the first two games. The next game is going to be Generation X Gamers versus Union Gaming. Now, I have seen glimpses of Union Gaming in other tournaments. I've seen them, seen their name. I haven't watched their performances too closely, but I have heard of this
Mm-hmm.
name before, so I'm kind of expecting good things from them. Generation X gamers, they also have their job cut out for them. Union Gaming, I believe, is somewhat the stronger team over here. At least, if not stronger, they have been a team which participates in tournaments more often than them. So they're gonna be having a pretty hard time dealing with them. And again, it's a best of one, so you got to put your best foot forward. I have a feeling that we will be heading towards some puggish map again, maybe like Ascent or Bind or Split once more.
Mm-hmm.
In the last map of Godlike versus D69, we might be seeing some tactically oriented map like Haven or maybe Icebox. But for the
Mm.
upcoming game, I predict that we will be seeing a more of a puggish map, maybe Ascent once again. If we see Ascent thrice in a row, that would be a hat trick. And honestly, I don't know how to feel about that. A part of me is excited to see Ascent once again, but then a part of me is, wanting to see other maps as well. So we'll find out what the map pool is like once their veto is done.
True. True. Generation X gamers and Union Gaming, we don't know what to expect, but the winner of this game, of course, is going to go ahead and face Samurai Esports, which again is a very experienced lineup, consisting of several veterans from the Indian esports scene. So they are probably going to watch this game very closely to figure out what their playstyle is, because new teams more often than not bring in newest playstyles and new styles in particular. So Samurai Esports better be watching out.
Yeah, Samurai Esports has been performing really well, and so has Global Esports. The team that wins between Godlike and T69 will be going up against Global Esports, so they have their work cut out for them as well. Generation X Gamers and Union Gaming will be facing Samurai Esports. The loser of this game will be going down to the lower brackets. So that's a place where you would like to avoid going. Of course, it's not the prettiest place to be, but the lower bracket will be a best of three, so they have a little bit of extra chances to prove themselves. The round two, on the other hand, for upper bracket will just be a best of one again. So that's a difficult place to
Hmm.
be in. Either way, we're going to be starting with Generation X Gamers versus Union Gaming soon. I have a feeling that we'll be going on to Ascend again, although I could be wrong. We are still waiting for confirmation.
Mm-hmm.
We're still
True.
waiting for that confirmation.
Yeah. Again, I mean, lower bracket, the more feared lower bracket, honestly, is a place where no one really wants to be. But I feel like that is where the legends are really made. That is where the
Hmm.
wall, that is where you're like really pinned towards a wall and you have nothing to do really, and uh, that is where performance really rise. That is where when they don't really have a lot of comfort of losing again, they don't have the cushion. I guess that is the best. That is the best way to describe it. They don't have any sort of cushion. They can't lose anymore. That is where performers who perform really under pressure come up, and they can do a very good job and prove
Yeah.
themselves, prove their worth.
Yeah, the only cushion that they have is the fact that it's a best of 3 and not a best of 1. So they have a few extra chances to prove themselves in case something goes wrong. But again, you would never want to find yourselves in the lower bracket in the first place. Your best bet is obviously to still win this game. Maybe go up against a team like either Global Esports or Samurai Esports and then face them. I mean, if these underdog teams lose out to Global Esports and Samurai, they can still hold their head up high because they are facing again another T1 team. And Union Gaming and Generation X Gamers, they are now knocking on the doors of Tier 1 Valorant. The winners of this game will go up against some of the finest teams in the country. And I'm kind of excited to see how they fare up against those big teams. But first, they need to cross the first hurdle. They need to fight each other and determine who's better over here.
Absolutely. And this is going to be interesting because we've never seen them play. At least I've never seen them play. You mentioned how Union Gaming, you've heard of them, but what sort of style do they bring on the table? You mentioned also that you're expecting Ascent, more attacking game like we saw in the first two. But again, the second game was a bit more tactical. It was not all puggish in again Ascent,
Yeah.
gunslingers and weird esports. They had good tactics mixed up with their attacking gameplay. So let's see what we find out in Generation X versus Union Gaming.
Yeah. And yeah, let's just jump into the game without wasting too much time. The draft is up on your screens. Generation X gamers, they're going to be starting on attacking side, Union Gaming on defense. At this point, Generation X gamers have already decided their lineup. We have two duelists, Precise on the Jet, Dark on the Reyna. We have Initiator in the form of Trolele on the Sova, Hyper playing a Sentinel on Killjoy, and then Goli Wale Baba on Omen. I like his name, Goli Wale Baba.
True. Again, on Union Gaming side, we have another Omen hovering over. So we might not see an Astra this time around. Reeve and Roach are yet to pick what they think is going to be a probable choice for them moving on in this game. Chromas is on the Raze. Ben J is on the KJ. So this is pretty much a similar lineup. Honestly, the only difference being the Raze for a Jet. Again, both are comparable. We have to find out who fares better, but Roach and Reeve, they are yet to show us what they can bring on the table.
Select your agent.
I'm expecting a Sova to be picked up. And Arena. So yeah, nearly identical lineups. The only difference being a Jet and Raze. That's different from these guys, but the rest of the lineup pretty much the same. And again, like I mentioned before, Jet and the Raze can be used interchangeably. Of course, the Raze offers a little bit more utility with the explosives, but at the end of the day, both their job is to cover distance and avoid getting traded. So that's one thing that these both agents do. Other than that, everything else is identical. We saw an Astra in the previous game. Nothing of that sort this time around. Unfortunately, we will be seeing Omens. So I'm kind of excited to just get this match underway. And we have seen some pretty interesting names on the side of Generation X gamers over here. So let's see what they have in store for us as we jump into Ascent once again. This is the third Ascent game of the day.
Yeah.
I'm getting a lot of popularity in this tournament.
Yeah, true. And at this point, I guess both teams would really want to win this one right from the start because they know for a fact the winner of this game is going to face Samurai Esports. And I believe both these teams want to get that opportunity to fare up against one of the best in the country. And for that, they need to get an early lead. Generation X gamers trying to huddle up. They have the Omen outside A main. They have most of the players huddling up outside B main. So this is a game of information as of now.
Yeah, the turret won't reveal a lot of information, but the main information gatherer, the Sova, has used his recon dart already. Didn't get too much, but two of his players are now trying to come in from mid to B. That door being shut down might just make things a little harder, but then Hyper picks up that opening frag onto Chromes, and that gives them the man advantage. They now can huddle up once again and hit the B side with all they've got, but the spike isn't with them. That kind of indicates to me that Union Gaming don't want to go towards this B side just yet. They probably are looking for more information, maybe one more pick before they can start heading somewhere. And they might even want to get some mid control because two of their players going in towards mid kind of indicates that. Goli Wale Baba now making some noise towards A. Actually, he isn't making noise. He's just gathering information. He's hoping to spot out someone. But Kus over here will be picked off by Dark. So that's mid control taken by them. Now they're going to go ahead and burst into the B side. They still had to go back and retrieve the spike. So all these heroes probably won't let them spike plant. But that's all right. They're wiping out the players of Union Gaming. And they haven't suffered a casualty just yet. It's just down to Benji.
They're absolutely butchering Team Union Gaming down at the moment
Yeah.
because the way they ran out of sight, the way they got
Timing.
mid control. Yeah. Benji will try and keep this clean and get at least one kill for himself. But I guess he has already players coming up, creeping behind his back, and they'll shoot him in the head. Not in the head, though.
I mean, yeah, we get the gist. A flawless round by Generation X gamers over here as they got kills left, right, and center. Two opening frags towards B. Then the Jet and the Rain now huddle up together and get the mid control. Use the cloud burst so that they don't get traded off and then go in towards the B site. But they never planted the spike. I mean, they never needed to. That's a different story. But that kind of paints the picture on how superior Generation X gamers is on their aim. Union Gaming are going to have to step up to see if they can make a comeback. Which probably won't be in this round because it is going to be an eco. They're still holding on to the pistols and Generation X gamers definitely will have better weaponry this time around. But that doesn't discourage them from pushing out.
Again, I guess Generation X really values that mid control at the moment. Two players curling up. Roach gets that shot
Nice.
with the Sheriff onto Precise. This is going to bring down one player for Team Generation X. It's going to make things a little bit more easier for Union Gaming, but I believe that it isn't going to be that big of a problem because they have advanced weaponry. They have the SMGs to work with. Oh no. Eventually, he's going to get the kill onto Roach, and he's going to heal himself up back again. The Omen has been very good, honestly. Goli Wale Baba, he has been making a lot of noise outside A time and time again, and then creeping through mid or probably regrouping with his teammates onto B.
Yeah, but Dark sneaking in all the way towards mid kind of makes me a little anxious. There's nobody else to cover his route. The two players, that's Omen and the Rays, are holding the cross angle. So in case if Dark decides to get a little over ambitious, they can take him down.
30
But
seconds
now
left.
they're going to go up towards Catwalk. They don't use the Paranoia. They just use the Leer instead. And nobody to defend over here, which means that Generation X gamers are going to have a pretty easy time planting the spike on A. And this was such a good fake too. They blurred most of the players of Union Gaming towards mid and B, and then went up towards the A side at the last possible
10
moment with
seconds
only
left.
10 seconds left on the clock.
The retake is going to be very difficult. They don't have a lot of SMGs. They only have those pistols to work with, and now most of the players have already taken post-plant positions. They're going to play it outside side. Both the players, Goli Wale Baba as well as the Sova,
Whoa.
are out. SMGs as well as Sheriffs coming in. Union Gaming trying to break through. The Paranoia comes in as well. The drone is going to reveal some sort of under heaven, but the shock dart lineups as well as the SMG comes in. Trololi gets the kill onto him. GXG is just being outright brilliant, and they're going to shut down the defender. Generation X gamers being absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, but this was a pretty expensive round. They lost 3 players to Sheriff one-taps, and those were some amazing kills by Union Gaming, indicating that their aim game is still pretty strong. If they can get these kills with the Sheriff, I can't even imagine what they can do when they have proper rifles, and they will have proper rifles in this round.
True. But again, Generation X gamers not really upgrading their weapons. A semi-buy for them. Vandals, Phantoms, and Spectres overall. This is one opportunity for Union Gaming to actually make things work. The drone is going to reveal his position. All these players are going to barge in. He gets one, but he gets instantly traded down. Most of these players from Generation X Gaming, they've already gotten themselves the mid control that they really, really want. We have seen them desperately trying for that mid control, and they're getting it.
Yeah, and they will be able to get away with it as well. They're
Oh,
walking to the
no.
B, but Reeve decides to peek out of the dark cover. That was a very brave push, and he picks up that kill. Even Roach delivers. Trolole finally punishes Reeve for his over-aggression, but that's alright because his team has the man advantage now. Generation X gamers get into the site, but after planting the spike, they don't have anywhere else to go. They're going to be trapped in this boathouse right now with 3 players of Union Gaming coming right towards them.
Bot coming back.
Yeah. Sova does have the ultimate as well, but he won't be able to use it from boathouse. At this point, all 3 players will try and peek them simultaneously. At this point, Cholele gets taken down, and even Hyper gets taken down as well. Union Gaming start pulling things off for themselves. First round for them.
First round in the bag for Union Gaming. And they start to deliver as soon as they have the weaponry. And guess what? With them keeping 3 players alive, it's going to give them quite a lot of economic momentum in the next round as well. So they can play off of that. But Union Gaming pushing through the paranoia, pushing through the dark cover is kind of unexpected for Generation X gamers. And those kind of YOLO plays threw them off guard, which actually helped them out quite a lot. Reeve eliminating that Omen makes sure that they don't have any more utility left to delay the retake. And that kind of granted Union Gaming the advantage that they needed. Let's see what they go for this time around, as Generation X gamers are once again going for a split approach. 2 players on B main. 2 players on B link, 1 in B main. 1 outside of A main, and 1 creeping up catwalk. But oh my goodness, Chromes! A double kill! 1 with the nade, 1 with the Spectre. Kills both the players on B link, and now he's hungry for more. He's even trying to get that kill onto Omen,
no.
but that's alright. Gulliver Devapa will get the kill onto him nonetheless. Immediately traded out. The paranoia will get both of them blind, but he's not going to aggress on the back of it. In fact, he's just going to fall back to safety, which is a much better decision. He would much rather regroup with his team and play it safe rather than giving up unnecessary kills when they have the man advantage already.
True. 2v3 for Generation X gamers. Omen gets 1 onto Hyper. This is going to be a 1v3, a very difficult 1v3 for Generation X gamers. What does he do at this point? They're actually separated, so he can actually isolate them and try and individually take them out, but it's not going to be that easy.
Yeah, that's my biggest fear, though. If they offer him 1v1 fights, especially to a player like Reyna, this is exactly what Dark wants. He wants them to give him 1v1 fights.
30 seconds
He's got
left.
the Empress available. No layers, but he still has 1 heal available. First obstacle is going to be Benji. The turret spots him out. Very little time left. He's going to have to go for the plant or at least fake out the killjoy. Fake plant does come through. Benji still not revealing his cards, but that bullet firing will reveal his position in the end. That recon dot might even reveal him, and he will get spammed through the woodworks.
no.
Reeve does him the courtesy of shooting him in the face rather than through the wood, but hey, at least Generation X gamers got that bomb plant. At least they spike planted, and they will have like a little bit more money going into the next round, so not all is lost.
True. Absolutely true. But again, the first 2 rounds felt Generation X gamers are just way too superior in terms of their gun power, but now Union Gaming are actually closing the distance. They're showing they're equally capable.
Yeah, they are indeed equally capable. 2 for 2, both the teams tied up at this point. Although I must say that Union Gaming have a little bit of a more economic advantage. I mean, if they lose this round, they probably won't have a full buy next game. But then 3 of the players have a full buy, so they can probably drop to their teammates Benji and Roach. And yeah, these guys will be able to buy once again. Can't say the same for Generation X gamers, though. Once again, a split push by Generation X gamers. 2 players creeping up A main, while the rest of them hold on to B link. Sholele uses that drone, but nobody to follow up on the back of it. There is a Noman, and he can't do much. Not too much information gathered. At least they revealed their own positions on A. So now that they've sold this fake to Union Gaming, what do they do from this point? Because the spike is still sitting outside of B.
Yeah.
And them getting this kill onto A, it might just make things easier. But no, Kuf, he's gotten the trade back in their favors. Now, even with that man advantage, and even with the fake being successful, there's not much that Generation X gamers can do.
Oh no. KJ falling back, the B side was left wide open. Most of the players pushing in. Cove getting taken down, but eventually he will get traded out. Dark getting the kill as well. But the Raze following up. Chromes slaps Dark with the showstopper. Now it's all for Hyper. He needs to convert this 1v2 if Generation X Gamers wants to go to the lead. He has a lockdown available as well. 30 seconds to work with. He has so many utilities that he can use.
Yeah, but he can't close the door.
True.
And if he tries to go for the plant right now, they will double peek him. They will trap him. So he's looking for a pick first, but he gave away a footstep
no.
when Chrome now knows his position.
Yeah. Try to do too much over there, I felt. Could have got the plan, but either way. This shot was actually insane. The fact that he got the turret as well as onto Benji. And then the showstopper coming in.
Well, Generation X gamers still opting to buy. It's a shoddy buy. One on Spectre, one on Sheriff, and 3 people with proper guns. I mean, good enough for now, but can they convert it? Precise using his Blade Storm instead of a gun. Goli Alibaba delivers, gets the kill onto Roach as he was trying to fall back. This could be big. They're using this to take control of mid. The dark cover will be successful. They even revealed the Omen's position. The Omen Paranoia does come through, but it doesn't really help them. It will only delay them a little bit. Allows Reeve to get in towards lane 2 and get one more kill, burning it back down to a 4v4. But now the Hunter's Fury comes through. This is down to destroy the lockdown. And he sidles back up to get that kill onto Doc. I thought he was definitely going to die over there because they would have caught him as he was trying to retreat from that Hunter's Fury and go back into his gun mode. But he gets that kill nonetheless. Still, it doesn't really matter because the round doesn't belong to them after all.
Yes. Union Gaming, they come back strong, get the 3rd round for themselves. This was actually a pretty good round, honestly. But now that we are back to ground 0 Crips, I don't really see a team really dominant at this point. Both the teams are jabbing at each other, putting in those blows, but no knockout punch as of yet.
Yeah, they need that big punch. Or a kick to the face to knock them to the ground. And once that's done, you gotta go ground and pound. Recon dots revealing players on both the sides, but Dark gets that kill on the Chromes. That's nice. Generation X gamers have been pretty successful in getting these opening frags towards a catwalk and towards mid every now and then, and Dark delivers yet again. This time a second onto Goof. They try to go for the trades, but they just are so unsuccessful. Reeve finally putting up one more kill on the board, which does equalize things, but it's still a big advantage in the favor of Generation X gamers as it is a 4v2. Roach might reveal his position. That footstep did not come through, and Dark has no idea. But he's gonna walk past Roach. They have no idea. They just cross together. Oh no, this could be disastrous. He's right behind you.
This was such a comical moment. Dark does get the quad, but eventually the fact that he just runs past him through the dark cover. He's like he looks behind. He's like, there's another player who's with his pants down in front of him.
I have no idea how that happened, how these players just walked past each other, and then Doc, he's like, hey, I heard a footstep. Somebody got off the bench. I wonder who could it be? Well, if it isn't another Reyna. And he gets that free kill onto Roach, and he turns around to get this 4th kill as well. It's a quadra kill for Doc in this game, and it was just so good. Oh no, he's tagged. You better run. You better play dodgeball with those laser beams. Doesn't die, but he did enough damage.
Yes. Dark is still pressing at this point with the Empress as well as the Lear. He knows that he can take a lot of kills. Oh no, peeks at the wrong side. This is gonna be Chromes. He shot 2 players down. Dark as well as Precise, both of them down. He has been eventually treated by Gole Alibaba, but 2v3. Sova is way off. Generation X gamers, they have complete side control at this point. The retake is going to be so difficult with Sheriffs. If they can't collect these weapons, Roach turns back right at the exact moment. There is guy in shot. They don't look. They don't budge. The drone is going to come in.
Yeah, but oh my god, the Sova on the side of Generation Games is so patient. Look, that's what happens. Reeve tried to go for a better gun, but Torale does him one better. Now Roach in a 1v3. They are offering him 1v1 fights, but he goes for the reload in the open, and Goli Alibaba punishes him for it. 3 of 5 in the favor of the attackers. It's turning out to be a very weird game of Valorant over here in the AORUS AMD Pro Series. And you know what? I like these weird kind of games. Especially when players keep popping off, when players like Dark keep getting those quadra kills, when players get into these unorthodox positions and surprises the others. I like these kind of games, and Generation X gamers are doing a pretty good job of catching Union Gaming off guard again and again. Let's see if they can keep up this trend, actually. Because this time, Generation X gamers, all of them huddle outside of B. They're going to try to take control of mid this time again. But there's a lot more defensive setup on, on the mid area by Union Gaming. They've got 2 players, in fact 3, as we also have one more player up on shot in the form of Koof. Roach getting into this position already might spell doom for Generation X gamers, because he can work those flanks really, really well. Now, the only reason he isn't pushing in just yet because he knows there's a turret, but hey, that Dark Shadow, that teleport is just gonna act like one big expensive recon dart. Spots the turret. At least now Union Gaming knows that this is gonna be indeed a push. Oh my god, Tronality! He pre-fired Reeve. He knew which angle he's gonna be holding. And they get into the site. They even use the dark cover to get into the boathouse and clear out that area. 4v4 retake. This is gonna be a tough one.
Yeah, Trolele trying to cover the angles, which Roach is going to cover. He's just going to run in, take him down eventually. The Empress mode is on the retake. Should be coming in. All of them will try and rush in at the same time. Meanwhile, the swarm grenades, it is going to delay it a bit longer. The lockdown is there. The players are trapped inside. Golibale Baba gets one. Koof returns a favor. Sprays down Hyper as well. This is going to be a 1v3 and they get it. Union Gamer. They get another round for themselves.
Yeah, that lockdown was so crucial. It forced the players of Generation X gamers to come outside and fight. And it was a well-placed lockdown too, so it's not like they can fall back into the boathouse and stay safe over there. No, they would be forced to come out and fight, and players were ready over here. Union Gaming had the better crossfires to welcome the players of Generation X gamers as they flooded out. Really good lockdown, enabling Union Gaming to put up yet another round on the board. And this was a crucial one, because if they would have lost this round, their economy would have been in shambles. It is still kind of in shambles, because even after winning the round, Union Gaming can't afford full weapons. Their teammates are going to have to drop for Reeve and Benji. But hey, at least all of them will still have rifles.
Yeah. As soon as the retake was about to begin, the KJ from, I believe it was Generation X Gamers, he pulled off the hat by deploying those swarm grenades. And he felt like, all right, I'm going to delay the retake a bit, and that's going to buy us time. But then the KJ from Union Gaming, he was like, all right, you want to place a card? I'm going to put a lockdown. And there you go. They have nowhere to go. Both the first lane as well as the second lanes were guarded. They were completely trapped inside, and Goli Wale Baba.
Yeah, I mean, so far the trend of the game has been either A, boiling down time, or B, boiling down utility. And in this round, we got to see a little bit of both. Union Gaming, I have to say that they have started to read onto what Generation X gamers are doing, considering the fact that they put up a very heavy mid defense in the previous round. Does indicate that they know Generation X gamers like to play B-Link a lot, and then they come out of mid from that place. So them placing all their plays heavily on mid indicates to me that Union Gaming have a good read, but can Generation X gamers adapt? There's very little rounds left in this half, so if somebody needs to adapt, you gotta do it now.
True. Absolutely true. We have a small timeout maybe, or a tech pause. I mean, that gives us a little more time to think about what has been happening. And in terms of both the teams, I feel like they are fairly equal in terms of both strategies and gunplay that I usually say. Both of them are knocking blows at each other, but one team has
punch.
Knockout punch. I mean, that's fine, but one team really step up and probably get a lead. Especially, I feel like Union Gaming, they need to step up because they're on defense. Being on the attacking side is going to be a bit harder. So, yeah, I mean, if they get themselves 3 more rounds from this one, I believe they're going to be fairly well placed.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Generation X gamers still opting to go for a heavy mid presence. They've got Raze over here. They've also got Reyna on mid. Both of them opting to pick up these fights. It's not like they're holding angles. They want to fight them. And they know that most of the players are going to come in from B-Link. But this time, there is a a presence. I mean, there's a heavy presence towards high mid as well. Dark picks up that kill onto Roach, and he gets it onto Chromes as well. There you go. No point of putting so many players on mid when Dark is just gonna be able to tap them away.
Oh
And
no.
If Union Gaming win this round, it's gonna have to be on the back of Benjay and his heroics. He does get one, but gets traded out. Oh no, that's a spike.
Down A.
That's something they couldn't afford to drop. Now Reeve has a very realistic chance of clutching this out. He knows where one player is. He just needs to find out where the Reyna is. Reyna was last spotted on top mid. He knew that he heard the Omen teleport to retrieve the spike. The metallic footsteps indicate that they're going towards the B side. So now he can fall back from A and start going towards B. But Reeve is still going to hold his round. Yep. And this time the Killjoy utility was also placed on A. So it's not like he could have done much. So
I feel Reeve is trying to double brain them out because he felt like the footsteps were so obvious that they're going to come back towards A and he's waiting for it. But now the signal is there that... Yeah.
Does he go for the save or does he go for this? I mean, if he gets picked, he might just be able to, you know, put this retake in the works. And he's got all the utility to make it possible. Reveal one player, Hunter's Fury it out. But that's a very strong crossfire, and Goliwale Baba is watching the cross. He's not going to reveal himself, but he's going to make sure that he doesn't get into lane 2. He gets in there. Button spotted out. They both need to double peek him right now. He gets a kill onto Reeve. No, he goes for the reload. Both the men run out and he clutches it out. No way! No way you just pulled that off!
The Reyna whipped so hard. The Vandal spray was there. None of the bullets connected. This man is still surviving with 20 HP. That is nuts. That is nuts. There was no way he should have been able to clutch that out. Benji did some amazing work here in A shot, but that one kill where the spike was dropped, and this one, look at this, look at this. Dark X, he sprays so many bullets, but does not connect. Does not connect a single bullet. It came down to a classic 1v1.
Yeah, but you can't really blame Dark X, can you? He's the guy who got 3 opening frags for his team. So he's already done his part of the heavy lifting. He's already delivered in this round. You can't expect him to do so much more. Oof! Oh, disgusting. Oh, another one! Coop popping up this time. Union Gaming returning the favor for what Dark did to them last time.
True. Oh my god, Coop is already in position with Dark. He gets him. Coop was over aggressive at the point. Roach
Oh, again!
gets taken down. Dark is doubling up on himself. The Empress is going to show Coop who's the boss at this point. They don't have side control yet, but they can proceed. Goliwale Baba knows there is someone in shot. Benji slowly creeping. He's going to walk into his crosshair and he's going to get the headshot. Yeah, 2v2 right now. The retake is going to be difficult, but this is very doable. Two ultimates. But it's not in the right place.
Yeah, that's okay. They have the showstopper as well. They blew it up, but no, he doesn't get anything. Goliwale Baba peeks out of generator to get the surprise on Chromes. He used that showstopper under heaven, which was the good position first, but I believe Goliwale Baba dodged it really well.
Scanning ahead.
Oh no, that recon dot missed. He did not use 2 bounces. Could have gone under heaven and he could have spammed one of the players, but now at least he knows both the positions. Now he stepped up time and again, but this time Reeve can't pull off the 1v2 clutch.
Damn, this match is turning to be pretty interesting, Crips. I mean, my hands are getting cold right now. This guy, he walks in through the smoke, gets precise, and then he's going to turn around, get another one. Then we see Dark putting a similar thing. These guys are nutty players, honestly. They have some really snappy aim.
Yeah. Take a look at what snappy aim looks like, especially on Dark. He's leading the kill boards way ahead of anyone else on the scoreboard right now.
Benji's position is going to get revealed. The paranoia is going to come in. Koof is going to go for the spam. He knows exactly there's going to be someone who will close the door. A spike plant would be delayed. The carry has been killed. Eventually, this is just a flurry of kills and sprays everywhere. Bullets flying left and right. Koof getting a triple fact. Dark returning the favor. This is a monstrous 1v3 that Dark needs to pull off, and we know that he has what it takes to do it. His position is going to get revealed. The Sasha is going to come in. He's going to get the killjoy, but eventually it's going to be Chromes who will shut him down. This is 6-6, but this is so exciting. I don't even have words to describe how exciting this match is turning out to be.
Dude, you thought the last game was an emotional roller coaster? Well, welcome to flag number 6. This is too much to deal with. And what a chaotic round this has been. Both the teams putting up a good performance. I mean, this is the most fair game that we have seen so far. But Dark is making it a little unfair by stepping up way too much. Koof is doing the same thing for his team, but I mean, if you take a look at it, it's kinda unfair, the distribution of frags on both these teams, right? I mean, the bottom fragger for both these teams, Precise and Benji, are on 2 and 3 kills respectively, whereas their top fraggers are on 21 kills. See, this game also is relying a lot on individual heroics rather than a team effort. So let's see what happens when Generation X Gamers goes on to defense. Union Gamers trying to go for a contact play on A. They haven't revealed too much, no smokes put down either. Now they're gonna start putting down the dark cover, but it doesn't come in time. Hold on. Even if it doesn't come in time, it's okay. Chromes is able to get 2, 1 with the paint shells as well. That's nice. Opening up the site and re-delivers yet again. This might just be a very easy round for Union Gaming.
Absolutely, on the back of the paint shell and the classic shots, Chromes is delivering right now. The retake is going to be difficult. Both of them huddle in heaven. One player goes down. Chromes is going to get a close kill for himself. This man is a beast, especially with those pistols and the game and those grenades. 7th round for Union Gaming. They're really starting to step up.
Yeah, Union Gaming. Massive firepower in this round. Let's see them do it again. Because they went for a contact play this time. They made very little noise on A main, no presence towards any other part of the map. And the moment one of them was revealed, they were like, alright, the jig is up, let's burst in, let's go, go, go. And then Chromes delivers 2 massive frags towards Gardens. Doubles up even further to get that quadra kill. And they're going to go for something similar this time. And guess what? They're going to have a free reign over the A side because nobody from Generation Gamers is present over there. They're all just going for mid instead. And guess what? If they come in from Catwalk right now, this will be a 5v5 retake, which is a much better situation than a 2v4 retake.
Spike planted.
True. But they don't have the weaponry, honestly. And here comes in the SMGs go brrr, and Koof as well as Reef, both of them. They double up on Generation X Gamers. 2 players down. And they're already hunting, trying to get the KJ. While Chromes holds his side back.
1 enemy remaining.
They don't even need anyone. I mean, these SMGs. I mean, look.
Come on.
I mean,
Koof, he was clearly challenging you to a knife fight. Respect the law. Respect the knife law. You gotta do it. That's alright, that's alright. It's okay. It was anyway a throwaway round for Union Gaming. The one thing I'm really proud of for Union Gaming is the fact that they went for this mid push on an eco round. A lot of teams don't do that. It's essential that you go for these info plays on an eco round because you don't have much to lose. Because now they know that if they try to push mid in any other round, then Generation X if they try to put mid this round, Union Gamers, they're just straight up gonna commit towards the A main area without going in from anywhere else. They know that they like playing the main area for A without having much presence on Catwalk, so they can probably use that information. But that information will be irrelevant when there's a mid to B split in the works.
Yeah. But I guess Generation X is very much prepared for this. They have 3 players waiting on the site. A lot will reside on the shoulders of Goli Wale Baba and others. The Paranoia coming in is going to blind one. He's going to get one on the Reeve as well. Chromes, will he get on the KJ? We are in the wrong time. Team GXG, they tag team and take Union Gaming down, and now they get the 7th round for themselves. This was a very good round. The way they defended the side was brilliant. Goli Wale Baba with the Paranoia and the rest of the 3 players who were in sight. They tag team each other. They trade each other down.
Yeah, and I kind of am curious about why Union Gaming did not block off the defender entrance of B over there. I mean, we had Koof holding... No, it wasn't Koof. It was Goli Wale Baba, sorry, who was holding that off angle, and he was watching anyone cross from lane 1. So that way, if anyone comes in from B main, they won't spot Goli Wale Baba. But him holding that cross will make sure that he has an angle onto anyone who's crossing into lanes. He let the raise pass, of course, because he satcheled out. But the other players were just very, very vulnerable. And them not having that dark cover was detrimental to that round. They used one of it towards mid, I mean, they got mid control because of it. They were able to get into market with that, but they needed one more towards the B defender spawn to make this even further, to solidify it. They can use the same smoke once again and try to get in towards mid, where they have two players ready for them. Trollele, yeah, he doesn't even need the trade. Hyper is there with him. They will win this. Golivale Baba also walks in to add extra firepower on this area. But then comes Chrome, who does trade it out. And Golivale Baba delivers yet again. And he doubles up onto Benjay as well. It's just down to the Sova. And he's nowhere close. At least he has the spike. So that's like something going in his favor. At least he doesn't have to go on a spike rescue mission. But he needs more information. He needs a lot more information than this thing. Oh, he's been spotted. He knows there's one towards market, so he's going to use the shock darts over there. But how does he deal with the player on the defender spawn? The recon dart won't do much. Oh, it at least reveals Golivale Baba, so he gets like a little assistance in aim.
I guess he has been connecting the shock darts brilliantly. Now the drone is going to reveal a bit more.
No. That was a fake. That was a fake drone.
Yeah, that was a fake, yeah.
He was hoping somebody would peek him, but they did not. Generation X gamers are disciplined that way.
Eventually, he's just gonna walk in. He gets dark. Okay, that's interesting. He will have the time to plant the spike, but eventually, Precise is just gonna walk in. No way. That could have been a fake plant, and probably he would have had his round in his bag. But eventually, it's Precise who walks in. Generation X gamers, they tie things up. This is 8-8. No team is giving each other an inch on ascent at this point.
When he used that first recon dart, I thought it was wrongly placed because it doesn't reveal the players inside the spawn, right? Yeah, inside the CT spawn, right? But it ended up paying off like a little bit of dividend because it revealed the position of Golivale Baba. I mean, he already knew he was there, but then that little extra highlight enables you to pre-aim and win that duel.
Yeah.
And then the fake drone also was pretty good. Like, he threw it up. I mean, of course, he can't afford to drone in a situation like that when he's stuck in that hard place. So he was hoping somebody would peek. Nobody did. Generation X was disciplined that way. He couldn't even have gone for the fake plant because he was running out of time. But if he went for that and if he won that duel, that would have been another amazing clutch by this guy.
True. Right now, most of the attackers, they're still trying to brute force their way in, trying to huddle up outside, bait out some utilities at this point. And the KJ has a lot of has the idea that they are huddling outside B, so he is trying to hold them back as long as he can. The dark covers come in, the raise, pain shell as well. Paranoia is going to be instrumental. Golivale Baba, he probably blinds a lot of them, but Reeve, he walks up to market, and he's probably going to be moving in as well.
This could be disastrous. The dark cover fades. They haven't gotten into the site in time. And now they have no cover as well. They're gonna have to fight their way inside, and this could be risky. At least they planted the spike. But do they have good pass spawn positions? No, they don't. Reeve gets taken down. 2 versus 3. At least the Omen is low on the side of Generation X gamers, so there's something going in the favor of Union Gaming. But they need to win these fights. No, Dog, you can't do that. They pull off a round which they had no business winning.
I mean, on the back of such amazing frags, Dark couldn't really convert that kill. I mean, it's understandable, but it was a good round, honestly, for both these two teams. Each of them had their share of winning, had a very winning chance in this one. Dark, had he converted this kill, it should have been a completely open round for them, but that didn't happen.
Hey, we can't even expect Dark to hit all the shots every time.
Exactly,
right?
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
He's got so many frags already. He's already stepped up for his team. Him missing one spray is okay. His teammates are the ones who need to step up, actually. All right, then. This time it seems like a split push again, but Chrome's getting that kill onto Hyper towards B might just make things a little easier for Union Gaming. At the same time, Generation X are getting, pressured on the A side as well. So they don't really have a prediction as to where Union Gaming will go. At this point, Union Gaming is getting kills left, right, and center on mid, on B. They're showing presence on A as well. And Generation X gamers have really no idea where they're about to hit. I mean, even if they had an idea, it's not like they could do much because they only had pistols this round. So they would have lost anyway. But what Generation X did not do is go for one of those pushes this time around on the eco. They did it last time, and they didn't do it this time. Of course, if they would have gone for a mid push, they would have been greeted by a lot of Union Gaming players on mid. So, kind of pays off that way. But maybe
Enemy remaining.
Trollele over here can get some cheeky frags, but I just said that a bit too soon.
Yeah.
It's just down to Koof. Eco frags, baby. Let's go. Nah. Even that is not gonna help.
10-8, Union Gaming. I mentioned that one team really needs to step up. I guess Union Gaming heard me. They're being dominant right now. They're being very methodical. They're being very wise in terms of making their rotations, in terms of getting important frags early on and then switching things up. This is going to be this is going to pay off well if Union Gaming keep continuing pressing forward. I guess they can get to match point pretty quickly.
Yeah, they could. That is if Generation Gamers do not stop them in their tracks right now. They got the operator on precise. And he needs to live up to his name. He needs to be super precise if he wants to stop them. But there's no presence on the A side, and Union Gaming on have a pretty easy time getting in there. The showstopper doesn't do much, but hey, at least they get control of the side, making sure that nobody from the catwalk can do anything. As they try to plant, the Hunter's Fury will be committed by Generation Gamers, but it doesn't stop the spike from being planted.
You should run.
Yeah.
Oh, both the lockdowns being committed, and the other Hunter's Fury is also being committed. This time, so many ultimates. Both the Sova and the Killjoys use their ultimates this time around, but Generation X gamers are not able to make this work. As they try to walk out of heavens, they get shut down by a barrage of bullets.
True. 3 players on the side. They hold down the side like a fortress, and now there is only one player who's still surviving. Dark X. He has done so much for his team, but he finds himself all alone now. It is a 1v5 clutch that is demanded of him, which is definitely going to be impossible at this point. He's going to save his gun, I guess. I hope he successfully manages to save the gun. Yeah, he will be.
That was silly. But okay,
Yeah.
that's okay. I mean, they have enough money. UJ on the verge of getting to match point. Have plenty of money in the back, so even if Benjay dies to the spike, it's alright. Here's where the problem lies for Generation X gamers. Now, they gave up the A side, which was a gamble. The gamble did not pay off for them. They committed their lockdown. They committed the Hunter's Fury. Again, Generation X gamers used their Hunter's Fury to deny the spike. But the plant came through nonetheless because they were planting at an unorthodox spot. Then, Union Gaming pull out the lockdown. And guess what? Because Generation Gamers have already used up their Hunter's Fury, they know the lockdown can't be destroyed. That puts Generation X gamers on a timer. They need to battle against the lockdown. And you can use the defensive lockdown, but all that's going to do is push the players of Union Gaming into A main, which is where they desire to be in the first place. And that lockdown was destroyed too because Union Gaming have saved up their own Hunter's Fury, so they don't even need to go into A main. They can still play on the side, and even if the lockdown came through, even if it got triggered, that's all right. Union Gaming can still play the post-1 positions really well. So Generation X gamers using that Hunter's Fury a little earlier than expected is what kinda lost them the round. But that's not the only thing that happened, right? The players of Union Gaming are so good in post-1 positions, it's nearly impossible to break their crossfires.
Absolutely. Again, Generation X gamers, they have a semi-buy at this point. I feel they are on the SMGs, not a full buy for them, but a flurry of utilities coming in. Flashes, pain shells, swarm grenades, everything being baited out.
Yeah.
This is a win situation for Union Gaming, honestly, because they wanted that.
Yeah, exactly. They wanted to bait out that utility, and they wanted to bait out the players into getting kills. Chromes has Goli Wale Baba walk into his crosshair as he was cheekily holding that box. And Generation X gamers don't have a lot to work with, but hold on. As soon as I say that, Dark makes things work. Equalizes it back to a 4v4, but what information does that give you? Because he did not spot anyone else towards B main. Now, there is a fair idea that they were spotted towards the B main right at the start, so they might just go there again, but look at the setup for Generation X gamers. They have 2 players on catwalk, which isn't really the best setup for this round. Those players in gardens will have a long time before they can help their teammates out over here. And Dark getting picked up on mid makes things even harder. Now it all drops down to Precise in the side. He does get 2, which is much more than one could have asked of him. So maybe Precise getting that double kill will net his team the round. This is a 2v2, which is a much more favorable situation than Generation X gamers had before.
Oh, no, the shock dart hurt him way too much. 37 HP to work with. This is going to be difficult, but I guess Union Gaming, they're going to hold themselves in Boathouse. not try and peek, because they don't want to take the aim duels at this point. They just want to buy time for themselves, run down the clock. Cholele just taking a shot on sight. Eventually falls down. Omen jump peeks him. Eventually it's Reeve who connects a shot and takes down Hyper. Union Gaming on match point.
Match point.
Generation X gamers, they tried to go for a mid push the last time they were in an eco. This time they went for a B aggressive push. It did not really work out in their favor. All they did was end up using too much utility. But that gave Union Gaming the advantage that they needed. Now they're on match point. Generation X gamers, at least they have a little bit of money in their banks, right? So they don't have to go for a complete eco. They still have Spectres and whatnot. They might be lacking a little bit of utility here and there, but that's the best that they could have asked for.
Again, the spike is outside A main. Koof. He will try and get the first frag. He peeks and gets Dark. That is the most important player from the opposite team down. That is what they want. Union Gaming, they have a man advantage, but more so, this gives them a clear opening. This gives a clear indication that they can win this round. Another one goes in. Cholele, he waits for Chromes. He waits for Cholele to walk into his crosshair. Gets the kill for himself. Hyper is all stuck, all by himself. He's gonna get taken down as well. Chromes is being absolutely ruthless. They have complete side control. They have the market control as well.
Right next to you! Right next to you! Chrome! He's right there! Oh my god! Oh god, that was so hilarious. But he still gets a kill nonetheless, so... okay. Okay. I guess he'll take that any day. Precise though, in a 1v4, can't really do much as Union Gaming put that final nail in the coffin and they win that game. That was a funny round. I mean, this is like twice it's happened. They walk past players and... that's alright. At least that showstopper wasn't wasted because he got that kill with the gun at the end of the day. But remember that one round where the two Reynas just passed each other and then Dom was like, hey, how did you come behind me? I thought I cleared that area. Something similar, but that's alright.
Absolutely. That is what those dark covers are meant for, honestly. It is literally called dark. So you can't literally see your opposition. But either way, this was a fantastic game, Crips. We mentioned how the second game was interesting, how it was very close. I mean, sure, on paper, the second game looks very close because it did go on to overtime. But this game was a proper 5v5, right? Yeah. And it was, I mean, till the first half, we couldn't really determine who's going to win.
Yeah, it was really in the second half where Union Gaming showed us what they're truly made of. And they were getting those picks on mid every now and then, which is fine. I mean, picks can go either way. That's not the part that I'm, praising them about. It's what matters, what they did after they got those picks. So after they got those picks on mid, they did not necessarily take mid control. They just had one player present over there. That's it. They were not trying to, exploit mid so much. They were just putting one player over there so that he could watch the rotations, he could kill players as they were trying to move from one side to the other, while his teammates either exploited catwalk or exploited B main. So that's what Union Gaming did really well. They took mid control, but they didn't exploit it too much. They just kept a player over there acting as a live recon dot, acting as the guy who gives them information and eventually
centralized satellite.
Yeah, really good stuff. So let's jump into this highlight reel because I'm pretty sure that Dark and Chromes have themselves plenty of frags.
Yeah, right. I mean, this is probably going to be a one-sided affair in terms of highlights. I believe Dark is mostly going to feature in most of the clips that we're going to see. This was one of the instances where I don't remember. Did he get a quad kill in this one? No, not really.
No, he did.
He got a lot of quad kills, so he got a lot of quad kills.
Yeah, he was really stepping up for his team every now and then. So I kind of feel like Dark did way too much for his team, whereas his teammates kind of did not step up. There was this one unfortunate incident where Dark whiffed a spray, but again, we can't blame him because he's the guy who also...
he looked at Reeve, how just walked in.
Yeah, I mean, he was the guy who also got the triple kill at the start of that round. And yes. We'll see that come up slowly on the kill feed, but that's all right. I mean, the first half was pretty even Stevens. Both the teams ending up at 6-6. there were several instances where Union Gaming let the A side just go and they went for the retake instead. And Generation X Gamers tried to go for something similar in the second half when they were on defense. The only difference is Union Gaming knew why they were giving up the A side and they knew how to retake it, but Generation X Gamers could not do it whenever they lost control of A.
Hmm. Absolutely. I mean, this was one funny moment which you got to see. Dark.
Yeah.
This was one quad kill, but again, those two kills in the final third of that clip was very interesting.
And they walk past each other too. That was really funny, sir.
I mean,
Yeah.
we get to see, right? We get to see being observers, being casters. We get to see these players are walking past each other, but they don't realize that. All right,
Yeah.
there's a player right next to me. Just think about it. How scary would it be? I mean, sometimes I feel like Valorant is a scary game because players just pop in front of you like a jump scare.
Yeah. And of
We've
course, it's gonna be
seen-
scary for you because you can whiff those skills somehow, just like these guys did over here. And Reeve came through with the clutch. And Reeve has been really impactful for his team. We don't give him enough credit. Like, he's not the top fragger for his team, but every frag that he got was an impact frag. It got them either information or a clutch.
Absolutely. I mean, most of the players who played in this game were good. I mean, Koof was there. He was getting some important frags. Goli Wale Baba had some amazing paranoias connected as well. This was one round where Dark almost went the distance. He got the KJ, couldn't get the final frag, but it was fine. I guess he did his part. He did his part, honestly.
Yeah, he did his part. And if Dark stepped up for Generation X gamers, Chrome did so for Union gamers. And I believe Chrome had much better backup from his teammates because they were always there to
Yes.
either facilitate his entry into the site or something like that. But then Reeve found himself in clutch situations so many times. We did see him clutch out one round previously. This time he could have done it as well. It's just that the time was not in his favor, and a 1v3 is too much to ask for. Like, he can pull off 1v2s, but then he can't be expected to do that every time, and the Precise played it to perfection.
Yeah, he went for the plant over there. I guess had he just waited for the player to walk in his crosshair, it could have been a better situation for him. But that's fine.
Yeah, that is fine indeed. This is one of those rounds where, I mean, I would have said something to Dark, but then he did so much work for his team that you really can't expect him to do anything more. So yeah, that is one place where Generation X gamers kind of faltered, relying too much on individual performances instead of acting as a team. And yeah, that's basically what caused the cookie to crumble. At this point onwards, it's just the Union Gaming show. They keep on winning these rounds again and again. And even though there's 3 players stacked up on the A side, Union Gaming were able to brute force their way in. Like, they got those kills, they went towards the B side, and then the initial fragger who got that kill onto A, he acted as the lurker, and he put the players of Generation X gamers in such a precarious spot.
Yeah, and this was the final nail in the coffin, just like you mentioned. Union Game winning this one, not rather comfortably, but in the second half, they were more so comfortable with their tactics and with their gunplay. But next up is our showstopper, Crips. I've been waiting for this for a long time. Godlike versus Team T69. What are your expectations?
Oh, I just have one expectation. I hope we don't get to see Ascent again. Ascent 4 times in a single day gets a little too much. So I hope they pick a more tactically oriented map, like maybe Icebox or maybe Haven, or any other map will do fine, to be honest. Even if it's Ascent, I wouldn't really be bothered because these two teams are some of the biggest names in Indian Valorant. T69, they have, they've been playing under a lot of banners, but this time they are here to stay. Godlike also, like you said, have some really good star power now. They've got Antidote in their team again. And Antidote and Deathmaker, they've been, chuddy buddies since a very long time. They've been playing since CS
Yeah.
1.6 days together. To see them back under one team is like a dream come true for any true Indian CSGO fan. Or
And so under
CS:GO
Hevan.
Valorant fan. Yeah, also under Hevan. So that again is amazing. And again, Antidote and Hevan used to play together in Optic India. So, these players have played with each other since years now, and they have that synergy going together for them really well. To top that off, they've got Blackhawk, underdog player from Mumbai, who's I'm so happy for Blackhawk that he's starting to shine right now. He is really starting to put up a much better game in Valorant. So I'm kind of having big expectations from the next game. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you guys are excited to see this game. But we're gonna have to wait just a tiny little bit. We're gonna go on a very short break and we'll be back with T69 versus Godlike after this one. Go ahead, get your lunch, get your popcorn, because this game is gonna be the most exciting one of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Pro Series Valorant, brought to you by AORUS and AMD. My name is Salty, and with me is Crips. And now it's time for our showstopper. It's time for Godlike versus Team T69. Crips, we were talking about it since first hour. Now it's time that the match gets underway. What are you expecting?
Oh, honestly, I have a lot of expectations riding on this game. There's too much going on between these teams, and I feel like we probably won't have enough time to address all of this. First of all,
Mhm.
very excited to see Antidote and Deathmaker back under one team. These guys have been representing Kolkata since, I don't know, a very long time, like since the 1.6 days, not even CSGO, since CS 1.6 days, since 2011, 2012, these guys have been playing together. And of course, they've been in different teams since then. They've played under different rosters, played for different rosters, and they've been on both the sides of the server, both with each other and against each other. But now they're back again together. So that Kolkata duo is reunited. Again, you have to also, realize that Hevan, who was the in-game, who was supposed to be the in-game leader for Optic India, but then YB took his place. He's played with Antidote time and time again, so they are familiar with each other's play styles as well. So these three players are just, a unit. They're a combo. To top that off, here comes Blackhawk. Now, I feel very proud of Blackhawk because I've known this guy for a long time. I've met him several times in Mumbai lands. Of course, this is pre-Corona. This is pre CS:GO as well. This is during the CS 1.6 days, and Blackhawk was always, this is one of those players who has always been knocking on the doors of tier 1 Indian CS or tier 1 Indian Valorant, but now that he's in Godlike, he's shining bright like a diamond, and I'm so proud of him. I'm happy to see that people are recognizing him more and more, and they're giving him the credit he deserves. So that's Godlike for me. T69, I mean, I don't even know where to start. This is a pretty star-studded team. They are popular not just in, their games, they're also popular in the streaming section as well. So they are not just popular competitive players, but they're also popular streamers. So that's like, the
Mhm.
best of both worlds. And there's a lot of history riding in these teams, especially with Binks and everyone. So T69, I have a lot of expectations from them, but as of late, their playstyle has changed. And I'm ashamed to say that I haven't been able to figure out what T69's latest playstyle looks like. So even I'm, in for a surprise, and I don't know what to expect from this game. I don't know what to expect from T69. But Godlike, on the other hand, has been just getting stronger and stronger every passing day. Now, it hasn't been long since Antidote joined this team yet again. Yeah, it's only been like what,
Yeah.
a few weeks since he joined, maybe a month since he left
Mhm.
Team Mahi and went towards Godlike. But
Mhm.
again, because these players have played with each other, I'm kind of assuming that their synergy will be much, much better than just the 3 weeks that they've spent together.
True. Now, when these teams go on the battleground, that is when the real acid test begins. And I'm actually very curious to find out what happens when, I mean, these are familiar faces, right? These are streamers, content creators. I mean, Binks is such a big content creator right now. He is one of the biggest faces in PC streaming at the moment. And
Mhm.
alongside him, we have so many familiar names in Sammy, Edit, Not Fox, Trix. This
Mhm.
guy is an absolute beast on the jet. And when they go up against the top dogs of Godlike, the ones who have been veterans, I don't know what to expect. What sort of explosions go down?
Exactly. So, I mean, of course, there's a lot of trivia that we know about these players and that we can discuss. But here's another trivia challenge for you guys. All you guys gotta do is go to this website, proseries.upgradewithaorus.com/trivia. Go there, answer a couple of questions, and you have a chance of winning Valorant points worth $2,700. You can either visit this site by typing it in, or you can click on the link in the description below. Either way works just fine. So while we are telling you trivia about these players, go ahead and test your own trivia knowledge, and who knows, maybe you will get yourself some Valorant points, buy battle passes with them, buy Prime Vandals with them. I mean, they are, Valorant is bringing back the Bring It Back bundle soon, so you can get
Mhm.
those skins again.
True, true. And there isn't a lot of time, honestly. It is 3:28 on my clock, and
Hmm.
the trivia question closes in on 3:35. So you have 7 minutes to do it. I mean, if my
Yeah.
math is right. Yeah.
Hmm.
Is my math right, Crips?
I don't
Yes, it
care.
is,
I
right?
don't care about math. I don't
It
care
is
about
right.
math. So you can,
Yeah.
just click on open link in a new tab, and while the game is starting, you have 7 minutes. Go answer those trivia questions. get back over here just in the nick of time for the game to start, and that will all be it. So
Yeah.
yeah, you have already signed up for the trivia, and then you can get into the games as well. But before we get inside the games, let's see what's at stake over here. This is obviously the upper bracket best of one matches, and the teams that win over here will go and face the other teams in upper bracket round 2. The teams that
Globally.
lose will go down to lower bracket.
Yes, the winner of this one is going to go and face global esports. And just like I mentioned previously, that probably is going to be a grand final in itself. I guess we're
Yeah.
going to get people flocking in to watch that game, be the best of one. I mean, it is going to be a best of one. So I believe few people are going to be disappointed, but I don't think that's going to be a bad thing because these teams are eventually going to qualify either through the lower brackets or through the upper brackets. And I'm pretty sure that we're going to see them in the finals and the grand finals pretty much every single time.
Yeah. In the previous game, we saw Union Gaming win against Generation X Gamers, and they are gonna face Samurai Esports. Keep in mind that Samurai Esports defeated Velocity Gaming in order to get here, and the winner of Godlike versus T69 will go up against Global Esports. So that again, like you said, it's a grand final in and of itself. So these are like some of the biggest names in Indian Valorant going up against each other right at the start. And this is just day one, ladies and gentlemen. Keep in mind, this is just the start of the tournament. We have several more days of high octane Valorant action lined up for you guys. So, y'all, you guys are in for a treat.
Sure, it is going to be a treat, but I mean, coming back to this one, Crips, we saw 3 back-to-back ascents. Now, I've mentioned my dream of watching an Icebox game. I mean, I would love to guess what map it is going to be. I think it's going to be something Haven. I don't know what. Crips, what do you think?
I hope it's either Haven or Icebox.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I don't know.
We
The
need
production just
we need more information. Our production is
they're just toying with
slowly
our minds
queuing
right
in.
now.
They're just poking us right now. Okay, you're wrong. You know, you're not wrong. I mean, you're not right.
Please tell
At
me we
this
don't have
point,
Ascent again. Do we? Do we? I
I
mean, I
don't
don't
think
mind
it can be
casting Split or
bind.
Bind either. Well, we'll
Okay,
find out soon enough. And the map is
I guessed it.
Bind.
I guessed
Nice.
it.
Good job. Good job, Salty. Let's take a
Mhm.
look at the lineup. T69, of course, is going to have Binks on Raze. That's his signature hero. We have
Mhm.
Edit on Sova. Strix picking up the Jet. Sami on Sage. And Bad Love on Astra. So not a single flash on T69.
Interesting choices, but bad luck on the Astra. I'm gonna look at what he can pull off. On the other side, we have Rexy on hovering over the Jet and the Sova. We need to find out what he picks up. But Deathmaker on the Reyna, White Horse on Astra, Heavan on Viper. So we get to see a Viper on Bind. That is gonna be interesting. A 2 controller setup. We have 1 initiator and 2 duelists. So we don't have a single sentinel on this team. We have
Yeah.
Sage on team T69, so the walls are going to be there, but we need to find out how Havan plays it out in this one.
Yeah, a double controller setup. That's pretty interesting. Lacking any sentinels. I'm not against this setup. I feel like it can pan out in their favor. Having 2 controllers gives you a lot of scope of mind games because you can commit, the Viper utility on one of the sides. And if you want to fake out, you can still put down the Astra smokes on the other side, put the, just place the stars anywhere you want. So there's a lot of mind game potential on the side of Godlike Esports here. But on the side of T69,
Mhm.
these guys are going to rely a lot on contact plays and a lot of engagements, especially when they have 2 duelists and a healer. So because they have that healer with them, they will probably encourage to fight more and more.
Yeah, true. But again, in the initial years of Indian Valorant, Bind was supposed to be that defensive-oriented map where even a double Sentinel didn't surprise us. So now the fact that we don't see a single Sentinel on Godlike, it does surprise me, honestly. But we need to find out how the double controller setup pans out in this one. The match starts, the Viper wall goes up as soon as possible. We have Godlike starting on attack, Team 69. They are kicking things off in defense at this point. Deathmaker trying to take early contact with Binks. Both of them have already shared some bullets. Binks taking a little bit more damage than Deathmaker.
But that's not really where the assault is going. Deathmaker
Yes.
making noise on A is just a ruse. It's just a fake. The real assault is going to be towards the B side, as most of the players
Oh.
of Godlike are now huddling outside. But T69 is prepared for this. They have 2 players inside of Hookah, which means these guys are in a good enough position to shut down this aggression. The Astra smoke will delay them for just a little bit longer. And they're doing a pretty good job of baiting out all the utility from Godlike Esports. Like, the Raze has absolutely nothing left. The Astra still, all the stars are placed, so she's going to have to activate them soon. And none of those stars are in a position where it will help her even further. So it's just about them boiling out the utility of Godlike Esports. 37 seconds left on the clock. They need to assault right now. But it will be difficult because T69 already have 3 players present on B. 2 players on A
30 seconds
can
left.
easily take those teleporters back. Oh my goodness, Heaven! Nice shot onto Battle over there as he sneaks in from A B long and gets the players of Hookah. Now the people from teleporters will come through. Deathmaker punishes Erid before he can jump into the teleporter, but Binks has still done a pretty good job of holding this area down. Oh, can he win this Deathmaker duel? Yes, he does. Sammy helps him out as well, but both of these players are pretty low on health. Heal comes through for Binks. 2v2. Hevan has done a pretty good job so far, but he needs to deliver yet again. The nade will damage him quite a lot, forcing him to peek, but he still tanks that. Binks with a third. Can he win it? No, he cannot. Binks and Hevan both stepping up with triple kills of their own. Really good stuff by Godlike over here. They pressured the Hookah area long enough to draw all the attention of T69 over there, and then Hevan, along with the Astra, sneaked in from B-Long, got the 2 kills onto the players in Hookah, surprised the hell out of them, and then won the round. Really good stuff by Godlike Esports, playing a bait-and-switch setup, but also pretty good job by Binks over there, getting that triple kill, almost clutching out the round for his team.
True, absolutely true. Binks was stepping up big time, but Hevan had the biggest impact in that round, I felt. The fact that he just walked into side that shouldn't have been allowed, honestly, but eventually Binks taking early contact again. This is probably going to be an A execute. The wall is there from Viper as well as the Sage, so at this point, I guess they're going to be allowed a free entry on the side. The retake is going to be all that Team T69 can afford at this particular point. Oh no.
They've even got players positioned to take care of anyone
Yes.
who comes out of the teleporters. So, great job by Whitehorse dealing with the flanker while he himself was the flanker. And now it's a 1v4. Doesn't matter too much to T69 as this was just a throwaway round for them. It was an eco. So, Godlike Esports did a pretty good job of not losing a lot of players. They only lost 1. They still retain most of their armor. And this is heavy armor, mind you. So, even if they upgrade their weapons right now, they don't have to spend too much. But I believe they probably will be holding on to their Spectres.
Yeah. I see Antidote fist bumping into the camera. That is one sign of showing that he's comfortable and he's kicking. At this point, I guess Team T69 shouldn't really be very worried of their position. They have a setup. They are playing a 2-player A setup using the Sage wall, but eventually it is Godlike Esports who are being given a free entry onto site, and the retake is what Team T69 is playing off of. Utilities being baited out, Raze doing so much work, and now Godlike Esports, I guess they are hurtling out outside. I guess there's going to be an execute, and there comes Antidote. He's playing a Raze at this point. He goes in. Binks gets Hevan gets Binks eventually. The ultimate comes out. The Viper spit.
Yeah, this is going to be so difficult to retake. There's really not much that they can do. Luckily, they at least have the Sova alive on the defensive side. So maybe he can spot out a couple of players through all this toxin. That drone definitely might reveal a couple of players, and if they do get revealed, it will be easy death for them. But they're using the snake bites to hold them back. Sammy holding off the area towards the U-Haul, and Badlove and Sammy once again stepping up, dealing with the players of T69, but Hevan steps up. Fake defuse comes through, but he's gone all the way around.
Enemy remaining.
And this might just be very unexpected. They have no idea that White House is over here. And what a good positioning by White Horse. He went all the way around U-Hauls, went towards the green boxes, and they knew that they would never expect him to be here because they already cleared that area. They also knew that there was nobody present in toilet, so he could have played this down to the fiddle. Great brain sense by Whitehorse over there, positioning himself. And the moment that Viper's pit went down, so did the players of T69.
True, absolutely true. Godlike clutching it over there. But it wasn't really a clutch moment, honestly, because they were in control throughout the round. But 3-0 at the start. This is a very good start, honestly. Okay. Some information for Eddie to work with. They know that there is a player outside B long. Again, Raze is going to hold back Hevan. This has been a duel that we're watching time and time again. Binks and Hevan taking blows at each other. Deathmaker getting streaks.
Nice. Now, Godlike Esports are holding this default. They've got one outside bathroom, one towards hookah, and they've been holding this default for a long time, but now they decide to finally commit to the B side. And Antidote has already sneaked into its CT. Are T69 aware about this? Very good shot by Edit, getting that kill onto Whitehorse, but I believe it's not going to do him much good because Antidote is still in a very good position. He will be dealt with finally with the shock darts, but that's what I was worried about. Antidote picking off Batlove as he tries to rotate. That is exactly the point where this round crumbled for T69. Letting Antidote through and not being aware about that fact is also what, made this round even more difficult for T69.
They did hear the double satchel, right? But they couldn't really recognize where he did go because he disguised himself using the Astra smoke and positioned himself in spawn. There was no one who was aware of it, and look at that. Sammy's just gonna walk onto him. Antidote, getting another headshot for himself. 4 rounds back to back for Godlike. It seems like Team T69, they need to gear up. They need to pull some strings together because, again, this is... According to early Indian Valorant, this is supposed to be a defensive-sided map, so you can't really give it. Yeah, I mean that is very early days, and things definitely have changed. But again, Team T69 really needs to pull themselves, and get themselves back together.
I mean, so far Godlike has been pretty good on their defaults as well. Like, these guys have been winning their duels in respective part of this map. Deathmaker getting the kill onto Strix in the previous round definitely made things a little easier. If Strix was probably alive, then they wouldn't have been they wouldn't have been able to fake out this thing easily. So that's something that looks in his favor. Oh, very well timed peek by Sammy. He peeks as soon as the gravity well is activated. Hevan gets taken down, so that's an important controller and the IGL of the team down. Now let's see what these guys do when they have a man disadvantage. Godlike Esports still have one player just outside of A. The Spike's still inside the spawn, so they haven't really committed any of their players towards any of these sites. They're still looking for information, still hoping that T69 will reveal themselves or make some mistake. Hopefully they will overcommit. But so far, nothing by T69. They have the man advantage. They're not going to give it up anytime soon.
Yep. Again, the 3-player B setup hasn't really been working for them because their rotations have generally been a bit slow towards A. But they're still trying to work it out at this point. Whitehorse is just going to hold these players back on the A side. We'll try to sell the fake that it's going to be a B execute, but eventually it's going to be an A execute. Binks is there all by himself. Eventually, the Astral Gravity Well is just going to make them a bit vulnerable. Binks does not connect the shot eventually. Rexy on a duel up against Sammy. It's not a duel anymore. It is a complete onslaught. All the reinforcements come in, and eventually he was supposed to fall. Team T69, they get 1 round for themselves. A very important round, honestly.
Yeah, very important round indeed. They can't let Godlike Esports build up too much economic momentum. Whitehorse did a decent enough job of selling that fake towards the B side, but it did not do much. T69 did not budge. They held on to their setup. They knew that there were 2 people in the B side. The 3 on A still were there. The rotation was like, brought in for like a few seconds, but eventually T69 caught on as to what was happening, and they positioned their players on A side just in time to shut down Godlike Esports. Everyone's been putting that wall on Viper again and again to get them towards that A site mouth just a little closer. That nade might just do a lot. Strix has to tank it, or he has to get away. He does not dash back to safety. He's still over there, and Strix wins the duel against Antidote. Now he dashes back. Binks brings out his showstopper as well, and he's gonna take out Rexy. So many early duels going in the favor of T69, and now Godlike have got to do something. They're gonna use the teleporter, get back towards the bathrooms, but there's already Sammy present for them, and the spike has been dropped over there as well. Deathmaker needs to retrieve it, gets it back, but There's not much that he can do. He wins the duel against Sammy. That's nice. But still a 1v3. A very difficult job for him. Fake plant.
Yeah.
Hoping to draw out one kill at least. He can hear one player in heaven, but he doesn't know where the others are. He's gonna get spammed. Very low HP to work with, and even Strix comes through from the bathrooms, and he's gonna take down Deathmaker. T69 are adjusting to what Godlike Esports have in their bag.
Yes, absolutely. This was a very good round. This was a very well fought round, honestly. Binks with the showstopper and Strix over there tanking the paint shell and then getting the kill onto Antidote was one very important move, honestly. And as soon as they got 2 important kills up front, they got that early picks. They completely dominated that round after that.
Yeah. The early engagements went in the favor of T69, forcing Godlike to take the teleporters back towards bathrooms where Sammy was already present for them. And after that, it was just the Deathmaker show, who really couldn't put up too much of a show, but the odds were stacked against him. Oh, they've done a pretty good job of beating out a lot of utility from T69 this time around. Paint shell, slow up, all of them revealed. Sammy, he does destroy the drone, even though his position was revealed. He doesn't end up getting into trouble. Uses a slow up immediately to hold Godlike back. This time, none of the players of Godlike are present towards the B side. Keep in mind that Godlike have been going for the fakes time and again, but this is not happening this time. They're just going to go for a straight up push. They're just waiting for the Astra utility to be committed. Once those stars go up, once all of that is put down, oh my god, 2 ultimates popped at the same time. We have a Showstopper and a Hunter's Fury, and Rexy gets 2 people with the Showstopper. There's really not much the Showstopper can do right now because all that needed to be done has been done, and Rexy stepping up once again, delivering a 3rd frag of the day. Deathmaker with a double of his own. Godlike Esports brute forced their way onto the A site, and they were so patient, so methodical. They did not need a fake this time because they knew they would play on their ultimates, clear out the obvious positions using that, and I mean, once there's a big bad laser beam coming towards you, you only have one choice. Either you die to the beam or you die dodging it. And if you try to dodge it, the players of Godlike will get you. So they try to do too many things at once, and Rexy had himself a highlight reel this time. Good job by Godlike Esports, winning that crucial round to win the momentum back in their favor. Look at their economy. Godlike Esports have so much more money in the banks that if they even lose this round, they will still be able to afford a buy next time.
Absolutely. You don't need a fake, especially if you have one player with the ultimate, with the laser beam, getting 2 frags for yourself, but bad luck. Still trying to...
There's 3 defenders in the bathrooms. This could be big.
Yeah.
They're fighting 2 attackers just outside.
2 attackers up to a battle at, yeah.
Yeah.
But eventually Heavan creeps up Lambs, gets bad luck. Eventually he's gonna wrap apart, but Sammy is gonna shut him down eventually. This is going to be a proper 3v4, but eventually Deathmaker gets Strix, Sammy gets Deathmaker, and now this comes to a 3v3.
3v3. As difficult as it gets, Antidote is in a very good position already. He's cleared so much room for his team, holding the players of T69 back as he allows Rexy to come in and plant that spike. And they have enough time to take good post-plant positions too. They know for a fact that 2 of the players of T69 are towards the CT base. Now they will find out that there's a 3rd one over there as well. And Whitehorse with that peak will reveal that. The Astral Divide comes through, which means they can't get out of the main mount. And as soon as Binks tries to peek, he gets only 1. Immediately traded out by Antidote.
Yeah.
Oh no!
But Edit is gonna walk through. Antidote has been taken down. Whitehorse gets Sammy, but eventually it's a 1v1. Edit trying to go for the defuse, but it's a wall bang. Whitehorse. It should have been very obvious, but Edit still did go for the half defuse, but couldn't really complete it. Whitehorse was present, and he delivered.
He delivered indeed. It's so brave of T69 to push through like that. Binks walking in through that Astral Divide, not caring a damn in the world, gets a kill too. And I feel like the trades could have gone in their favor, but this time Whitehorse steps up for his team in such massive ways. Godlike Esports have a definitive lead of 4 rounds, leading 6-2. Can they extend it even further?
True. Sammy holding this angle with a classic. Nothing much to work with. Eventually his position is going to be revealed as well by the drone. Now Antidote is up front. He faces 2 players, Strix as well as Bad Luck. I believe he's not going to take the duel eventually, but Idiot gets Antidote, Sammy gets Deathmaker. So 2 important kills coming through for Team T69 in their eco round. And I
Yeah.
believe it's gonna be another one. Bings gets White House as well. This is Sammy. He gets Sexy. What?
How is Godlike
mean-
crumbling right now? The utilities were not in place. The crossfires from T69 were amazing. They baited the players of Godlike Esports inside, and then they hold on to the side with the truck and the green box positions. At least Hevan has the spike for himself and the B side wide empty, so he can go for the plant right now. But of course, he doesn't know that it's empty. He's still gonna hunt for information, and he's so paranoid that he will get shot down from any time. 3 people coming in from the teleporters. That's definitely gonna make things a little easier for him. He heard a 4th one as well. The only one who can actually, make something happen is Erin, because he's the one coming in from the CT area, but it doesn't really matter. He won't even be allowed to fall back. Binks, after coming from the teleporters, instead of going hookah, he went towards long, and yeah, that was like one of the only places where Hevan could have, been hiding.
I mean, Edit already did his job with the recon dart. He revealed his position, and after that, there was nothing that Hevan could do. Bings coming in from long, 3 players coming in from hookah, Edit coming in from CT. He was trapped.
Yeah. Trapped like a tiger in a cage. Has enough potential to roar and maybe even eat some people up, but inside that cage, he really can't do much. Once again, Godlike is going for one of their standard defaults. And so far, the defaults have been working. Let's see if T69 throws something else towards them. 3 people on B side this time instead of the usual 2. So T69 leading a little more towards that B side, where Godlike aren't really keen on going. They only have White Horse present over there just outside B long. Rexy using his drone, revealing Sammy in one place. The shock darts to clear out the close angle. So they're using the Sova utility to methodically clear out some positions. But now that Hunter's Fury is going to come through, and that's going to allow all the players of Godlike to walk right in. Rexy once again delivering a kill. He never misses with that Hunter's Fury. He almost gets at least 1 kill every time. And now the spike will be put down.
Oh,
At least he stopped the plant. Oh, but he's tagging up quite a lot of players. Dealt plenty of damage. Fallen down to a 3v3 as well. And now the spike has already gone on towards the B side. But keep in mind that Vitus is already inside CT. He gets the kill onto Edit as he tries to rotate. And Hevan now will be able to get a free plant. With Rexy on the backstab, T69 is about to get pinched from both directions.
yeah. Also, the Viper skit comes through. At this point, I guess Team T69 are as good as dead meat, because as soon as they walk inside it, they're going to be crumbling down to 1 HP. Rexy coming in from behind. There is Hevan who is lurking inside as well. I guess it's going to be Hevan who will eventually get the frags for himself. He has more visions, tricks, and others. What can they pull off at this point? White Horse, he just walks past one pair. Rexy gets one. White Horse finally shuts the net. Shuts the lid for Team T69, and eventually Godlike. They get 7 rounds for themselves. They are sort of dominating Team 69. They did mount a comeback in between, got themselves 3 rounds. But after that, it's been Godlike again.
Yeah. Godlike had such a good mid-round adjustment this time. So, first of all, they used Hunter's Fury on Rexy. Got a kill, got entry onto the A side. But then, once it boiled down to a 3v3, Godlike realized that they don't have an advantage anymore. It's an equal battle. And the moment they tried to plant, we had T69 use their ultimate, right? They had their own Hunter's Fury. So they realized, hold on, if this Sova is right here, then he definitely must not be alone. There has to be some teammate covering him. And they were like, okay, T69 have already come down towards the A side. Let's hop into the B side right now. And they already had White Horse present in a good position. Antidote as well, clearing out the room for Hevan to come in and plant the spike. The Viper's Pit, that was just a cherry on top of the cake. They could have won the round without it as well.
Yes, true. This time around, Edit, he gets a 1-tap onto White Horse. The Viper lineup, it's going to clear out a lot of angles. Sammy and Bings, they double up. Godlike are being torn apart right now. Antidote is going to get a free kill onto Bings, but that does not matter, because at this point it is 4v2. And I guess, okay, he doubled onto Sammy as well. That kill shouldn't have been allowed. This round definitely lies on Antidote's shoulder. At this point, he needs to clear out all those angles meticulously.
Yeah,
Does he have the Sova for backup?
No,
30
here's the
seconds
thing.
left.
He still has the showstopper online, so he can whip it out at any time he wants. And he's not making any noise towards the A site. It's actually making T69 think they're heading towards the B site. Oh, this could be disastrous. They're not defending
This-
the A site at all. They've given it up all to Antidote. This recon dart might just reveal things, and now that they start to plant the spike, T69 might try to come inside, but Antidote is already in a great position. He takes on Edit as well. Oh, this is amazing. Antidote might just single-handedly have pulled this round back in the favor of Godlike.
This is a big brain move, honestly, because the fact that he got kills and then he just slowed things down, which made them believe that this is a rotate. That was brilliant. He gets a fourth for himself with the big bad showstopper. Now he will be looking for the ace, maybe. Okay, it doesn't matter. It is an amazing round for Godlike, to be honest, because they had no business winning this round, especially after
Exactly.
Team T69 get those early frags. They had 3 early frags, and Antidote, he turns around on his own back like this guy. This is the reason why people consider him to be one of the best duelists in the country.
Yeah, and he doesn't even have his AWP yet, which is his signature weapon. He catches players off guard, gets into its trucks, kills more people, and single-handedly captures the A side, gathering so much map control for Godlike Esports that Rexy never had to worry about anything at all. He could have planted that safely. And even though he was being pulled in by the Astra utility, the gravity well, it did not matter to him. Like, he just doesn't care a damn. Heavan, this time, getting the kill onto Bings. That's a big entry frag that they guys have been looking for. Sammy bringing it right back, turning it into a 4v4, getting the trade onto Heavan. But that's all right. Godlike Esports are in no hurry to get to the site. In fact, the spike is so
no.
far behind that they don't even need to worry. But Antidote sneaking into U-Haul time and again is so good. But this time, Sammy was prepared. They won't let him repeat that same thing again. But as soon as Sammy gets a kill onto Antidote, Deathmaker delivers yet again, and he lines 2 players up in a single crosshair, and Rexy delivers as well. My goodness, Godlike, these guys are stepping up, and the last round goes in their favor. It is so good. Godlike Esports with a dominant first half, playing T69 like a fiddle. Every time T69 think they have an advantage, every time they think they've got this figured out, Deathmaker pulls off something. Rexy delivers again and again, and so far, Antidote has been doing a really good job of getting into U-Haul, sneaking in there and, you know, clearing room for the team. Even though T69 read him, it did not matter.
True. Antidote has been clearing out a lot of real estate for the team, and that is one of the reasons why Godlike have such a big lead going on to the next half of the game. Now, this is the opportunity for Team T69 because, again, they will be facing a no Sentinel lineup. So defenses on paper shouldn't be that strong, but we need to find out how Team... Exactly, on paper. But Team T69, we need to find out what they can pull off in this setup.
Seems like it's just gonna be a very fast attack towards the A site. They put down the Sage Wall, hoping to get the plant in safely, but the Snake Bite is gonna prevent the plant from coming through just yet. Now they go for it, but it's a 5v5 retake.
The wall is there. It is going to buy them some time, and I'm pretty sure that players wouldn't be venturing out too much through lamps as well because it is heavily guarded at this point.
Yeah, but how much more utility can you dump at Godlike to keep them off the side?
God.
Antidote with a double. Deathmaker with another one. These guys are winning their frag duels. The Battle Love comes in from bathrooms. He gets a double of his own. He might just have turned the round around, but Deathmaker finally shuts him out. It's just down to Edit, and he's good for only one. Godlike Esports winning the pistol round as well is just so crucial. These guys keep up their momentum. They let T69 have the bomb side, but then they go for the retake and they do it so well. T69 put down so much utility to delay Godlike, but that's alright, they tank the damage. Antidote delivering with that quick double kill towards U-Hauls is crucial. Then Deathmaker doubles up onto the players on bathroom as well, which is again very important. Batlov tried his best, but he came in a little too late, and even though he got very important frags, there was nobody else to back him up over there, and he got double peak after that. So Godlike Esports playing the numbers game, playing with each other as one single cohesive unit. They act as 5 fingers by one hand rather than 5 different players.
The Kolkata duo, they're really firing in all cylinders. Antidote again shuts down, brings a raised diff over there. Rexy is still positioned, but Deathmaker has been shut down this time around. Edit doubles up on it. The pistols are really singing for them. Both Deathmaker and Antidote down. This should be an easy round for them. Rexy, he knows exactly where the players are with the recon dart. White Horse coming in from CT. This should be a relatively easy post-plant position for them, but we need to find out what Team C69 can bring on the table.
They've spotted plenty of players towards B long. And wait, that's every player over there. They just put down some utility over there so that they can get that. Oh my goodness, Rexy? Hello? That was amazing. The Poison Nova, it's running out of fuel. And Hewan needs to protect his teammate, and he protects him with his life. Godlike, how do you win this round? How do you do it again and again? T69 had the picks, they had the plant, they had everything. It's so good, Godlike Esports. And the best part was, Heaven even ran out of fuel on that smoke grenade of his. So he couldn't even protect Rexy with just the vision. He had to protect him with his own body. And he was still successful in doing that. Nutty play.
Absolutely. Again, like I feel like Team Godlike, they have pushed Team T69 to the edge where Team T69 is making a lot of unforced errors. They are lining up to the crosshairs of Godlike and they're just getting kills eventually. Antidote this time around, Pink's shutting him down.
Yeah, he does get that opening frag onto Deathmaker, which is pretty important. But you see how Godlike was trying to go for a lot of fake plays. They were spreading out on defaults. That's not what T69 is doing. They're just committing towards the B side. And so far, it's working for them. They know that Godlike don't have too much weaponry to work with. So they're just going to go for it nonetheless. They have the better weaponry and they're going to brute force their way into the site. Pinks with the second of this round. Yeah, they're just clicking heads. This is a pretty simple round by T69, and why not? Why should they go for those complicated brain games when they know that they have the weaponry advantage and they can just brute force their way into the B site? I hope Godlike Esports will be able to put up a better defense when they have better weapons, of course, but so far, this is just another experimental round for Godlike. So they shouldn't be too sad if they lose this one.
Yeah, I mean, the kind of healthy lead that they have, I mean, they have more than enough reasons to be happy rather than be sad at this point. But yeah, Hevan, I don't even think he has any business saving that Spectre over there because I feel like they'll have enough money next up to buy better weapons. He has a 3K already.
Yeah, so he's probably just saving his armor at this point. Either way, good enough lead for Godlike at this point. But yeah, I've noticed the stark difference between these two teams. Godlike Esports go for their default for a lot longer. Like, they hold at least a minute with their defaults, and then they have one of their players sneak into one location, and then they play off of that. That's not what Team 69 is doing. These guys are grouping up and relying on their numbers, relying on their firepower and trades to make things happen, rather than individual sneak-ins and pick-offs. So that's a stark difference between the philosophy of these two teams. This time, T69, huddling up outside of A, are about to hit it with all they've got. Oh, even the Hunter's Fury will be committed. This should be able to clear out the most common positions.
Wow.
Hewan gets taken down already. And Bings delivers yet again. This is the A side being broken apart. They brute force their way in. Godlike Esports have no business contesting this one. I don't think this retake is also going to be possible. The best that they can hope for is get some exit frags and deny T69 too much economic momentum.
Yeah. Antidote being shut down, Deathmaker and others, they're just going to creep across lamps and get some sort of control for themselves, some sort of territory. I mean, we have seen Deathmaker being capable of turning rounds on his own back, but will he be able to do this now? He needs some sort of information, and that comes in from Rexy. Binks and Deathmaker, they're going to face each other. Deathmaker wins the duel, but has been tagged quite a bit. Sammy takes on Deathmaker. Eventually, Rexy is going to go down as well. Will he be able to take the teleport? No, he wouldn't.
Well, even if he did manage to take the teleporter, he would have still died because there were players waiting for him on the other side. So he couldn't save the gun. But hey, at least Trix died to the bomb. So that's like one less gun that T69 have in their bags. That's alright. I feel like, again, this was just another experimental round for Godlike. They still have a pretty healthy lead. And now I think they will be able to buy properly. Can we take a look at the economy? Yeah. Yeah, they have enough money to buy right now. But they don't have too much spare money. That goes for T69 as well. T69 have a lot of money in the bank. Like, they've got 5,000 extra dollars just lying around with Sammy, Edit, and Bad Love. So they can buy like 3 operators and they will never run out of money.
There.
Even if they
Yes.
lose this round, T69 can contest them in the next round. But then, if they,
They don't have
lose,
a lot of. Yes,
yeah, they
exactly.
don't have a lot of, they have money, but they don't have a lot of rounds remaining. So yeah, that's the thing. Once again, seems to be an A hit with Bad Love holding outside of bathrooms and the others trying to go in from the main area. The one-way smoke will fade away someday, but the jet dashes right through. That was a very brave move. There could have been someone inside that U-Haul, but it seems like T69 have done their homework. They know that nobody will be there. But as they try to push through even further, as they try to push their luck, Hairwan does get the kill onto Strix as he overextends outside of U-Haul. Now in a 4v5, Godlike Esports have the advantage, but the revive will come through. Oh, here comes a Hunter's Fury to kill the guy who just got revived. And the most of the players of Godlike Esports have already tried to come in and wrap around from both the sides. Rexy delivers yet again, but they did not account for Bad Love. Oh, he delivers one more. How on earth did he get that kill onto White House? That was not supposed to happen.
Oh my god, at this point, all that we can expect from Godlike is to try and isolate them. This is Trix, he just walks onto him. He runs into his crosshair. Now Rexy knows exactly where the Astra is and he clutches it out. This is a triple kill for him. This is a massive, massive clutch for Godlike. They needed this one because they knew that if they lost this round, they did not have the money to buy a few more rounds after this.
Yeah, and what a great play by Godlike Esports. Rexy with the clutch, of course, you have to give him credit. But more than that, you see the timing at which he popped his Hunter's Fury. That was to kill the guy who just got revived.
Yes.
And even if Rexy did not get that kill, he had an insurance policy in the form of his teammates coming in from A main already. Like, they knew that T69 aren't going for those fakes. They're just huddling up towards the side and then committing to it right off the start. So they could get in the backstabs working right away. And Rexy did get that triple kill and the clutch, but it was his teammates who also helped him out quite a lot over there. So really good stuff. This time Deathmaker delivers and he's just toying around with his food, dismissing in the face of his opponents, but White Horse pays the price for it as he walks into Brinks' showstopper. He gets away to safety. Can he do this? No, my god, how is he getting away with murder again and again? A triple kill for Deathmaker that he did not have any business getting. Oh, everyone on Godlike stepping up, and this guy's been tagged. He can get spammed through, but
Oh,
maybe
no.
Binks will be able to protect him. Bad Love's still alive, but he will get double peeked now. Antidote and his teammate, both of them around the corner. Antidote doesn't get it, but Bad Love is getting surrounded, and Rexy comes in to deliver the final blow.
I mean, we didn't expect this to be so one-sided, but Godlike, oh my god, they really came up with surprises. And honestly, I don't even think that Team T69, I mean, they did come up with some rounds in the mid-game, but after that, Godlike got back into the groove and got themselves the rounds back.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the stark differences between the philosophies of these two teams, right? I pointed it out right at the start, but I thought maybe T69 would adapt to it somewhere down the line, but they did not. And eventually, Godlike Esports caught on. Like, they realized that these guys are gathering up and they're just hitting the sites. There's not a lot of tactical depth to their play. It's just relying on trades and firepower and hoping that the barrage of utility that T69 put down on the sites is enough to cut off the lines of sight that they have on the Godlike players. So that's when Godlike realized, hey, you know what? These guys are actually hitting their shots really well. These guys are brute forcing their way into sites. Fine. We let them do that. They give up the sites. They have any player who's playing on A, all back towards the green boxes, just keep themselves alive. So they let T69 get the map control, at least momentarily, just to keep more men alive. And
Exactly.
when they think, just when T69 starts to think, okay, we have the site in control, there's a backstab already. As soon as they try to go for the plant, Rexy comes through with the Hunter's Fury. If not the Hunter's Fury, the shock darts are always there. So if I have to sum it up all in one word, Godlike Esports are like a boa constrictor. A snake that takes its target and then surrounds it. It plays around it and they just wrap them around from all the sides and then they squeeze the life out of them. That's the vibe I was getting from Godlike Esports this time.
Absolutely. And again, the fact that Antidote and Deathmaker, they were absolutely brilliant on the duelist, it just adds on to Godlike's brilliance over there because they were getting frags, they were being the infantry, they were being on the front lines and getting kills everywhere. Those early picks, they really help in carrying out their tactics and carrying out the strategies properly. And eventually, it was sad for Team T69, honestly, but they have another chance. But Godlike, next up is global esports.
This could be interesting. And sure, you praise Antidote and Deathmaker enough, but also you guys keep forgetting that Whitehorse is such a crucial player.
Yep.
He was a controller, but he was playing as if he was a sentinel this time. He was making sure that their flanks are covered. It's not like T69 were going for a lot of flanks, but the moment they did, Whitehorse was there to shut them down. So he was watching their backs every now and then, Rexy giving them the information they needed. And sure, Rexy had some cool moments of his own, right? He had some really good clutches. But let's not forget how many rounds he was able to give crucial information to his team or set his team up for success with the good Hunter's Fury so that Deathmaker and Antidote would go in and frag. It was a very well-oiled unit, one well-oiled machine working together as one unit. Let's take a look at the highlights so that we can savor some of the coolest moments of this game.
Absolutely. And you mentioned about the Hunter's Fury. Rexy was getting kills every time. This was the first round, and in the first round, we saw how Hevan, he sneaked past everyone in hookah and got his position inside sight and then just completely obliterated them. Eventually, it was Bings who got a very important triple kill, but couldn't convert the final one.
Yeah, and after that, Godlike Esports just refused to let go of the momentum. See how Whitehorse is covering the backstabs every time. Like, sure, Godlike Esports don't have a Sentinel character, but they have a player who acts like an anti-backstab guy anyway. And that's what Whitehorse has been really successful in. And once again, getting the flank this time to get that second round on board as well.
Absolutely. He was there in clutch situations in quite a lot of moments, and I felt like he delivered. This was one moment where Eddie just got a few important frags over there. Antidote, he will, as far as I remember, he will probably struggle on this kill, but eventually will get it. But Trades was certainly there. Deathmaker, he was in this 1v3 situation, but he was surrounded from all directions. The Astra utility comes in. I mean, he had no business winning that one. But this was one Hunter's Fury where he got two. Yes. Yeah. This was one amazing ultimate Crips. But after that, there was... Yeah, go on.
Not just that, I mean, look at how that one Hunter's Fury, sure, it gets the kills. That's like a given. But on top of that, all the players who were trying to rotate into the site, even they couldn't come in on time, and it enabled the rest of his team walk into the A site without the fear of getting killed, without the fear of facing any extra opponents.
Yeah, Edit going for the half defuse, but Whitehorse once again finding himself in a situation where he wins a round. I don't even know how many rounds did Whitehorse win on the back of his kills, because it's not always that your kills equate to rounds, but Whitehorse has found himself in positions where his astral utilities, as well as his kills, as well as everything, has won rounds for Godlike Esports. And as you mentioned, he has been instrumental in their victory.
Yeah, he has been indeed. I don't even know what to say about this round. It was a 2v5. Antidote, yeah, sure, single-handedly getting 3 kills is amazing, but the amount of work he did to enable Rexy to get into a good position is also something worth mentioning. So it is brilliant the way these.
And it doesn't even come on the highlight reel.
Yeah, it doesn't even exactly.
I mean that's. I mean, it's not that visible, right? It's not like you would expect it to be. Some highlights are supposed to be kills and all, but the fact that he stayed quiet and how important those moments are. It's absolutely brilliant. Hevan once again protecting his friend with his dear life.
And as we go into it, the second half, it did seem like for a moment, T69 will be able to make a comeback, but those were rounds in which Godlike Esports did not really have the best of their buys. So they had cheap buys here and there, like they would have the players on Spectres, on Sheriffs every now and then, but then the other guys would be on Classics and whatnot. And if you look at the webcams right now, you can see how everyone's just laughing at how Rexy died over there. So even though they lost that round, they were just so cheerful, so happy, and in control all the time.
That's a proper team, isn't it, Crips? I mean,
Yeah.
these players, they've joined this organization maybe a few months now, maybe a few weeks, some of them, and this synergy already looks one of the very best in the country, and that is what you want. You want players to stick together as family and play together as family. But now this is where Deathmaker really comes to shine. He probably will get a triple kill in this one, in spite of all the utilities that were thrown at his face. Yeah, he gets a second one. Eventually, we'll get a third. I mean,
this
he has
is-
been dancing across this. He has been dancing across the map and getting those kills. I love
Yeah.
the Reyna when it is on the Empress mode. Antidote. Even after being dinked once, he still got kills, important frags for himself. And this was just a wonderful game overall. This was like on a different level. Honestly, we saw a stage of Valorant in the first three games, and then we saw a tier one Valorant match. Honestly, and this was. I mean, sure, the first games were a bit too competitive, but this was on a different level.
Yeah, Godlike Esports really just won this game on the basis of outplaying T69. And I kind of felt like T69 were putting all their eggs in one basket and not
Mhm.
spreading out like Godlike were. So as a result, they kept on running out of options faster. They did not have too many things that they could do because of their approach to the game. So this time, Godlike was the better team. But I'm pretty sure that T69 will have a very dominant and deep run in the lower bracket. So all the other teams who are up against them better have done their homework.
True, true. Again, as you mentioned, next up, Godlike go up against Global Esports. Now, that is going to be a very big game. We look at the brackets right now and we see the results of the entire day's play. Chad 5 couldn't really perform. Beyond Infinity were very dominant. Weird Esports versus Gunslingers. It went on and on and on. Godlike versus Team T69. It was a blockbuster, honestly, and it didn't really disappoint any of the viewers who waited for this to happen. Generation X Gamers versus Union Gaming was another great game that we got to see. Now, Chat 5, Gunslingers, T69, Generation X Gamers, all these teams go towards the lower bracket where they play best of three elimination matches, while the rest of the teams, Team Fangs, Beyond Infinity, Force One, Weird Esports, Global Esports, Godlike, Samurai, and Union Gaming. They play upper bracket round two. That is going to be a best of one match. That is going to the winner of them are going to proceed towards the upper bracket semifinals.
Yeah. And the semifinals also are going to be best of three. So obviously, the one of the biggest games to look forward to tomorrow is going to be Global Esports versus Godlike Esports, which is definitely the Clash of the Titans tomorrow. But
Mhm.
other than that, we have some pretty good teams playing as well. We have Force One Esports going up against Weird. We have Samurai going up against Union Gaming. Union Gaming. So these two teams are also pretty big names, and I'm kind of expecting to see a lot from them tomorrow as well. So
I mean,
yeah.
I was checking the calendar whether it is Super Sunday tomorrow. It's not a Sunday, but we sure have a lot of good games lined up. I mean,
Oh,
I'm
it's gonna
looking
be a
forward to Samurai versus Union. I'm looking forward to Global Esports versus Godlike. I'm looking at Force One Esports versus Weird Esports as well because we have seen we've seen Weird Esports play really well. I've heard Force One being very good as well. So we need to find out what that actually looks like.
Mm, well, I'm also kind of looking forward to the lower bracket matches, which will be like not tomorrow, but like day after that.
Mhm.
One of the teams of Global Odd and Godlike will fall back down to the lower bracket, and if they face T69 again, it might just be a rematch of sorts. So that could be an interesting revenge storyline that might be written in this tournament.
Hmm. That is true. That is true. Gunslingers, they'll have an opportunity to even come back into the tournament again, Crips.
I think they do. I think Gunslingers might
Mhm.
just have an opportunity to come back into this tournament. I don't know
If their
why they were
fifth player
playing
comes
with.
back on.
Yeah, I don't know why they were playing with five. I'm sorry, with only 4 players today. They definitely seem like a promising team, and I really want these Sri Lankan teams also to do well in this tournament. So I'm hoping they will be able to sort out all their issues tomorrow and come back with 5 players so that they can put up their best foot forward. But not tomorrow. I mean, but their matches are going to be the day after
Mhm.
on lower brackets. So yeah, they still have some time. I don't know what happened. I don't know if there was an internet issue or a power issue or some player not agreeing to join or what, yada yada yada. I don't have the information, but I hope whatever these issues are, they can sort it out by their next game.
True, absolutely true. Again, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching Pro Series Valorant by AORUS and AMD. I want to give a big word of thanks to our sponsors again. Gigabyte, they've launched a new gaming monitor that supports AMD FreeSync Premium. The monitor is Gigabyte M27Q gaming monitor, which is the world's first KVM monitor. And again, KVM stands for keyboard, mouse, and video. This is the only monitor with SSIPS features, all the features that you need to understand. The links are in the description.
Yeah, it also has 170 hertz refresh rate and zero 0.5 millisecond response time. So this is definitely one of the best things that you can pick up on the market right now. Other than that, you can pair it up with the AORUS B550 Pro Series motherboard. You pair that up with another, NVMe Gen 4 SSD by AORUS, and you have Beast PC, which responds rapid fast, and a good monitor that can keep up with your Beast PC. So you put those things together, and you might just find yourself in the next tournament competing against these big teams because this PC will definitely give you the edge that you need in Valorant. Well, folks, we are approaching the end of the segment today. That's it from our side, and we hope that we can see you tomorrow as well. Make sure that you participate in the trivia to stand a chance to win $2,700 worth of Valorant points, and of course, sign up for these events so that you have a chance of checking out these cool products as well and winning Valorant points. Of course, not to mention that you can always watch these amazing matches as well, which itself is a treat, but there's more stuff on top of that.
Absolutely, absolutely. And with that out of the way, I guess this is me, Salty, and with me is Scripps. We're gonna sign off. See you tomorrow. Good night.
Player standing. One enemy remaining. We got this One enemy remaining. 30 seconds. seconds left. Last player standing. Last player standing. Parasite.